Let's dive into an epic tale starting right here in the Kingdom of Dal, where grand castles tower high over bustling city streets. Thane strides right into the room, fully decked out in his heavy armor. He finally spots his good buddy waiting there. Leo yells out, totally surprised to see him early. He is absolutely bursting with hype. Clutching a letter tight, Leo pumps his fist into the air, screaming that he finally hit S rank. He completely drops everything else because this news is absolutely huge. Flashing a massive grin, he holds up his new card. The Adventurers Guild officially recognized him as an elite S ranker. Thane tries cutting him off, calling Leo's name, but our guy is unstoppable. Thane completely ignores the hype. He tells Leo he has some news too, points a finger right at his face, and drops the bomb. Fired. Dead silence. Leo just stands by the table, desperately gripping his promotion letter, and lets out a totally confused gasp. He's completely blindsided. Thane stays dead serious, while a party member in the background just watches silently. Leo's voice cracks with pure panic. He asks if he's actually fired, demanding to know what Thane even means. Sweat drips down Leo's face as he tries laughing. He begs Thane to stop joking, saying it isn't even slightly funny. Thane shuts his eyes, explaining the harsh truth. He says the king sent a messenger with an order. Thane is becoming a true hero. He looks down, carrying that heavy weight. He explains this epic title means battling the ultimate demon lord himself. Now watch closely. Thane looks him dead in the eye, apologizes for the awful timing with his new S rank, and drops the absolute hammer. Leo is out. Thane thumbs over his shoulder, saying this new guy is taking Leo's spot in the Holy Wolf Dragon Squad. A massive tank in full plate and bucket helmet steps up. He loudly introduces himself as Gustav of the Night. Leo sweats bullets, looking totally lost. He stammers, begging Thane to wait and demanding an explanation. Thane coldly starts listing off the painful reasons, holding absolutely nothing back. He compares Leo to Elena, their healer. He says Leo can't support the squad like she does since his recovery magic is second rate. He keeps pushing, pointing at their mage, Dill. Thane claims Leo's attack magic is way weaker than Dill's. Plus, his melee combat skills just cannot match the rest. Back at the table, Thane drops the brutal truth. He claims Leo just gives backline orders, making him a complete and utter burden. He bluntly states he absolutely doesn't need dead weight when he goes to challenge the almighty Demon Lord. He locks in the decision. To fill the team, he brought Gustav, a former Kingdom Knight packing some seriously solid, heavy-hitting combat skills. Leo completely panics. He desperately tries stopping Thane, insisting this is all wrong, frantically using his shiny new S rank status as a shield. Leo is fully desperate, hugging his book tight. He starts bargaining, promising better strategic orders and listing off anything he can do, but he is completely scrambling for hope. Thane finally loses his absolute patience. He screams at Leo to shut up, slamming his heavy metal gauntlet into the table with a massive clank. He gets right in his face, absolutely furious. Thane snaps, demanding Leo just keep his mouth shut already. You and I both feel this tension. Thane aggressively leans in, asking if Leo knows how long he has fought frontlines. All while Leo leisurely sits back, safely barking out basic orders from a distance. Frantic, Leo tries pushing back. He argues he totally would have fought on the front lines if they had just asked him. Desperate for an ally, he turns to the rest, pleading with Elena and Dill to back him up. He looks at his teammates, literally just begging. He begs them to speak up and stop Thane from ruining everything, but the vibe is freezing cold. Elena just shuts her eyes, turning away and completely dodging his gaze. Right below, Dill does the exact same thing, totally ignoring Leo's heartbreaking plea for help. Thane turns his back completely. He tells Leo to pack up and leave, adding that he never wants to see his face ever again. Leo cannot accept this. Hands out, he insists this must be a cruel lie, begging his friend to rethink this madness. He starts rambling, asking if Thane thinks he mismanaged party funds or something ridiculous like that. But sadly, that wild accusation is the very last straw. Thane draws his sword with a sharp sound, pointing the blade right at Leo's face. Makes you think, right? He screams. This annoying behavior is exactly why, threatening to strike him down if he does not leave right now. Leo stares at the cold blade, completely broken. Trust me, you and I are about to watch everything fall apart for him. Tears well up as Leo begs Thane for answers, swearing he did his absolute best to fulfill his role. Leo makes one desperately frantic final attempt, begging Elena and Dill for any kind of help. But they absolutely refuse to even look his way. They awkwardly turn their heads, refusing to get involved. Suddenly, Thane's expression turns terrifyingly dark. He coldly admits he actually considered just eliminating Leo right there instead of letting him escape. He explains that because Leo knows way too much secret information about the party, he's a liability. Thane continues his intense threat, telling Leo to thank Elena and Dill. Turns out, they are the only reason he didn't finish him off on the spot. He harshly tells Leo to consider himself incredibly lucky that he's sparing his pitiful existence. With that heavy threat hanging in the air, Thane turns and walks away. Leo just kneels on the cold ground, completely shattered and left alone in the devastating silence. Right before leaving, Gustav, the new guy wearing a bucket helmet, drops some wonderfully twisted encouragement. He cheerfully tells Leo not to lose hope, joking, he'll surely feel better hearing about all their massive future heroic exploits without him. Hold up, smash that like and subscribe for more amazing stories. Now, I double dare you to comment that you are absolutely hooked. I bet most won't. Alright, let's keep the story going. Completely defeated, Leo wanders the quiet town streets while strangers stare. Just like that, he is officially kicked right out of the hero's party. The story notes that right after this devastating event, he simply vanishes completely. Now watch closely where he ends up. The scene shifts to a noisy tavern. Leo sits completely alone, slumped over a mug, ignoring the other adventurers drinking nearby. A nervous waitress approaches his table, looking concerned. She gently calls his name, warning him that drinking like this every single day is absolutely going to destroy his body sooner rather than later. Leo refuses to listen, face entirely flushed from the heavy drinks. He just slams his head on the table and tells her off. He angrily mutters that he just doesn't care anymore. Then, a random guy shouts that you can't drink plain water here, which totally sets Leo off. He fiercely slams his fist against the counter, screaming that he demanded another cold beer. Emmy immediately shuts him down cold, telling him they are officially sold out for a messy drunk. Suddenly, an armored customer waves his hand, happily calling Emmy for a fresh drink. Her entire attitude does a rapid 180 as she flashes a cheerful smile and practically sprints to serve him. Completely ignored again, Leo drops heavy onto the table. He groans for everyone to just shut up, whining loudly that he never wants to be an adventurer again. Emmy hurries off to serve paying customers, leaving Leo slumping alone at the counter. But then, she pauses and glances back with a worried expression. She calls back to Leo, firmly telling him he really needs to take some guild requests and finally get back to actual work. Let's pause right here to meet someone new. The scene shifts to a girl with short hair wearing a cute headband nearby. She looks incredibly anxious, her heart loudly pounding in her chest. Looking frantically left and right, she tries desperately to work up the courage to speak. As Emmy quickly walks past carrying a tray, the girl stammers for attention. Emmy pauses right there, asking what she needs. The girl accidentally stares directly at Emmy's chest, instantly causing her to blush and fidget awkwardly. She finally manages to squeeze out a beer order. Emmy cheerfully chirps it costs 350 dim. The girl's jaw drops, completely panicking over that shockingly high price. The highly nervous girl stammers out an awkward agreement, clearly feeling completely overwhelmed. Emmy happily yells for her to wait just a moment for the drink, leaving Leo still miserably slumping in the blurry background. Leo, with his face still glued to the counter, cracks one eye open. He decides to see exactly what is up with this strange girl. He casually starts analyzing her from afar, watching the way she nervously moves. It is incredibly obvious she possesses zero real combat experience. Then again, he quietly admits to himself that he really does not know enough women to be any true expert. He keeps observing her closely, noting that compared to Emmy, she possesses a very thin build. But looking closer, he realizes there is something more. He notices her legs actually pack solid muscle with a strong core, and her arms look pretty toned too. He wonders if she used to work as a farmer before arriving here. Out of nowhere, the girl starts speaking to someone else. She politely answers a question, confirming she actually traveled here from Merca village. Two intimidating guys have approached her table. The leader, a massive guy rocking a bold headband and a huge facial scar, asks if she happens to be a newbie adventurer. He quickly follows up, asking if she is registered at the guild yet. Looking visibly intimidated by his presence, she quietly admits she actually has not done that yet. The bulky guy takes charge, introducing himself alongside his silent partner. He casually mentions they are the Quicksand Hawk Party and reveals they are currently seeking brand new members. You and I know exactly where this is heading. He stares right into her eyes, claiming she has huge potential, deciding to recruit her right on the spot. The nervous girl asks if he really means her, sounding totally unsure. Watch closely. The headband warrior smiles and confirms it, suggesting they could even be friends. Leo silently watches the entire interaction from the counter, resting his chin. Out of nowhere, a wooden mug violently slams onto the table right before him. Emmy serves his drink with serious force, completely startling him. She just stands there glaring, arms crossed. Confused, Leo asks what this is about. He thought she said they were sold out. Emmy completely ignores him and drops some heavy advice instead. She warns him that staying quiet makes you just as guilty. She is sure he knows exactly what she means. Walking away, she hopes he understands, leaving Leo sipping silently. Meanwhile, the headband warrior decides to move out, telling his group to get going. His partner agrees and walks off, but the panicking girl desperately asks them to wait. Leo finally speaks up. He calls out, confirming the girl is not registered with the guild yet. He reminds everyone she cannot officially take on any quests until she actually registers. Super annoyed, the headband warrior turns around, asking who this old man is. Twitching at the insult, Leo calmly finishes his thought. He notes, this is just basic knowledge. The warrior is not having it. He tells the old guy to shut up and stop interfering, warning him to back off if he knows what is good for him. Then things escalate super fast. Now pay attention here. The warrior draws a knife, swearing that since Leo refuses to back down, he will taste his blade. Staring the guy down, Leo says it is very simple. Just get the poor girl properly registered. He asks if the guy honestly planned on doing something else instead. His expression turns deadly serious. He asks if the warrior really wants to lose everything, just to avoid a simple guild trip. The warrior totally snaps, screaming at Leo to shut up and fall. He swings his knife with everything. Leo does not even dodge. He raises his wooden mug, catching the sharp knife right in the wood. The mug cracks, stopping the blade cold. With the knife stuck, Leo calmly chants a spell. Fireball. Boom. A massive explosion blasts out, knocking the headband warrior entirely backward into a thick cloud of smoke. Leo moves instantly. Before the smoke even clears, his sword is drawn, blade pressed right against the second guy's gut. He freezes the partner completely, while the leader slowly recovers from the blast. You saw that too, right? The girl watches, absolutely blown away by his crazy speed. Panicking on the floor, the warrior realizes he is facing a high-level swordsman, but Leo corrects him, saying that label is wrong. Resting his sword, Leo grins. He explains he is a jack of all trades, but makes them understand one thing clearly. He is an ex-adventurer. The nervous girl is totally starstruck. With sparkling eyes, she tells Uncle Leo that what he just did was incredibly cool. She awkwardly calls him ex-adventurer uncle, but Leo shuts that down fast. He is not her uncle. Then, he asks her name. Shifting gears, Leo addresses the whole situation they just handled, giving a serious warning. She must never help with requests until she is officially registered as an adventurer. The girl bows politely and says her name is Sheath, from Merca village. Leo keeps things super simple and uses an alias. Just remember him as Red. Leo breaks down the system. The guild basically acts like an agency, providing safety insurance for all active adventurers. Confused by the administrative talk, Sheath simply asks him why that even matters. Leo lays out a grim hypothetical. If she were to permanently disappear, hopefully never the guild would look into any foul play. They act as a massive shield, protecting members from betrayal. The dark reality finally sinks in. If she is unregistered and gets taken out forever, the guild will not even bother investigating. Leo confirms that she has pretty much got it right. He explains this cold policy. If someone falls during a quest without being registered, the guild might just assume they are a criminal. Investigating outsiders is totally not worth their time. This saves resources. They avoid wasting time on random crimes entirely unrelated to their own business. So what do we learn here? Shaken by the danger, Sheath realizes her mistake and thanks him profusely for saving her. Alright, stick with me. Leo casually lights up, telling the kid she found the completely wrong guy. He points at the redhead across the room. Thank her instead. He passes the praise right along. Pointing a thumb back, he tells Sheath the waitress is the one who actually ordered the rescue. He tells the kid to properly thank the waitress instead. But that info goes straight in one ear and out the other. Sheath's eyes sparkle. She shouts for Mr. Red, but quickly corrects herself, upgrading his title straight to Master. Without hesitating, Sheath drops right to the floor in a dramatic bow. She begs to become his apprentice. She pleads her case desperately, bragging she is super agile and a fast learner. She practically shouts, begging him to teach her the grand adventurer lifestyle. Leo totally panics and tries to shut this down. He stammers, telling her to hold on a second. He has absolutely zero desire for an apprentice. He grabs her arm, trying to physically haul her up. He insists he was just helping out, and she needs to keep her head up. Too late. The damage is done. The tavern patrons start whispering, questioning if they really just heard apprentice. Leo hears the chatter starting up, and instantly knows he is in trouble. Watch closely now. The crowd turns against him fast, judging him for ignoring a girl begging on her knees. Leo looks over and spots Emmy, the waitress, giving him a cold, judgmental glare. He mentally panics. Why is that woman just watching him struggle instead of helping out? Leo tries again to make Sheath stand up. She completely refuses, stubbornly slamming her head right back down onto the floorboards. She screams that she will not move a single inch until Master Red finally agrees to make her his official apprentice. Unable to handle the public embarrassment any longer, Leo cracks and shouts okay, fine, he will do it. He desperately begs her to stop this childish behavior since everyone is watching. Sheath is absolutely beaming. She cheerfully thanks her brand new master, totally thrilled that he finally caved in. Meanwhile, Leo questions his entire existence. Holding his head, he wonders out loud how this madness even happened. Back at the table, Emmy gives a playful wink. She totally knows she successfully trapped him here. Leo grumbles angrily about her under his breath. Emmy just drops off some sausages, whistling a happy tune as she leaves him to deal with this crazy mess. Anyway, time to get practical. Leo strictly asks Sheath how much money she has. Between bites, she answers, just over 1,000 dims. Leo breaks down the costs. The guild charges a 500 dim registration fee right away. He does the math, pointing out that only leaves them 500 dims. Moving to the next big question, he asks about her equipment. Sheath places a single weapon down. Apologizing to her master, she admits this dagger is all she owns. Leo asks to see it. He takes the weapon, telling her to eat while he inspects it. Needing to concentrate, he unsheathes the blade for a much closer look. We both felt that shift, right? He spots a dragon engraving, finds it interesting, then absolutely freezes. He realizes the blade might actually be mithril. Sheath cheerfully adds some backstory. She explains a village hunter taught her self-defense, gifting her that exact knife as a goodbye present. She adds that if it is an issue, she is totally fine selling it to get a replacement weapon in return. Leo turns dead serious, telling Sheath to listen very closely to his next words. He instructs her to keep that item always. He lays down some very strict ground rules. He warns her never to leave it with anyone, not even him, and never show it to strangers. Above all, never, ever think about selling it. Sheath quickly agrees to his orders, but cannot help checking. She asks if the dagger is really that big a deal. Leo explains those engravings prove the weapon is first rate. Only a master craftsman could carve something that detailed onto a blade. Sheath takes that in, but she has one more question. She asks if a dagger like this can actually defeat evil demons or similar dark monsters. Leo hesitates, admitting he is not sure if a standard dagger could fully take down a massive demon. Daggers are usually for self-defense, especially for people who cannot handle swinging giant swords around. But before diving too deep into that lecture, he suddenly switches gears. He asks about her family while she thinks, "So what do you and I make of this?" Let's dive right in. Leo explains, this dagger is actually crazy sharp, perfect for easily slicing right through heavy, top-tier armor plates. Sheath enthusiastically answers his question with a bright smile. Turns out her dad was a lumberjack. He actually trained her to swing heavy axes so she could help chop wood in the massive forests. That detail is exactly what Leo needed. He looks right at his brand new student and boldly announces it is time for lesson 1. Here is his golden rule for combat. She absolutely must pick a weapon that feels totally natural and comfortable when holding it tight. Sheath blinks in pure confusion, asking if she seriously just picks her gear by feeling. Leo nods, explaining that every single fighter has distinct personal preferences for epic battle gear. But he drops a harsh reality check. Almost nobody actually uses tiny daggers as their main weapon. He clearly breaks it all down, explaining that short blades are strictly for emergency self-defense. The reach is terrible, unless you are playing the role of a sneaky, specialized shadow assassin. Sheath totally understands the logic, realizing a classic long sword is clearly the better choice. She thinks about it, not a terrible idea, but she panics. Worrying a massive long sword is way too hard for a total beginner. Completely unsure, she directly asks her master what exact weapon would actually fit a clumsy girl like her. Instead of just answering, Leo searches his memory. He asks if she regularly helped her dad back home, and Sheath eagerly confirms she often joined his intense work trips. Leo asks her to remind him what her dad actually did, vaguely recalling her past mention. Sheath cheerfully shouts that he is a lumberjack. Boom, that completely seals the deal. He immediately stands up, boldly declaring that she will definitely start with the battle axe. With her awesome weapon decided, he announces their next stop is the Adventurer Guild. It is time to officially register her. Sheath is absolutely hyped for this plan, pumping both fists while shouting total enthusiastic agreement. The epic duo marches out along the lively harbor. Massive ships are docked everywhere, citizens bustling about. As they easily navigate through the loud, crowded market streets, Leo walks with intense purpose, while Sheath happily trails behind, passing countless colorful merchant stalls. After walking forever, Sheath gets super confused, asking where they are actually heading. Leo does not even turn around, bluntly telling her to stop asking questions and just follow quietly. Now pay attention here. They arrive at a gritty industrial zone with massive chimneys pumping thick smoke. Leo reveals this is Kurigane Street, casually mentioning he knows a skilled local blacksmith. Sheath processes this, excitedly whispering about a real smithy. Leo adds that this specific crafter handled his own epic special gear in the past. Sheath instantly perks up, gasping to ask if this master forged his cool gear. She gets insanely hyped, thinking she is getting a totally personalized weapon, but Leo plays it super cool, telling her it is not that impressive. It is literally just a basic necessity for busy adventurers. He keeps walking, explaining that custom gear is super common once you rank up in the guild. Finally, Leo points ahead, announcing their arrival. Meanwhile, Sheath is hilariously pouting and making grumpy noises, completely annoyed by his casual dismissal and the long trek. Leo steps up to the loud workshop, shouting inside for Kirka, jokingly asking if she is still alive and kicking in that heat. A strong woman named Kirka pokes out, but gets instantly, completely distracted by little Sheath. We all saw this coming. She totally ignores Leo, asking about his daughter. Poor Sheath just stands there awkwardly, nervously, stammering a hello. Kirka finally registers his greeting. Gripping a massive hammer, she grins, confirming she is alive. Leo immediately shuts down the funny daughter rumor flat. He clearly tells Kirka she is definitely not his kid, clarifying she is his apprentice. Moving on quickly, Leo explains their mission. They dropped by specifically so Sheath could try out a few different awesome weapon types today. Kirka yells for Luge. A cute younger girl in an apron pops out from the back room, answering the call before spotting their new guest. Luge instantly jumps to wild conclusions too, teasing Leo about having such a cute secret daughter. Leo looks absolutely exhausted and totally fed up, complaining that mother and daughter act identical. He explains all over again that her name is Sheath, strictly his new apprentice. Luge just laughs it off, giving Sheath a warm smile. She jokes they are in the exact same boat, then suggests heading into the back room. They enter a massive storage room, completely lined wall to wall with epic weaponry. Stick around for this. Racks of epic swords and heavy axes everywhere. Sheath is absolutely amazed. Sheath spots the gear scattered around and asks if Luge crafted it all. Luge totally beams, proudly admitting that she absolutely loves showing off her handiwork. You and I can see they hit it off instantly. Kneeling there, they get totally lost in their own little bubble, chatting non-stop. Meanwhile, Leo just awkwardly watches before deciding to steer things back on track. He calls out to Sheath, asking if she actually spotted any gear she likes. Sheath instantly snaps to attention. frantically apologizing for getting so sidetracked by the chatter. Leo drops some practical wisdom. He reminds her that since she used axes back home, finding a weapon with that exact same vibe is her best bet. Luge takes that cue and absolutely runs with it. Catching on, she suddenly whips out a massive, terrifying weapon, proudly hyping it up as the hyper-enchanted dragon vanquishing hand axe. Yeah, the name and that giant weapon are super overkill. Leo and Sheath just stand there frozen, blank expressions on their faces. They let out this perfectly synced sound of total confusion. Luge doesn't give up, though. If they hated that one, she's definitely got a backup plan ready. She whips out something way crazier, the extreme blazing destruction hatchet. Sheath looks totally terrified, wondering what is happening, while Leo just silently sweats in the corner. Leo steps in real quick before Luge summons a planet-crushing chopper or something equally insane. His eyes quickly scan the room, spotting something interesting leaning against the far wall. He points straight at it, asking Luge about that specific piece and wondering if she crafted that one too. Now watch this. It's a heavy-duty black and silver axe, packing a unique mechanical design that actually looks way more practical than that crazy hatchet. Leo grabs the sleek axe and holds it right out to his apprentice. He tells Sheath to go ahead and give this one a quick test. Hold. Sheath gives this new axe a quick test run, instantly blown away by how incredibly smooth it swings. She notices that despite its heavy, rugged look, it handles exactly like those familiar lumberjack axes from her hometown. But this isn't just some basic axe. While she holds it, a hidden mechanism clicks and it completely shifts forms with the sharp, satisfying swish. Luge watches them closely, proudly pointing out that swinging is barely scratching the surface here. She excitedly reveals there is actually a hidden secret function built right in that she wants to show off. She triggers the mechanism, massively extending the weapon's overall reach. Sheath is absolutely mind-blown by the epic transformation, shouting that it is the coolest thing ever. The deal is completely sealed. With literal sparkles in her eyes, Sheath turns to Leo, shouting that this is definitely the one. She needs it. But then Leo drops the harsh reality of cold economics. He guesses a crazy mechanical weapon like that would cost around 200,000 dimes. Sheath totally freezes, stammering in pure shock at that gigantic price tag. All excitement drains away as she sadly admits she only has 500 dimes. But Leo steps up like a hero. He tells her to cheer up because he is actually willing to spot her the cash she needs. But Luge throws them a wild curveball. I know what you're thinking, but she cheerfully accepts 500 dimes. Why? Because she considers this specific product a total failure. Leo is stunned for a second, wondering if she's actually serious. But he quickly clears his throat, locking the deal before she changes her mind. Right then, Kirka, Luge's mother, and the actual shop owner steps in, having totally overheard their entire exchange. Kirka explains that selling weapons for cheap is actually part of Luge's training to start building up her own loyal clientele. She then tells her daughter to do some final maintenance on the axe before handing it over. Luge snaps to attention, instantly agreeing. Sheath looks down at all her new gear, happily checking the fit. Mentioning her armor, she decides that, for now, she is completely thrilled just having the lower half of her body geared up properly. Kirka flashes a huge thumbs up. She tells Sheath to come back for the top half once she actually earns some more cash. Sheath happily thanks them for everything. Leaving the shop full of crazy energy, she tells Leo she wants to start right this second. Walking ahead, Leo just dismissively mutters that it is useless. Holding up 2 fingers, he quickly grabs her total attention. Dropping advice number 2, he tells her flat out that she needs to party up with other beginners at her exact same level. Sheath completely ignores this practical advice. Spiraling into pure fantasy, she yells about making friends, overcoming the odds, building trust, and finding epic love. Leo instantly cuts her off, warning her not to build up any weird illusions about how things work. Holding up 4 fingers this time, he clearly explains that as a very basic rule, a standard party always consists of 4 people. He emphasizes the number 4 again, pointing out that it is a strict guild regulation, just in case she was wondering. Leo says they have to find 3 more members. Sheath suddenly pauses, looking totally confused. You and I know exactly where this is going. She assumes Leo counts, asking if they just need 2 more. Instead, Leo makes her repeat his advice. Team up with players at her level. Sheath finally pieces it together since their ranks differ. He is absolutely not joining her party. Leo breaks down logic using a diagram, Stick with me here. He claims mixing different levels is a total disaster waiting to happen. See that level 40 warrior carrying 2 terrified newbies. Leo totally roasts that classic beginner mindset, thinking it would be awesome to have one experienced pro round just to completely carry them, showing how the high-level pro ends up doing literally everything. Sheath just glares right at the back of his head with absolute intensity. Leo awkwardly shifts his gaze, sweating under the pressure, but pretending he doesn't notice. He just keeps rambling about why he can't team up. Honestly, he'd take a clueless newbie over some experienced guy any day. He warns her that proud veteran players are incredibly annoying to manage. Sheath totally buys it, beaming with pure excitement. She admits she's completely convinced and thrilled she asked. Fired up with fresh energy, she declares it's finally time to find new friends. Moving along, the duo is casually strolling down the street when a massive crowd catches their eye. Something crazy is definitely happening. Sheath eagerly points out the massive commotion up ahead. Leo, totally not interested, he tells her to ignore it, muttering that in a massive city like this, random drama happens literally all the time. But watch closely, ignoring him completely. Sheath yells that she's investigating and sprints toward the crowd. Leo yells out to stop her, but she's already vanished. Right in the middle of that crowd, a massive, perfectly round sinkhole in the pavement. One bystander asks a panicking woman if she is okay, while someone else mentions that a person just jumped in alone. The entire crowd starts whispering with pure anxiety. A guy mentions wild rumors about monsters hiding in the sewers. Another adds he thought only brave adventurers face this kind of crazy danger. Sheath rushes to a guy near the edge and asks what is wrong. Folding his arms, he seriously explains the street just randomly collapsed. Nearby, devastated woman is absolutely bawling her eyes out. The tragic reality suddenly hits them. Someone dropped straight into that hole. The heartbroken lady tries explaining through heavy tears. She mumbles about sisters promising to help, but with all the absolute chaos around her, she's really struggling to speak clearly right now. Covering her mouth, she cries that he just isn't answering anymore. She screams for Fu. Her poor kid is trapped down there in silence. Suddenly, Leo steps up, completely dropping his lazy slacker act. You and I love this part. Looking her dead in the eye, he declares they're adventurers here to save her kid. Shifting straight into cool professional mode, he asks if a temporary guild request works for her. Terrified, the mom hesitates, admitting she can't afford real adventurers. But Leo doesn't miss a beat. He lies so smoothly, claiming they're just rookies starting out. He says it'll cost less than 2,000 dimes, an absolute dirt cheap bargain price. Stunned by the generous offer, the mother just stares. He turns, ordering Sheath to grab her guild card. Sheath instantly snaps to attention and grabs it. Leo presents the card, telling the mom to press her finger down to seal the deal. He adds she can pay later. Trembling, she completely agrees and authorizes the quest. Formalities finished, Leo confidently declares they are officially ready for their very first job. He tells Sheath he's making a special exception just for her. Pumping her fist, she is totally ready for action. Facing the bystanders, Leo barks orders. He tells everyone to back away from the unstable street, demanding a volunteer to run and alert the city water department immediately. Wasting absolutely zero time, Leo dives straight into that abyss. Dropping down, he shouts for Sheath to hurry up and follow. She eagerly nods, preparing to leap right in after him. Cut to the dark, super damp sewers, where wild water rushes through endless brick tunnels. Sheath covers her face, seriously struggling with that terrible stench. Leo promises she'll get used to it soon, but right now, she must completely focus. He warns her to draw her massive axe sword. There's a huge chance they'll encounter nasty sewer rats or tricky goblins down here. Drawing her weapon, Leo quickly coaches her on handling the upcoming epic fight. Listen closely, aim straight for the head, and never hesitate. He adds that experiencing real field combat is the only true way to level up. Boom! Leo casts light floating ball, summoning a brilliant glowing orb to illuminate the creeping darkness. Guided by the bright magic, Leo signals the advance. The brave duo immediately starts marching way deeper into the mysterious sewers. So what do we think? Navigating these shadowed tunnels, they pass massive pipes, pouring endless water. Leo tests Sheath's sharp awareness, asking if she hears anything. She narrows her focus, catching a faint metallic clink echoing from afar. Plus, that eerie splashing sound. It is getting way too close. Stick with me here. Leo tells her she passed the test. Enemies are approaching fast. He demands she gear up so we can see her true potential. Boom. Two wild goblins crash the party, one packing a sword, the other a club. Leo instantly scans the threat level, shouting out that they are armed with swords and polearms. He declares Sheath can totally solo this fight. She screams back a hyped yes, ready to strike. Training wheels, gone. The goblins charge down the tunnel, shrieking wildly as they spot our duo. Leo gives real-time coaching. He screams at her to dodge first and stop rushing in entirely blind. She needs to evade. He orders her to strike only when she spots a clear opening. She loudly confirms she understands. The monster takes a massive swing, but Sheath perfectly raises her axe sword to block the impact. She exhales a deep, shaky breath, super thankful she did not just fail. She lands an epic kick, sending the monster flying back. But right after looking so incredible, she grabs her head and just completely panics. Smashing her weapon down, she defeats the goblin. She starts cheering wildly, celebrating her win. But Leo snaps back, barking at her to stay focused because the fight is not over. Sheath totally loses her cool, spinning in circles with swirly eyes while screaming in absolute panic. You and I both know that feeling. Leo facepalms hard, entirely unsurprised by this exact mess. The second goblin suddenly lunges with the fear strike. Sheath scrambles frantically, barely deflecting the incoming wooden spear with her weapon handle. Heavily grunting from the immense pressure, she wobbles wildly on her feet, completely rattled. So Leo steps up closely behind her, firmly ordering her to snap out of this total nonsense. Leaning in super close, his voice stays calm. He explains she can dodge thrust attacks just by carefully tracking their movements. He hypes her up, saying she possesses the skill to easily see this attack coming. That snaps her right into reality. Gripping her weapon tight, Sheath loudly yells her understanding, fiercely glaring down the final goblin. The intense training abruptly ends as the final goblin hits the floor. Sheath stands there gasping for air, totally exhausted from fighting. But Leo offers zero breaks, strictly ordering her that they must keep moving right away. Sprinting through the gloomy dungeon corridors, their heavy boots wildly splash through the water. Sheath quickly shouts out to her master, warning him about a suspicious noise coming nearby. Leo hears it too, stating the source is just ahead. Rounding the corner, they run headfirst into an absolutely terrifying nightmare of a situation. Watch closely, guys. It is not just a small squad. A massive goblin horde is totally swarming these ruins. Amidst the total chaos, Sheath spots someone trapped and immediately points her out. An exhausted woman holding a staff stands in the ruins, clearly a mage or healer. Leo loudly shouts to her, checking if she is still safe. The brave healer attempts to smile, saying she is okay, but then totally admits the harsh reality. Way too many monsters surround her. She cannot solo this, and everything is spinning out of control. Leo commands the field. He screams for Sheath to charge, ordering her to crush these enemies one by one and make sure they stay grounded. Without any hesitation, Sheath yells a strong confirmation. Meanwhile, Leo absolutely wastes no time. He dashes straight into the madness, fiercely clashing his sword against the very first blocking goblin. Cutting a path forward, he readies his weapon, eyes locked onto the swarm. He absolutely refuses to waste precious time taking them down slowly. Time to wipe them out instantly. Leo raises his weapon and loudly chants a powerful spell, calling upon the many flowing rain. Unleashing his rain arrow skill, dozens of bright energy projectiles aggressively pour from the sky, slamming the goblin horde. Those poor goblins stand zero chance. They drop fast as magic arrows pierce through them. Seeing the tide turn, the healer loudly screams that this is their ultimate chance. Sheath simply watches the total devastation, looking genuinely shocked by her master's insane firepower. The massive horde defeated, Leo expertly surveys the room, confirming they fully control the situation. Turning to the uninjured healer near the wall, he decides to keep things incredibly simple and jump straight into some quick, friendly introductions. Using his cool alias, he introduces himself as Red, then happily gestures to his awesome companion, Sheath. He asks for her story, nodding gratefully. The woman introduces herself as Reed and sincerely thanks our heroes for totally saving her life. Taking the lead, Reed offers to guide them outside, politely telling them to follow. And what do you and I see next? A cute white cat happily trotting alongside. Sheath gets completely sidetracked by the cute little animal. Staring wide-eyed, she stammers out the word cat to her master, but Leo totally ignores her fascination, saying it is time to head back. Let us dive back in. The scene shifts to a lively tavern. Huge wooden mugs clashing as our squad toasts. Sheath is busy counting on her fingers, trying to calculate their earnings. She figures one monster equals 550 dims, making 27 targets equal 14,850. Leo drops a huge stack of bills on the table. He breaks down the commission fee, then hands over roughly 15,000 dims to her. The table is absolutely packed with roast chicken, fish, soup, and bread. Leo glances at the feast and cheerfully tells everyone to dig right in. Reed stares at the giant meal and the cash. Totally overwhelmed and emotional, she tears up, asking if this is really okay. She is super confused about getting paid and treated so warmly, especially since she was the one who actually needed saving. Sheath throws her mug up high, looking ridiculously proud of herself. She reminds the group that Reed approved the feast since they finished the mission as a team. Leo takes a big swig from his drink and actually agrees that Sheath makes a good point. He adds that Reed should definitely use the temporary request system just to keep things completely official. Reed softly apologizes for the hassle, but Leo is not having it. He taps Sheath on the head, reminding them that helping folks is exactly what adventurers do. Sheath loudly yells out in pain from the sudden strike. Leo just calls Sheath an idiot while she rubs her sore head. He turns his focus back to Reed, suddenly getting super serious, telling her the adventurer dispatch system is the absolute cornerstone of the guild. Since she is an adventurer herself, she definitely shouldn't deny her place in it. Reed looks down, softly admitting that Mr. Leo is completely right. She explains wanting to take full responsibility for her own work. But since she cannot offer any money as compensation, she finds this whole situation super tricky. Now watch closely here. Something finally clicks for her. Looking up sharply, she asks how he even figured out she belonged to the Golden Church. Leo notes that, just as expected, Sisters of the Golden Church are truly different from ordinary folks. He breaks down his logic, pointing out the specific embroidery on her dress. He easily recognized the sickle on the wheat symbol. That is the exact mark of the state religion from the Cirrus festival out in the western lands. Reed's face instantly softens into a sweet smile at the mention of home. She happily agrees, describing it as a beautiful place that is peaceful, calm, and cheerful. She confirms his genius deduction, stating she really is from Syracuse. Sheath, completely busy stuffing her face with food, cheerfully chimes in, saying she has never visited Sir. Leo takes a second to ask Reed why she actually chose to become an adventurer here. Meanwhile, Sheath just happily keeps munching on her massive meal right beside him. Reed explains that becoming an adventurer honestly makes the most sense for her. It makes traveling simple, gathers intel, and earns money. But here is the crazy secret you and I didn't see coming. The main reason for this is she is actually searching for someone. She figured the absolute most populated area in the bustling city was the perfect place to start her search. Reed cheerfully adds she is lucky to have a talent for light magic, specifically, the golden variety. She also mentions she is actually used to wielding a scythe every single day. Leo brings up the intense old sewer fight. He verifies that despite her skills, it was actually her first time in real combat. Reed shyly confirms that is entirely true. She smiles, saying once she realized she could just slice off the monster's legs, it got super easy. Though she admits it was a really close call overall. Sheath gets super curious, asking if the golden formula of light magic is any different from the ordinary kind. Reed quickly clarifies that basically, they are almost exactly identical. Leo cuts right to the chase, asking if she can handle the support and recovery role without issues. Reed confidently answers with a rock-solid yes. Hearing about magic gets Sheath completely hyped. She loves the sound of witchcraft and excitedly asks Leo if she will ever be able to use it too. Leo ignores that for a second, focusing right back on Reed's situation. He gets super serious, asking if she is in a massive hurry to find that missing person. Then, Leo turns to Sheath to address her earlier question about using magic. He tells her point blank that he honestly doesn't know if she has any magical aptitude for it or not. So for now, she just needs to focus entirely on sharpening her close combat skills. Suddenly, Reed jumps into the conversation, looking incredibly sad and somber. She admits her biggest fear is just falling completely before she can do anything useful. She gently explains her reasoning, noting that if you lack skill, intense panic sets in during fights. and that loss of composure leads straight to a tragic defeat. She fully agrees that using complex witchcraft in a high-pressure situation like that simply would not work. Her mood brightens up almost instantly as she looks at Leo, and that is where we leave it. She admits she was completely blown away seeing him flawlessly mix swordplay with effective magic. Let's jump right back into the adventure. Leo stays totally humble about his crazy skills, then casually asks the cheerful girls how long they've actually been teaming up together. Sheath throws her hands up cheerfully, shouting they literally just started today. Leo immediately starts swaying. Realizing he is getting dragged into something entirely new, he frantically clarifies they are not a real party yet. He insists the setup is temporary, claiming he is strictly acting as their teacher now. Sheath completely ignores his panic, happily taking a huge gulp from her mug. Since she wants to build an epic party, she asks Leo for advice on what kind of strong members she should find. She starts brainstorming out loud, wondering if she should recruit a powerful magician or maybe a helpful cleric to balance things. Leo offers some totally practical advice, suggesting she grabs a fighter who excels at close combat. He explains that having frontline brawlers massively increases the survival rate of the whole team. Sheath nods, totally agreeing. Leo then breaks down the absolute perfect team synergy. He describes a warrior who handles melee combat, but also uses spells, basically describing his exact self. He adds that if Reed supports them with recovery magic, she would be absolutely perfect for the role. Sheath just stares at Leo with total confusion. Hearing his crazy description of this perfect hybrid fighter, she asks him how she is actually supposed to find someone like that. Reed suddenly chimes in, smiling with absolute awkward charm. She admits she has been thinking about joining a fun party too, but simply did not know how to start. Reed adds she is having the exact same struggle with finding decent teammates. Now watch this closely. Leo realizes Sheath is completely oblivious, so he swiftly delivers a sharp kick right to her shins under the table, in her yelp. Leo glares right at Sheath, visibly annoyed by her total cluelessness. He straight up tells her the best potential team member is sitting right across from her. Suddenly, Sheath connects the awesome dots. She finally realizes that since Leo already refused to join their squad, he absolutely must be talking about the sweet girl sitting right next to him. It completely clicks that he means Reed. Reed smiles brightly, playfully confirming the whole dynamic. She points out that since Leo handles both magic and melee like a boss, her unique healing skills make her a flawless fit for the growing group. Sheath stands there, puffing her cute cheeks in a pout, looking super salty, or maybe just incredibly embarrassed that she actually needed such an obvious hint. Reed's sweet expression brightens into a genuine smile. She admits she can be a bit chaotic sometimes, but says she is so excited to work together. Sheath's mood flips instantly, and she happily grabs Reed's hand with joy. She completely begs Reed to join their squad, hyping it up by claiming joining means Reed gets special training from her awesome master. Leo, hearing this nonsense from the sidelines, tells Sheath to stop treating him like some kind of free bonus gift tossed in with a purchase. Sheath happily ignores his complaints, raising her mug for a massive toast, cheering to Leo that they just scored 2 new members. Leo instantly brings her right back to reality, warning her she definitely will not find anyone else as skilled as Reed so easily. Sheath's pure excitement suddenly vanishes, and she nervously asks what to do. Answering her tricky question about finding solid teammates, Leo holds up 3 fingers, dropping his ultimate third tip. They seriously need to start taking joint requests. He tells her the real secret is working alongside tons of different adventuring parties. You and I know this trope. We see lively adventurers gathering around the guild board, hunting for epic work. Leo explains the massive catch first. Since the final payout gets split by the number of parties involved, they lose a huge chunk of money, but he insists the insane benefits totally justify taking that pay cut. He breaks it down smoothly, explaining that a joint commission is basically a smart way to fill in for any missing party members. It easily allows a single tricky request to be handled by multiple squads, combining their sheer strength. Reed totally catches on right away. She realizes that by teaming up like this, she could finally take on way more dangerous requests than she could ever possibly handle all alone. Leo points a finger up, completely confirming she nailed it. He totally agrees that for pure efficiency, having 4 strong people ready instantly to tackle a request together is simply the best option. But then he throws a mysterious question right back. asking why they think adventurers do not just do that from the very start. Sheath looks completely surprised as the awesome answer finally clicks. She asks if it is because they are testing members, like right now. Leo confirms she is totally correct. He points out that not just anyone can become a permanent member of their squad. He elaborates that by using temporary allies, you get to witness exactly what they are truly capable of in a real, intense battle. The brilliant strategy is repeating joint requests with top performers until forming a truly solid team. Sheath is completely sold on this, loudly praising her awesome master for such a genius plan. With her fist raised in pure excitement, she wastes zero time, loudly declaring they seriously need to check the joint request proposals right this second. Makes you think, right? Leo finally concludes his lesson. He explains to Reed that teaming up with different groups will actually help them spot their own squad's biggest flaws. You and I know that makes perfect sense, and Reed agrees. Enough theory. They march right up to the guild's massive quest board. Staring at the messy wall of papers, they try to pick the perfect mission. Sheath quickly points out the first option. She spots a group called Yumahari no Tui, the Moon of Bowering. Their crazy mission? Clearing out undead from a spooky, abandoned cemetery. She immediately finds a second option and asks her mentor what he thinks. This one is from a crew named Oracle Beads. They want help hunting giant mushrooms in the forest. Leo quietly weighs their choices. He notices that the Moon group is rank EU, which is pretty low level, but Oracle Beads is rank C. He cringes, knowing that joining a rank C party as a total rookie means he will absolutely get looked down on. He completely dodges that massive headache, so they choose to join the Moon of Bowering. Over at the counter, the receptionist says the other party arrives tomorrow at 10 in the morning. Sheath cheerfully agrees, but once the details are set, her happy vibe totally vanishes. She completely freezes up, cold sweat drops as reality hits. Walking away, Sheath looks absolutely crushed, muttering that she saw this coming. Leo desperately tries to comfort her. He points out that budget ins are not even that pricey, but honestly, it is so obvious. The poor girl is totally broke. I know what you are thinking. Reed is stunned too, asking if they are actually sleeping outside. Leo finally gets it. Reed has cash for an inn, but Sheath is basically out on the streets. Leo refuses to let his students sleep outside alone. Pointing at himself, he promises Sheath that he will camp out in the dirt right alongside her. Sheath totally panics at this wild offer. She stammers, asking if he is really sleeping right next to her. Reed gets incredibly flustered too. She covers her mouth in absolute shock at how crazy this sounds. Of course, Leo takes their reaction completely the wrong way. He gets super defensive, asking what their deal is, and if they just hate being around him. Sheath waves her hands, frantically trying to explain herself. Reed finally calms down, makes a huge choice, and says she is staying too. She figures with Leo around, Sheath will stay safe, so she actually thanks him for the protection. Leo asks again if the healer is seriously fine sleeping in the dirt, but she completely insists. He shrugs, telling the girls to follow along. He leads them down under a canal bridge. Once beneath the stone arch, Leo instantly turns this into a cool survival lesson. He explains that this exact spot guards them from any surprise attacks from behind or above. Sheath instantly drops into pure student mode. After sharing the tactics, Leo whips out a huge sheet, creating a makeshift camp on the cold pavement. As Sheath watches, Leo offers to take the first guard shift so the girls can rest, but nope, they both shut him down immediately. You gotta love their spirit. They yell that this is strictly a tough training exercise. Leo finally settles onto the ground, quietly listening as Sheath starts getting a little sentimental. She admits this all feels like a crazy dream. Just yesterday, she doubted she could ever become an adventurer. But thanks to her mentor, everything changed. Sheath happily lists off today's big events: buying actual weapons, following Leo's wise advice, and meeting Reed. It is honestly so much for her to process. Reed smiles, holding her staff. She completely agrees, wondering out loud if she is stuck in a dream too. Meanwhile, Leo lies awake, silently staring up at the stone bridge. He gets super philosophical. He thinks about how anyone can start as an adventurer, but surviving is the real challenge. He glances over at his sleeping student. To him, the biggest factors in this dangerous job are just pure luck and fate. He admits Sheath definitely got lucky, but then, his face gets dark. Heavy memories of his old party suddenly float back to the surface. He remembers Thane and the old crew. Luck is not everything, you know. Sometimes, things just completely fall apart regardless. Staring right up at the moon, he wonders about the crazy things that shape our paths. He muses that tiny moments change everything. It could be meeting a new person, a random place, or an object. Truly anything. Nearby, Sheath is dozing off, barely keeping her heavy eyes open. Drifting away, she softly murmurs about meeting her master. It perfectly syncs up with Leo's deep thoughts on fated encounters. They finally settle down for the night, and trust me, you're going to want to see what happens tomorrow. Come watch this fun journey with me. It's early, the city is quiet, and Leo is awake. He hums by the canal, seriously wondering what exactly he is doing with his life. Then morning arrives, and Sheath wanders out looking like an absolute zombie, completely messy and barely dressed. She mumbles a super groggy good morning. Leo barely even glances her way, instantly ordering her to go wash up and put some real clothes on right away. While Sheath scrambles to get ready, Leo casually chats with Reed, who is already dressed. He kindly asks if she struggled sleeping. Reed nods, saying her cat was just too excited and kept her totally awake. Suddenly, Sheath bounces back into the room, totally transformed and bursting with bright energy. Leo lets out a heavy sigh as she frantically waves, loudly asking her master what he is doing up so early today. Leo calmly lays out the morning schedule for them. He explains their item gathering training runs until 10. After that, they will finally settle down over breakfast to decide the single most important thing of all. Sheath repeats him, super curious about what could be that important. Holding his cigarette with a slight smirk, Leo dramatically reveals the big, exciting answer. He proudly announces it is time to pick their party name. Later, Leo waits at a tavern table. The girls cheerfully announce they are back from their shopping mission, and Sheath eagerly shows off her items first. She excitedly lists potions, antidotes, and holy water, proudly bragging, her total cost was 320 dimes. Now pay attention to this twist. Leo barely reacts, instantly asking Reed about her shopping list instead. Reed shyly reveals her own results. She bought absolutely everything for just 29.50 dimes, and she even scored a magic potion as a totally free bonus. The results are painfully clear. Leo officially declares Reed the big winner. Reed smiles shyly at the praise, while Sheath totally slumps over, sadly muttering about losing. Leo uses this moment to teach Sheath about adventurer economics. He bluntly explains that saving money is more crucial than anything else in this job. So, learning the art of buying goods cheaper is an absolutely vital skill. Reed cheerfully explains her winning strategy. She totally skipped the main shops and visited little stores hidden off the main street, specifically choosing the ones run by men. Leo nods approvingly, noting she played to her strengths absolutely perfectly. Sheath still completely misses the point, asking what the actual difference is between those hidden shops and regular stores. Leo simply breaks it down. He explains that main street stores get plenty of busy customers, meaning they have zero reason to ever lower their item prices. However, the smaller private stores tucked away in back alleys get way less foot traffic, so they are much more willing to actually bargain for a sale. Sheath stays face planted on the table, totally bummed out and loudly apologizing for failing the challenge. Leo tries cheering her up, explaining 320 dimes is a totally fair market price. Here, we have all been there, right? Sheath lifts her head, still slowly processing this new information. She asks about the men, part of that strategy, but she is also confused by another weird term she heard, an icon. Leo calmly addresses her first point. He explains that guys simply have a huge soft spot for pretty girls, adding a funny maybe at the end, while Reed sweetly smiles. The clear evidence is right in front of them. Reed is a lovely young woman, and her cheerful charm is exactly what made that shopping strategy work perfectly. Leo slowly turns his gaze to Sheath, staring intensely to evaluate if she honestly has that exact same pretty girl potential. After a very awkward silence, he looks away and quietly mutters that she probably counts too. Reed cheerfully chimes in with sparkling eyes, boldly declaring they will use absolutely every weapon available to them. Sheath dramatically calls Leo horrible for hesitating earlier, but he completely ignores her. Moving on to the second thing she asked about, Leo then smoothly explains the real significance behind those religious symbols. He points out you absolutely cannot just slap a religious icon on any random storefront. If a shop proudly displays one, it usually means the shopkeeper is super religious. He continues, noting that because of this devotion, clergy members like Reed often score special treatment and way better prices. Reed happily confirms this is true, remembering how her father sold firewood to priests at a discount back home. Leo gives a fun, casual salute, praising her for perfectly exploiting that cool advantage today. Reed gets super flustered by his praise, blushing as she clutches her chest. She shyly admits she only knows this because someone taught her similar tricks before, earnestly begging Leo to keep teaching them more cool things. Suddenly, Emmy slams down a massive food spread, cheerfully announcing the Guild Tavern's special breakfast plate and beer. She cheerfully tells the whole group to eat up, so they can grow big and strong. Winking brightly, she encourages them to keep growing. Then she makes a funny, self-deprecating joke, gesturing to herself and claiming she grew up so big thanks entirely to this tavern's amazing milk. Sheath is instantly sold, her eyes completely wide as she happily declares she will drink a ton of it. We're in for a fun ride. Reed agrees. They need extra energy, while Leo sighs and tells Emmy to stop being silly. Alright, stick with me. Breakfast is over, and Leo means serious business. They need a party name. Sheath pumps her fist, screaming in pure excitement, while Reed awkwardly asks if a name is actually required here. Sheath is totally appalled. She yells that of course, they absolutely need one. A flashy name is an adventurer's pride. Sweating, Reed shrinks back, conceding that building a solid reputation is pretty crucial. Leo breaks down the logic. He explains that your party title is basically the only thing you actually get to choose. He points out that high ranks mean folks force random titles on you without asking permission. Sheath is completely tuned out, happily stuffing her cheeks with sweet bread. Reed looks incredibly thoughtful, asking how they should even begin picking a good name. Leo mentions groups often use the word dragon for luck, an old tradition left over from the ancient dragon worship days. Swallowing her food, Sheath suddenly jumps in, naming the absolute most famous dragon party out there. Ruakaris, meaning holy wolf, dragon. She adds that she heard their leader, Thane, actually got certified as a legendary hero very recently. Leo nods. He notes the popular theory that those adventurers were secretly run by the holy wolf, Church's mighty war teacher. He figures that is probably exactly where Thane got his cool name. Inspiration. Reed catches the dragon topic, mentioning the holy wolf dragon is actually her own church's main deity. She asks if that hero Sheath just mentioned happens to follow their exact religion. Looking at Leo with pure respect, she praises him as a super knowledgeable guy for making those connections. Feeling completely awkward, Leo looks away. He bluntly admits he didn't figure it out. He just heard the info from somebody else. Back to brainstorming, Sheath excitedly suggests using Hakiru, the legendary white dragon. She mentions the word ibuki, meaning breath. Reed loves this angle, adding that her order's priests actually interpret breath as blessings. Leo nods, totally deciding to roll with Reed's awesome interpretation. He starts piecing it together, thinking about breath of the dragon. While talking, Reed suddenly zones out completely. Her mind drifts to the past, remembering Quan, the person who invented that holy wolf dragon name, and the title, Elena. Now watch closely. She wonders what Quan is doing, as their team name decision clicks perfectly at the table. Sheath is absolutely radiantly beaming. Throwing a peace sign, she announces the party name is officially decided. Hakiru Ibuki, White Dragon's Breath. She is extremely pleased with the cool sound. It beautifully mixes Reed's breath concept and the legendary white dragon from Sheath's home village. With the epic name settled, Leo stands to leave. He tells them to visit Yumabaratsuki. Confused, Sheath looks up from the bench, asking if her master isn't coming. Leo takes a drag from his cigarette, instantly getting serious for a second. He explains things get incredibly messy when non-official party members interfere. He reminds the whole group he already ran through the strict precautions with them. With the briefing finished, the entire mood shifts instantly. Sheath throws her hand up, smiling. Huge. She announces she is heading out, specifically making sure to tell Leo goodbye. But while handling the request, they meet another duo. A warrior checks the papers, noting the joint request. I know what you're thinking. Beside him, a bikini armor woman totally scoffs at their new name with pure skepticism. She wastes zero time hurling insults, hoping this brand new little group will not drag their team down. The armored woman, Irene, keeps the harsh insults coming. She complains about being partnered up with what she calls a spineless brat and bitter nun. In the background, Sheath totally panics. With swirling eyes, she cries to Leo that this hostility is definitely not expected. Reed takes the awful insults with an icy, annoyed glare. She comments she always finds herself in the absolute worst place mentally. Meanwhile, poor Sheath stays in the background, absolutely freaking out over this wild confrontation. Observing quietly, Leo spots the gear emblem. He instantly recognizes the famous Moon of Bowring. He notes they are Veilites, which is highly unusual here. The argument heats up fast. Offended that someone called her vulgar, Irene fiercely snaps her head. She fires a personal shot, telling the healer to stay as modest as her chest. Reed won't budge. You and I have to love this awesome comeback. Reed calmly states size doesn't matter, but Irene lacks all decency. Irene instantly screams, "Stick with me." The male warrior stops the brewing fight. He firmly crosses his arms, sternly telling his partner Irene to drop the argument immediately. But honestly, the heavy tension between them is still lingering. Reed turns to Sheath, looking deadly serious. She boldly declares that girls exactly like Irene are absolute natural enemies who must reap what they sow. Off-screen, Irene snaps back, scoffing that she refuses to ever lose against a country hick like Sheath. The verbal sparring escalates quickly. Reed refuses to take these insults lying down. She fiercely fires back, asking if Irene comes from the sandy countryside. That totally hits a nerve. Irene snaps back defensively, yelling that her homeland is not just some country. Before things turn physical, the strong warrior firmly orders Irene to stop immediately. Sheath is nervously sweating bullets beside them. She grabs Reed desperately, suggesting they just move on before it gets worse. The heavy tension barely breaks. Irene crosses her arms, stubbornly looking away, grumbling that she will drop it simply because her brother said so. Meanwhile, Reed totally plays the victim. She dramatically closes her eyes, openly claiming she is utterly distraught by the whole thing. Trying to lighten the mood, Sheath introduces herself as Cease, then formally introduces Reed. She honestly admits they lack real combat experience too, but proudly highlights that Reed can use light magic. That is a massive deal for the specific kind of work. The strong warrior introduces himself as a Leo, and confirms that the loud girl Irene is actually his sister. Irene chimes in, explaining she is a powerful Veil spearman. She drops the fierce attitude for just a second, honestly admitting that she actually lacks much real-world combat experience. The truce is super shaky at best. Irene immediately scoffs, asking what is so amazing about basic light magic. Sheath politely says, "Nice to meet you," and Leo's returns the friendly greeting. But Reed floats backward, muttering that Irene is seriously just a child. Now, pay close attention here. Their new job is clearing out the undead infesting an abandoned cemetery located over in the eastern forest. It is a classic cleanup mission. Allo quickly explains his smart strategy while checking the infested graveyard. He figured that rather than just relying on basic weapons, it would be way faster to recruit a party with the cleric to take down the undead properly. Inside the structure, Sheath turns toward Reed. Looking a bit worried, she directly asks if Reed truly thinks she can handle it. Reed remains incredibly calm, assuring her that as long as she has enough time to chant spells, everything is fine. Irene, however, remains utterly unimpressed by the caution. She loudly complains that her magic archery is plenty strong enough alone. She grumbles that her brother is just being way too overly careful about this entire thing. Allo steps up to check his sister's wild attitude. He tells Irene to stop talking loosely, pointing out the hard truth. They can only heal themselves using potions. Risking a full dungeon run relying on such limited supplies is incredibly dangerous. He starts an inventory check, mentioning his holy water and antidotes. Then he asks the new recruits what items they packed. Once they confirm they have both items ready, Leo's nods, deciding that they can head out immediately. Sheath tries to force some bright positivity into the group, smiling and yelling they should get going. It is a tough sell, though. Leo's looks visibly stressed, while Irene and Reed keep busy glaring daggers at each other in the background. Trying to keep her own spirits up, Sheath tells herself to just go for it. She flashes back to Leo for a second, picturing him giving her a thumbs up, which totally helps her find the courage to keep moving forward. You and I both know that this dark forest path already looks incredibly creepy. Irene immediately attacks that comment, sneering that if anyone is scared, they should just go home. Reed never backs down, instantly firing back that she is not afraid. Allos ignores the bickering, totally focusing on the mission. He explains that according to his info, the main gate keys are stored in a shed off to the side, so he will go safely secure those keys first. Sheath nods, agreeing to his plan. Irene boldly takes it upon herself to set their formation. She flatly declares that if battle starts, she and Owls will absolutely take the vanguard. Sheath and Reed are relegated to the rearguard positions. Owls adds a very specific caveat to his role. He tells Sheath to treat him like a shield, admitting he is strictly a one-on-one fighter. Sheath reacts with a big yikes, seeming fairly concerned by that specific combat limitation. Suddenly, all that toughness vanishes. Irene falls onto the ground, screaming her head off in pure panic. Turns out, a tiny rabbit hopped near her leg, and she is completely losing her mind. Reed looks down with absolute pure judgment. She asks how Irene expects to defeat terrifying undead monsters while reacting like this to a tiny woodland animal, trying to quickly recover her dignity while completely terrified. Irene yells back a totally nonsensical defense about never fearing any magic users. Trust me, Sheath catches out staring at her way too intently while walking. Let's dive in. She calls him out, asking if she's just crazy or if he's actually staring. Owls gets super awkward immediately, stammering out a vague excuse to dodge the question. The vibe completely shifts as Reed takes the lead, warning everyone to proceed with caution. Irene walks right beside her, sweating and visibly stressed. She's clearly not enjoying this trip. They finally reach their destination, the Gravekeeper's house. It's a super creepy, gated property that looks abandoned. Irene stares at the incredibly creepy building, wondering aloud what kind of person would even live in a place like this. Reed quickly scolds her, calling the comment completely rude, while Sheath goes straight for the gate, rattling it hard to confirm it's definitely locked. Since the main path is totally blocked, Leo suggests they start looking around for a key. They step onto the wooden porch of a nearby shed to investigate. Irene is getting way more agitated by the exact second. She loudly complains there's absolutely zero sign of anyone living here, and she definitely doesn't see a key anywhere. Owls tries to rationalize the emptiness, guessing the owner probably lives somewhere else. But right as he speaks, a sharp clacking noise completely shatters the quiet. Owls whips his head around instantly, demanding to know what that creepy noise was. Reed spots something weird on a nearby table. She points it out to the others, drawing their full attention to a specific spot on the wood. Sitting right there on the wooden table is a key. Now pay attention here. Irene totally loses it, backing away terrified because she knows that key was not there earlier. Even Reed looks disturbed, confirming Irene is right. It just appeared out of nowhere. Owls is shaking like a leaf, completely spooked by this wild paranormal activity. Sheath, however, seems way more concerned about the time than spooky ghosts. She tells the group they should just finish the job they were given, mostly because she really needs to be back home before nightfall. The confident group gathers, weapons ready, taking charge of the wild situation, and confirming that they are going to stick to the agreed plan. Reed steps up to do her magic part. She softly clears her throat with a hum to compose herself, then immediately launches into a magical chant, calling on inner light to cast a pure body blessing. As the magic takes hold, Reed explains the awesome mechanic. She has bestowed a specific blessing meant for purifying skeletons. Basically, if Sheath attacks them while this epic buff is active, the monsters absolutely cannot revive themselves. Alo looks super relieved, cheerfully commenting that a cleric really is essential for this kind of work. Even Irene, who is usually always complaining, has to begrudgingly admit that having the healer around is great. Suddenly, Sheath's eyes shoot wide open. She senses something approaching. Sheath instantly snaps into combat mode, shouting to Owls that enemies are incoming. Alios doesn't hesitate, immediately acknowledging her warning and bravely bracing himself. The sudden threat reveals itself. A whole squad of armed skeletons rises up to block their path. Reed starts up another magical chant, but this one feels a bit weirder. She begins speaking poetically about golden waves and swaying senses, boldly declaring herself the harvester of gold and plunderer of riches. Irene steps in with her bow, looking incredibly confident. She tells the others she will handle the 3 skeletons in the back, and insists they leave those exact targets to her. You know what's coming. The skeletons screech and charge straight at them, but Irene steps up to make good on her epic word. She pulls her bowstring back and begins a magical chant, calling on the lonely moon to manifest and become fierce scales that devour blazing flames. As she releases, she unleashes an epic technique called Flame Lizard. The attack FLIs perfectly true, tearing through the graveyard. The magical energy slams into the ground and targets, kicking up heavy debris around the tombstones. Direct hit. The skeletons caught in the blast get absolutely shredded by the dark energy. Slashes, falling completely apart as they scream silently into the night. Sheath watches the display, eyes wide open. She can't help but shout out that it was truly amazing. Clearly impressed by all that raw power, Leos firmly keeps his guard up while filling them in on the wild details. He explains that Irene's magic bow packs a serious punch and has great range, but it also drains a massive amount of her magical energy. Because of that huge cost, she can't just spam shots in rapid succession. With the immediate threat completely handled, Reed finally takes a deep, much-needed breath. She smiles and happily confirms that they have successfully purified the immediate area around them, for right now, making it totally safe once again. She happily continues her holy work, standing tall and perfectly confident amidst the beautifully glowing, warm light radiating from her incredible magic. Basking in the light of her magic, she chants a powerful prayer to completely sweep away the dark corruption and fully revive the beautifully untainted, peaceful land around them. As the bright, magical light finally fades from the land, Reed smiles and gives everyone a quick status update. So where do you and I go from here? She figures they just need to hit a few more spots to fully complete this epic magical request. Leos turns to finish the request. Alright, stick with me here. Leos turns and casually asks if she can just clear out the entire area in one massive sweep to save everyone some time. Talk about an absolutely wild request from out of nowhere. To save time, Irene just silently looks right over at Reed's face. With the first threat totally cleared, Reed's whole attitude shifts. She admits this healer is actually top tier. Reed beams a huge smile back. She tells Irene she is incredible too, admitting she has never seen anyone fire off magic from a bow like that before. Sheath feels completely useless watching that insane display of power. She nervously asks if she and Owls are even needed anymore. Owl shuts that down fast, telling her not to ever say things like that out loud. Reed jumps in to totally reassure her. She asks Sheath what she means, explaining she only pulled off that epic spell because Sheath bravely bought her enough time to finish the chant in the first place. Irene has zero time for pity parties. Waving everyone forward, she shouts they are heading deeper inside to get this request knocked out as fast as possible. As they regroup, Reed quickly clarifies strategy. She explains she cannot keep spamming huge purifications and blessings non-stop like before, so she will be jumping right into the physical fight from here on out. Irene chimes right in, admitting she cannot keep shooting so many arrows either. Hearing they actually need her help totally perks Sheath up. She confirms she gets it, suggesting they take these enemies down one by one while keeping their guard up. Watch closely here. They push into the graveyard, but Irene spots trouble. She calls out that more monsters are lurking deep inside. Reed confirms it, saying she can see them perfectly clearly too. Irene stares straight ahead, looking super serious. She starts mentioning something, but trails off. Meanwhile, back at the tavern, Emmy walks over with fresh beers. Noting the kids left, she playfully teases Leo, asking if the big guy is feeling lonely now. Leo simply brushes it off, grumbling, he is no child. He asks about her shift, but Emmy just smiles, dropping onto the bench next to him, and happily announces her break time. Leo takes a long drink, admitting she really played him perfectly this time. Emmy acts totally innocent, asking what he means, and Leo clarifies this whole sneaky situation she just set up. Emmy smiles at Leo, pointing out that despite all his grumbling, he is the one who actually chose to step up and take a disciple in the first place. She asks where his intel comes from. Leo admits he actually poked around and did some serious investigating late last night. Leo suddenly gets serious, narrowing his eyes. He changes the topic, noting the loss rate for rookie adventurers has been slowly creeping up. Emmy completely agrees with him. She casually adds, guys always vanish the day after confessing their love to her, which is a weirdly specific stat. Leo ignores that little confession detail and stays focused on business. He sits there, thinking how the overall management of adventurers has been getting way too sloppy and dangerously careless recently. But Emmy won't let him brood. She pokes his back while swinging her legs, teasing that he is secretly worried about those kids, no matter what he claims about the guild. Leo lights a cigarette, trying to play it cool. In his mind, he is deeply wondering if Sheath and her friends are okay, but out loud, he just says their mission depends entirely on their own skills. Now, he quietly runs the tactical scenario in his head. If it is just hunting monsters at the town cemetery, with their solid front and rearguard formation, he figures there shouldn't be a single issue given their current skill level. But Emmy suddenly pauses, looking confused. We both felt that shift, right? She asks if that was their exact request. Leo notices her tone and immediately asks what is wrong. Emmy recites the listing monster hunting in the old abandoned cemetery. She thought it was a totally standard rookie request, but the way she says it clearly implies that location might be way more dangerous than advertised. Emmy suddenly corrects him, pointing out his intel is just completely outdated. She asks if that story is 10 years old, explaining all the town cemeteries were completely purified to whole years ago under the former mayor's new town policy. That hits Leo hard. If those town cemeteries are completely clean, he realizes the place Sheath's team went to is not what anyone actually thought. He starts wondering exactly which abandoned cemetery they walked into. Just then, Emmy remembers something big. She suddenly gasps, telling him she heard about an ancient cemetery located way out in the southern forest. Leo immediately asks if any residents actually live around that area. Emmy just shakes her head, confirming there should not be a soul out there. Leo narrows his eyes. Smoke drifts from his cigarette. The math does not add up. He asks the obvious. So what do we make of this? Who requested a hunt where nobody lives? Let us jump right into this mystery. He tries rationalizing it through standard guild procedures. Since they usually investigate the details before assigning quest ranks, he nervously tells himself there should not be a single mistake in the official paperwork. Hopefully. But Emmy is not done yet. Crossing her arms, she asks if he heard the latest gossip, ready to drop heavy rumors on him. She says there is huge talk that the underground demand for brand new adventurers has been skyrocketing lately. Adding to that, she nervously mentions there has been a massive spike in demon sightings around town. Leo looks completely grim processing this. Both pieces of intel spell major trouble, so he rapidly pieces it together in his head. If underground demand is up, that means fresh rookie adventurers are being traded for huge payouts. Emmy notices his sudden dark silence and asks what is wrong. Leo finally shares his worst fear, admitting he actually suspects a totally fake request. A clever trap specifically designed to lure naive rookies out. He concludes this is a terrifyingly real possibility. Sitting right at the table, Leo is completely stressing out. He grabs his forehead and swears, scolding himself for not checking those details and realizing the terrible truth sooner. He frantically starts piecing the dark puzzle together. He figures any totally fake request must have a sinister goal behind it. He thinks deeply about that surging underground adventurer demand and all those highly suspicious recent demon sightings. Then it finally clicks. Watch closely here. Leo suddenly realizes it is newbie hunting, a cruel strategy to eliminate fresh adventurers before they ever get a chance to grow strong. He figures the enemy fears far more than just numbers. They actually fear heroes who are genuinely skilled at taking down big monsters. The adventurers themselves are the absolute biggest threat, so they are taking them out early. Emmy follows his dark logic, connecting it to the rising vanishing rate for young adventurers. She nervously asks if he thinks this is the demon's fault. Leo points a finger, confirming she is absolutely right. He explains that if a human worshipping the Demon King quietly slips a fake request into the system, the guild would never see through the deception. That completely abandoned cemetery in the dark forest is basically the perfect setup for an ambush. Leo abruptly jumps up from the table, totally startling Emmy. She looks at him, nervously asking what he plans to do next. Turning away, he tells her he does not care if people call him entirely overprotective. He is going right after them. The scene shifts to the dark ambush location, a desolate, incredibly creepy graveyard on a hill where crows are perched on crooked crosses. A male demon guard with a large horn on his forehead suddenly speaks up. He tells his partner, Grim, he can definitely smell humans nearby. Grim, female demon with 2 horns, responds very calmly. She mentions feeling a burst of purifying light earlier, realizing there is actually a pretty decent priest mixed right in with the group. Guard looks completely confused, asking if they did not specifically put out a request meant for newbies. Grim looks down at the creepy graveyard, noting these humans must be incredibly capable for rookies. which makes this the absolute perfect opportunity for an investigation. Tapping her chin thoughtfully, she figures the young adventurers are probably getting bored or tired of just endlessly hacking through weak zombies and skeletons by now. We all see that mischievous look. Time to completely shake things up. She suggests sending something a bit tougher their way, just to see exactly how they handle it. Her expression sharpens, emphasizing they need to properly assess just how truly strong these intruders really are. Down on the ground, the brave party is still holding the line. Although loudly shouts he will take on those zombies, using his heavy shield to hold the front. Sheath steps up behind him, adding she will join the fray, since her attacks have enough reach to safely strike from behind. A zombie lunges forward, claws fully out, but Ios is ready. He fiercely slams his shield up, blocking the creature's strike with the massive impact. He does not waste a second. Alo thrusts his weapon forward, skewering the zombie through the chest in one perfectly clean motion. Back in the spooky graveyard, Reed firmly stands her ground as the undead horde approaches. While the fighters are completely busy, she watches the incoming enemies with a surprisingly calm look on her face. She is not just watching, though. Reed steps up, thrusting her magical staff forward, blasting a zombie right in the face with a huge magic burst that sends whatever that dark black stuff is absolutely flying. Meanwhile, Sheath and Irene are loudly arguing over who gets to defeat what. Sheath shouts the incoming skeletons are hers, but Irene immediately snaps right back, telling her not to get in the way or hold her back anymore. Determined to quickly prove herself, Sheath charges straight at a cloaked skeleton, winding up her heavy sword for a massive strike, but she completely whiffs the execution. Her heavy blade smashes into the rocky ground instead of the enemy, leaving her weapon completely stuck and her guard totally wide open. The skeleton immediately takes that opening to attack, and Irene notices the complete disaster happening from the side. Irene rushes in, calling Sheath an absolute idiot. Trust me, you and I definitely want to see what happens next. Stick with me here. Sheath looks super flustered, apologizing while recovering. Irene jumps into the fight, slashing hard at the skeleton's ribcage, but her blade completely glances off. She realizes that cut was way too shallow. She grits her teeth, super annoyed that these monsters are insanely tough, despite just being old bones. The skeleton counters with a massive overhead swing while Irene stays close. She tries bracing herself, but Sheath spots the danger and screams Irene's name, realizing she is about to get crushed. At the final second, Sheath leaps right back in, blocking the skeleton strike with her heavy weapon. Sparks fly as she holds the line, and a super relieved Irene happily thanks her for the save. They quickly reset their battle formation. Irene asks if Sheath is okay and points out one remaining enemy. She tells Sheath she will handle the defense to draw attention, setting Sheath up to land the final blow. True to her word, Irene starts rapidly parrying the skeleton attacks to create an opening. With the immediate threat fully neutralized, Alo regroups with Sheath, calling out that they are finished with enemies on this side too. He keeps the whole team focused, ordering everyone to stay strictly on guard. He turns to Reed, asking her to perform another purification on the area just to be safe, and she quickly agrees to start. But before casting anything, Reed and Sheath both suddenly freeze, their eyes going super wide as they sense something massive shifting in the atmosphere. Watch closely now. The ground shakes violently, catching our party completely off guard. While they scramble to figure out what exactly just hit them, Irene immediately starts panicking, repeating over and over that this is terrible news. She identifies the quake as a magical tremor. Meanwhile, Reed just stands there, totally pale, learning that this should not be possible. Reed starts breaking down the logic, explaining that tremors like this are caused by an insanely excessive release of magic power during a spell. She says it is virtually impossible for any human to generate that much energy, noting that among the undead, only a wraith could actually even use magic. But even then, she insists, not even a wraith could cause a tremor this powerful. The pure scale of this magic is just completely off the charts. Sheath does not wait for any academic debate. She screams at everyone to get out of there right now, invoking her master's wise advice. She recites Leo's golden rule. When unexpected situations hit, you never fight, you run. But they are simply not fast enough. A massive wall of black energy erupts around them, cutting off their escape. Someone shouts for the group to stick together. As the darkness violently closes in, our four adventurers are forced into a tight circle, completely trapped inside a raging vortex of dark magic. Leos is sweating bullets, looking around frantically and asking what the heck is actually going on. Irene screams back that she has absolutely no idea. But then a loud voice shouts out a warning that something is coming their way. You seeing this? A massive skeleton warrior steps from the dark smoke. This is no normal enemy. Its entire body is fully engulfed in raging flames, and it is decked out in heavy armor. The whole group freezes for a second. Alo stares at the monster, trying to process what he is seeing. He says it looks like an undead, but he is confused. Reed is just as baffled, noting she has never heard of an undead that is literally on fire. Irene snaps out of it first. She loudly yells that she does not care what this is. Drawing her sword, she declares that since they are trapped with zero escape, their only option is taking this thing down. Alo steps up to take the front lane. He grips his shield tightly, warning the others that while he does not know what this enemy can do, that burning sword it holds is definitely dangerous. Reed gets the plan immediately. She tells the team she understands, warning them that her usual defensive blessings probably will not do much good here. She decides to switch gears, attacking the monster directly using light magic instead. Sheath jumps in, fully realizing her own limitations. She tells Reed they will buy the time needed to cast. She figures her magical bow probably will not make a dent in that burning skeleton, so distraction is their best bet. Irene rallies the squad, screaming for everyone to move. There is no turning back now. They must win this fight to survive. While the others engage, Reed begins a major incantation. She starts chanting about the fallen heavens. Chalice, mixing the golden moon with shining silver stars. Massive magic energy gathers around her as she continues the verse, proclaiming herself as the Golden Reaper and the arbitrator of sin. The flaming skeleton warrior is not letting up at all. It lets out a silent roar as the fire around its body intensely erupts. It lands a devastating blow directly on Al's. He grunts under the strain as his shield actually cracks from the pure impact. The monster immediately follows up with a massive horizontal swing. That is where we leave it. The sheer force and heat cuts the air near Sheath and Al's. Sheath calls out that this enemy has an incredibly long reach. Alright, you and I are jumping into this wild fight. Al's warns the intense heat is a massive problem. Even Irene cannot find any openings. She leaps back to dodge a fierce strike, sweating hard while admitting to herself this guy is incredibly tough. Alo tries to cheer up the squad, stepping forward with his busted shield. He bravely declares he will hold the front line somehow, but Sheath is totally panicking. Standing safely in the back, she shakes with fear, completely convinced they are all going to fall if this continues. Escaping this crazy heat and running far away is all she really wants. She squeezes her eyes tightly shut, battling her deep fears by focusing on one special memory of her beloved master. In a flashback, Leo casually smokes while teaching her a lesson. He tells her not to obsess over one specific weapon. It is simply a handy tool for defeating tough enemies, and nothing more. He advises her to use her brain, and if a certain weapon is failing against an enemy, she must be entirely ready to toss it. Back in the present, Leo's inspiring voice firmly remains. He urges her to find a solution and keep a broad perspective while she watches this totally chaotic battlefield unfold right from the backline. Suddenly, Sheath realizes something while scanning the rocky ground. Now, pay close attention here. She shouts that she sees a clever way to win. Irene catches Sheath messing with her weapon handle and instantly loses her cool. She screams out loud, asking what she thinks she is doing during this massive fight. Sheath totally ignores the loud yelling and quickly grabs a heavy nearby rock. She ties it securely to her wire's end, proudly announcing that her genius prep work is officially done. Irene is still freaking out, sharply reminding Sheath that playing around with rocks is terrible. Timing when they are just trying to survive this encounter, Sheath simply ignores the harsh criticism. She screams an epic battle cry and swings her newly modified weapon like a flail. She smashes the rock into the flaming skeleton's face, forcing the monster to stagger back. Sheath proudly admires her epic handiwork and cheerfully celebrates that it actually worked. Irene is completely blown away by this brilliant improvisation, quietly admitting that Sheath is truly impressive. Taking full advantage of the amazing opening Sheath created, Alo fiercely steps up. He yells at the skeleton to watch him, pulling aggro right back to the tank. He follows that bold taunt with action, slamming his shield's edge forcefully into the distracted skeleton's rigid body. Suddenly, glowing light projectiles begin piercing through the skeleton's armor. Alo spots the shift and shouts, "You and I know it is finally time for Reed to shine." She lifts her scythe staff high, chanting a spell about light rings banishing evil, and unleashes a glorious magic attack she calls Judgment Spear. The magic perfectly connects. Reed yells for the squad to strike now as her Judgment Spear crashes right into the armored skeleton, blasting it with bright light. The heavy impact lands. Alos absorbs the massive shock wave with his sturdy shield, screaming out as he bravely holds his ground against the blast. Sheath certainly does not waste this perfect opening. She charges forward and leaps high into the sky, screaming a fierce battle cry while bringing her improvised weapon down for a grand finishing strike. She intensely throws her whole body weight into the attack, screaming at the top of her lungs. The axe flail utterly shatters the armor, and the skeleton groans before crumbling into pure dust. As the dust slowly settles, the cheerful team realizes they won. Irene happily throws her hands up, loudly cheering that they actually pulled through. Ows is incredibly hyped, praising the amazing teamwork that got them the win. But Reed is not quite ready to celebrate. Her face turns serious, sensing a presence nearby. She mentions something else is lurking out there and asks if someone is currently fighting. Reed quickly asks Sheath what she feels, but Sheath does not wait around. She sprints away from the squad toward the mysterious threat, leaving Reed shouting her name in pure confusion. Arriving at the scene, Sheath freezes completely solid. She loudly screams for her master in utter shock. It is Leo. He is locked in a fierce clash with Demon Grim. Sheath can barely speak the words, stuttering as she processes this completely unbelievable sight. We cut back briefly to before Sheath arrived. Grim stands casually among the stone markers, watching her flaming night puppet wreak total havoc from a safe distance. Her partner, the horned demon guard, appears with a warning. He warns Grim that they are approaching, alerting her that her current spot is unsafe. The epic battle between Leo and these demons grows intense. The horned demon guard unleashes a massive swing, forcing Leo to scramble backwards. Leo clicks his tongue, super annoyed while regaining his balance, realizing this fight will be tough. Grim, the female demon, glances where Sheath and Reed are currently hiding. She looks genuinely surprised, casually mentioning she completely missed any nearby allies until right now. Guard keeps his sharp eyes on the duel, warning her to stay alert. Grim starts carefully analyzing the situation. She figures it is concealment, magic, hiding them. That is tough for humans, and trust me, we are about to see things get absolutely wild. Guard focuses his massive attention entirely onto Leo. Let us dive in. Guard glares, demanding to know if he is alone or hiding. More surprises. Meanwhile, Leo knows he must keep the dangerous heat entirely off Sheath and Reed. Flashing a confident smirk, he lies straight to the giant demon's face, stating very clearly that he does not have any hidden allies. Grim does not care about his answer at all. Waving cheerfully, she tells Guard she is leaving Leo entirely to him. She playfully decides to go chase those cute kids she spotted nearby. But before Leo can stop her, the massive Guard launches an attack. The giant demon swings his heavy sword down with absolute crushing force, forcing Leo to dive desperately to the side to avoid getting completely flattened. Leo recovers instantly, pushing right on the offensive to stop them. Gripping his sharp blade tightly, he chants, commanding a white pillar to bare its icy fangs as he unleashes his epic frostbite spell. Driving his sword deep into the ground, a wild trail of jagged ice spikes erupts from the earth, racing violently straight toward the dangerous demons. Grim watches the attack approaching, her bright eyes lighting up with pure excitement. She calls it amazing, looking incredibly impressed. But then, she casually holds out her hand and softly whispers, "Extinct." Instantly, his powerful ice magic vanishes into thin air like it was absolutely nothing. Still, Leo does not let that failed ice magic slow him down. He immediately shifts gears, closing the gap with his sword drawn, ready to strike Grim directly. Pay close attention here. Grim's eyes widen as she realizes exactly where his gaze is locked. He is not swinging blindly. He is aiming specifically for that shiny jewel on her chest. Leo fully commits to the strike, thrusting his blade forward using his signature technique, called the last nail. He tries to shatter her core in one epic shot, but he completely misses the connection. Guard steps in with a loud grunt, swinging that massive stone sword to intercept Leo and crush him flat. Leo barely manages jumping back to avoid the heavy blow. Instead of attacking back, Grim starts clapping her hands excitedly. She cheers, Nice, nice. Telling Leo he is actually amazing. She looks like she is watching a fun sports match instead of a fierce, dangerous battle. Guard wrenches his heavy weapon out of the cracked earth, while Leo lands safely at a distance. Looking back at these wild demons, Leo clicks his tongue, nervous sweat running down his face. He quietly admits to himself that the difference in their available moves and raw power is simply way too wide to bridge easily. Grim, meanwhile, has noticed something very interesting. She calls out that Leo seems to really care about those kids hiding nearby. Having finally seen enough, she happily tells Guard he can stop holding back and go completely all out. Guard warns her that his current vessel, the human body he is currently inhabiting, will not survive that much power. Grim does not care about the consequences. Pointing a finger forward with a dark smile, she tells him it is completely fine. She dismisses this whole intense survival struggle as nothing more than a simple game. Guard clicks his tongue and prepares to fully engage. Watching them interact, a wild realization hits Leo. We totally know this is huge. He stares, asking if they are the smoldering vanguard. Surprisingly, Grim does not seem threatened by Leo figuring out their secret identity. Instead, she looks genuinely curious, simply asking him exactly how he knows that specific term. Leo keeps explaining what he knows, confirming his wild suspicions. He tells them he is fully aware they are the hardcore faction among demons, the elite group everyone usually calls firebrands. He digs even deeper into their hierarchy, explaining that within that faction, there is a special operations force focused solely on humanity, the dangerous group known as the Smoldering Vanguard. Seeing their reaction, Leo figures he totally hit the bullseye. He adds that only a crazy high-level group like them would bother coming out to a remote place like this. Suddenly, the mood shifts completely for the big guy. Guard turns to his partner, telling Grim that this human knows way too much to just walk away from this fight. Leo connects the final dots, noting their presence perfectly matches the witness reports he read. He boldly accuses them of placing that fake request just to lure innocent adventurers into a massive trap. Grim looks him over, clearly super interested now. She calls him an old man, demanding to know who he really is, asking if he is supposed to be some famous hero. She points out his fighting style is very unusual for a human. She playfully tells him that being able to use both magic and epic swordsmanship makes him fight exactly like a demon. Leo repeats her comparison about heroes and demons, sounding quite amused. He quickly corrects her, simply stating that he is just a humble mentor. The demons are confused about this lack of intel. Grim starts wondering what the Arak intelligence unit is actually doing. Meanwhile, Guard admits he never heard a single thing about any human being capable of fighting quite like this. Grim asks if Arak is the name of the intelligence unit Leo mentioned earlier. Leo replies it is actually his first time facing demons directly. But since they are chatting, he asks if she could reveal their objective too. Grim plays coy, repeating the word objective. Trust me, you and I will find out. Stick with me here. She breaks down their wild logic, explaining that veteran adventurers are massive threats who always cause major demon losses. Her bright idea? Take out the fresh rookies early on, meaning way fewer injuries for her squad. Grim happily confirms that is the Smoldering Vanguard's exact goal. Clapping her hands with pure joy, she calls it totally cost-effective, wanting to crush the threat early. Leo is absolutely not amused by this crazy logic. Scoffing loudly, he flat out refuses to let them get away with it. Standing next to Guard, Grim just shoots him a super cocky smirk. She mocks him, asking if he actually thinks he can win a 2-on-1 fight. Drawing his sword, Leo fires back with his own dramatic question. He casually asks if they ever realized exactly why he was taking his sweet time talking. Suddenly, Leo yells back to his awesome squad, ordering them to focus totally on support. Grim and Guard look completely stunned, realizing way too late he was just stalling for time. Leo instantly charges on the offensive, chanting for the white pillar to let the blade run and carve an arc. He unleashes an epic technique called Full Moon. Crashing down from the sky, Leo completes his supercharged attack, slamming his awesome sword right into the ground with absolutely massive force. But Grim sees right through the flashy move. She points, yelling to Guard that it is just a total bluff, which the big demon instantly acknowledges. Landing perfectly on his feet, Leo faces them, and Guard wastes 0 seconds. Now watch this epic move. The huge demon swings his giant sword with a massive roar, trying to crush him, but Leo stays completely, absolutely focused. He cleverly activates a cool skill called Attract, making totally sure the demons target only him. Boom, heavy impact. Leo miraculously blocks that giant blade using his way smaller sword, a move that actually catches big bad guard totally off guard. Holding his ground against the absolutely massive weight, Leo refuses to budge. Guard stares at the fierce human pushing back, and quietly admits it is impressive. Watching from the sidelines, Grim quickly puts the strategic pieces together. She mentions Leo must have known the flame core was their weak point. Not just standing around, she suddenly fires an absolutely massive black spike right at him. Reacting lightning fast, Leo gracefully dodges the dark projectile right as it violently smashes the ground. While keeping these dangerous demons busy, Leo desperately shouts back to his party. He orders them to hurry and finish this crazy battle while he creates a distraction. Grim, however, seems to be totally enjoying herself. Floating up, she happily decides to ramp the intense pressure way up, announcing 4 spikes this time while unleashing a wicked, dark technique that she calls Last Nail. Grim isn't having any of it. Staring them down, she confidently announces that she absolutely won't fall for the exact same trick twice. Brave Irene tries catching her off guard with a ranged attack, but Grim literally just swats the fast projectile away with one bare hand. Irene is completely shocked her fast arrow got deflected so easily. While Sheath loudly screams out for her master in pure panic, Grim totally doesn't let up, launching a genuinely massive black construct right at them. Someone starts stammering in total confusion at the absolute sheer size of this crazy attack. You and I both know Leo steps up to tank the hit, yelling that he will block it, but Grim just smirks, piling on the insane pressure and cheerfully announcing one more massive shot is heading his way. But then Reed steps in, moving forward with total determination. She fiercely declares she won't let the demon do whatever she wants. Seeing this courage, Grim actually pauses, looking genuinely impressed. She remarks how she never expected them to defeat Flame Iron, honestly, admitting out loud that this human party is actually pretty darn good. Still standing, Irene looks completely ragged and super angry. Snapping at the enemy, she loudly complains that thanks to them, she is covered in burns. Reed totally proves her worth, deploying an awesome magical barrier that successfully deflects the dark spikes, perfectly protecting her team from the follow-up. Leo finally sees his perfect opening. Shouting to Sheath that this is the grand finale, he orders her to aim directly for that chest gem. Grim clearly sees the writing on the wall now, or maybe she literally just loses interest. Sighing heavily, she admits she really wanted to play a little longer, but decides this is it for today. As she prepares to completely withdraw, Sheath doesn't hesitate. 1 second. Following Leo's direct order, she raises her heavy axe high, bringing it down with a massive yell straight at Grim's chest. Gem. But tragically, the fierce attack hits absolute empty air. Right as the blade almost connects, Grim smugly smiles and magically fades away, letting that huge axe swing completely harmlessly through her disappearing shadow. Dissolving straight into dark mist, Grim leaves them with one creepy final message, playfully claiming that she really wants to meet them again. Then she is completely gone, leaving Sheath standing alone in the settling dust. Sheath quickly looks back at Leo, panicking and calling him master, but Leo is just quietly staring at that empty space. Totally confused by the demon's strange exit, he asks what exactly just happened. This intense battle is finally over. What a wild ride for us. Leo, Sheath, Reed, Irene, and Io stand perfectly still, silhouetted against the open sky. Stick with me. Meanwhile, Guard is back in what looks like a weird library. He's replaying the fight, totally shocked that mere humans actually beat them, even if they were just fighting in their temporary astral forms. He admits he wants a real rematch someday. Staring into the dark void portals they used for comes, Guard wonders if they genuinely lost. But Grim corrects him immediately, saying it was actually a really massive win. Grim is literally glowing with excitement. She turns to Guard, confidently pointing out that this is exactly what she had been saying earlier. Humans are simply amazing. Her mind flashes back to the battle, focusing purely on Leo. He used magic against demons without a single ounce of hesitation. She keeps hyping him up, noting his insane sword skills easily blocked attacks from both her and Guard at the exact same time. She finally decides this guy is ridiculously strong. Back at the library, Guard is totally starting to panic. He wonders what the firebrands will think about this failed mission. He mutters that staying completely quiet might save him, but honestly, he is mostly just terrified of his dad's reaction. The anxiety is hitting hard, sweating bullets. He admits that if the Demon King asks him directly about everything, he literally won't be able to lie. Grim, on the other hand, is totally relaxed. Flipping a page, she casually tells him they just need to make absolutely sure they never get asked about it at all. She tells him to stop worrying, but watch closely here. Back in the city, Leo is sprinting through the streets, looking like he is on a super serious mission. The actual truth about the huge battle leaked. Turns out, the entire mission was a fake setup orchestrated by demons just to hunt down rookie adventurers. This wild twist completely shakes the Adventurers Guild and everyone in Gaddis. But despite the rising panic, the heroic party's fame absolutely explodes overnight. Sheath's group, which obviously includes Irene, Reed, and Sheath herself, quickly become superstars because they brilliantly fought off that demon attack. Seriously, you cannot even walk down the street without hearing their names. One guy praises their insane weapons, while another totally obsesses over the Moon Girl's revealing Veil Tribe outfit. A third adventurer just openly admits he is super jealous of the shield user for teaming up with cute girls. Leo, acting as their secret shadow master, tries keeping things under control after reporting the incident to the guild. He gives them strict orders to just lay low, no taking on any new requests. They have to stick together as a group of 4. Most importantly, avoid standing out. But obviously, Irene is not the type to just quietly follow orders. She snaps loudly, yelling that she will not listen to some old guy she barely knows. Ignoring all of Leo's warnings, she decides to storm off alone. The real reason for her little outburst is simple. She is totally sick of the spotlight. Everywhere she walks, people stare and whisper, and she is exhausted from being the main topic in every alleyway. Despite Irene's super dramatic exit earlier, she honestly didn't stay gone long. I know what you're thinking. Less than a day later, she swallows her pride and returns to Sheath's group. Later on, the entire squad is gathered around a noisy tavern table looking completely wiped out. Irene is literally face-planted on the wooden table, totally over everything. Slumped over, Irene complains that the second they group up, annoying people will not stop bothering them with invites. Reed fully backs her up, looking just as exhausted, mentioning other parties approached them at least 10 times today. Meanwhile, Sheath is clearly feeling super heavy about something entirely different. Sighing heavily, she quietly admits to the table that their huge victory wasn't even really their own achievement to begin with, knowing perfectly well, Leo did all the heavy lifting. Reed tries keeping morale up. He points out that Sheath absolutely shouldn't discredit her own efforts, reminding her she was the one who actually delivered the finishing blow to one of those demons. Sheath admits he is right, but her mind instantly drifts away. Looking up, she wonders out loud where on earth her master disappeared to. Reed reassures her that Leo is probably doing something important, so they have zero choice but to just trust him and wait this out. Sheath says she gets it, but she is growing restless and really just wants to take a request. Suddenly, Irene snaps back to life and shoots up from her seat. She declares that since they finally have some money, they are staying at a nice inn tonight. Because she is incredibly desperate to sleep in a real bed, there is absolutely zero hesitation. Reed and Alo immediately nod their heads in completely aggressive agreement. Sheath realizes they make a solid point. She remembers they've been roughing it under a bridge for training, which literally caused a sketchy creeper to follow and almost attack the girls while they slept. Considering that fact, she decides they definitely need a real room. But trust me, plans will change. Stick with me here. A sharp guild staff member in glasses approaches their table. She formally calls them by their team names, addressing Sheath's Breath of the White Dragon and Alce's Moon Bow, politely asking for a quick moment of their time. Looking up, surprised by the interruption, Sheath asks, "What is wrong?" The woman gets right to the point. She reveals that the top branch manager of the guild personally requested to see them, so she was sent to escort the entire party to his office. Sheath completely freezes, muttering the words branch manager out loud with the super confused look. Being from a tiny village, Sheath genuinely has zero clue who that is, and simply asks if he is actually someone important. Another member quickly explains that he is basically the absolute top boss of this entire town's guild. Realizing things are serious, Sheath asks, "What exactly is going on?" Dodging the question politely, the staff worker says it would be much better if they hear the details directly from the big boss himself. She gestures to follow her, and the group realizes they really have no other choice. Someone notes they cannot refuse a massive summons, which Ouz agrees with. The staff member adds she must hold all their weapons during this highly important meeting. Accepting that this is just protocol, the entire group stands up to follow her. Leaving the tavern area, they enter the administrative section, walking straight through a massive room packed with tall filing cabinets and incredibly busy clerks. Heading down the hall, Sheath gazes around with pure wonder, realizing this is her very first time seeing the inner workings of the guild. Seeing countless files everywhere, someone points out exactly how much crazy paperwork runs this huge place. The guide points them straight toward the stairs. Finally, the staff worker halts right before a massive wooden door at the hallway's end, signaling their arrival. The secretary pulls the heavy wooden door open, waving the group inside because the mysterious branch manager is waiting. Nodding in agreement, someone turns the shiny brass knob, and they boldly announce themselves as they step right inside. Walking inside, Reed suddenly remembers an important piece of advice she previously received to always trust her, master. Now watch carefully here. She peeks inside, eyes going completely wide, because this extremely fancy office holds a wild surprise. The guy lounging on the sofa is literally radiating sparkles. The heavy atmosphere is completely overwhelming. Stunned, Reed can barely even speak her greeting. Meanwhile, Sheath actually rubs her eyes, complaining that this guy is way too shiny to look at. The shiny man himself does not mind their wild reaction. Flashing a massive smile, he happily greets them, calling them mighty heroes right off the bat. Inviting them to sit, he introduces himself as Henry Arnott, head of the Gaddis Branch Adventurers Guild. Ready for business, Sheath bravely steps up. She introduces herself as Sheath from the Breath of the White Dragon Party, proudly presenting Reed as her loyal teammate. Reed bows politely. Next, Ouz introduces himself as a member of Moon Bao, gesturing to the gorgeous woman right beside him, presenting his powerful sister, Irene. Henry's sharp attention instantly snaps straight to Irene. Checking out her revealing outfit and unique skin tone, he is highly impressed, instantly guessing she belongs to the famous Vale tribe. Skipping the small talk, Sheath addresses Henry politely, asking him directly what exactly he urgently needs to discuss with their team today. Henry just laughs it off, smoothly, telling her there is absolutely no need to rush. Gesturing warmly, he asks them to first share the epic tale of their recent heroics. Realizing she must play along, Sheath agrees to his request. The entire group sits on the opposite sofa, getting completely ready for their report. They recount the wild battle, explaining how they crushed a fiery skeleton that appeared out of nowhere, before delivering the final blow to a demon. Visibly impressed, Henry highly praises them for showing such amazing martial prowess just 2 days after forming their new party. But the group stays totally humble. They explain it was just pure coincidence. You and I know the truth, right? They admit they would be completely defeated if that mystery guy had not miraculously saved their entire team. Henry clearly remembers hearing about this powerful mystery helper. Turning to his secretary Diaz, he asks for the hero's name. She checks her detailed notes, reporting she heard he was a former adventurer named John Doe. Scoffing instantly, Henry points out that John Doe is obviously a totally fake name, pressing Diaz to explain what exactly happened next. Adjusting her shiny glasses, Diaz quickly apologizes. She explains her team tried tailing the man, but lost track when he skillfully shook them off. Visibly annoyed, Henry clicks his tongue. Leaning back, he complains that this is exactly why he cannot ever trust those people from headquarters. He harshly scolds Diaz. Trust me, you and I definitely want to stick around to see how this wild mystery unfolds. Next, let's dive right in. Henry drops the assistant drama and zeroes in on our adventurers, staring down Sheath to confirm her identity. Sheath nods, fully listening. Leaning in close, Henry presses the issue, demanding to know if the group has any idea where John vanished to. But Sheath, total poker face. She calmly replies that she has absolutely zero clue. Henry is definitely not buying it yet. Leaning back on the sofa, he drops a bombshell, bringing up reports that they were seen chatting with John right before taking on the mysterious job. Leo quickly jumps in to smooth things. He cheerfully explains that they actually met the man 2 days ago. He admits they just happened to bump into him again yesterday by chance. but swears it was just a completely innocent coincidence. Owls completely backs him up, adding their first mysterious encounter was near the memorial grounds. Meanwhile, Irene practically yells defensively that she knows absolutely nothing. Henry carefully considers this for a moment. Bingo! Their story perfectly matches the tavern server's testimony, so he decides to let them off the hook and accepts their alibi. Moving right along, Henry completely flips the script. He declares it is time to get to the main event, specifically, how the guild actually plans to handle our spunky heroes from this point forward. Sheath blinks, caught entirely off guard, and totally confusedly asks what he means by handle them. Henry's face goes full serious mode as he explains this incredibly heavy situation. Now, pay close attention here, because this is a massive problem. Not the guild headquarters, the national military, or even the shady dark factions understand how that crazy demon engraving mark actually works. He looks completely drained, just bringing it up, explaining that with zero clues, they have been forced to investigate non-stop, and honestly, it has been incredibly tough on absolutely everybody. Henry cuts straight to the point, telling our heroes he cannot treat them like basic, low-tier adventurers anymore. Given these crazy circumstances, Allo does not even flinch, standing firm and asking what exactly Henry intends to do. So, the manager finally drops his offer. He says he wants to instantly promote them all to S rank as a special exception, but there is a catch. In exchange, they must become official guild knights. Sheath repeats the fancy title, looking totally bewildered about what a guild knight even is. Henry casually explains the role, saying it is basically being an elite adventurer employed directly by the guild. The one main difference, they would definitely have to prioritize the guild's special requests over any other random jobs. He continues, noting that while they have tons of normal work to assign, super sensitive missions can only go to elite adventurers they absolutely know are completely trustworthy. Irene ignores the corporate speak and bluntly asks if he is saying they must be his loyal dogs. Reed panics from the side, frantically telling Irene she is being so rude. Dia smoothly steps in to correct them, noting that dog is a really terrible choice of words. She coolly asks if they have any other questions. If not, she wants to wrap up the paperwork right now. Sheath instantly panics and loudly calls out for them to wait. I know what you are thinking, run. But Henry bulldozes her, asking what the issue is, and stating there is zero reason to refuse. So just quietly accept the epic offer. His face turns deeply threatening as he lays out the consequences. He tells them that if they refuse his proposal here, he will just assume they have absolutely zero intention of ever advancing their careers. He warns that in that dark case, it will be practically impossible for them to ever rise above E rank in the entire future. Allo snaps, asking what that even means. He figures out the truth and calls Henry out, pointing out that the sneaky manager never had any intention of letting them refuse this crazy offer from the very start. Henry does not even deny it, muttering about how utterly annoying adventurers are. He lectures that him personally meeting with iron rank nobodies is already a massive exception to the rules. He angrily orders them to just shut up and do exactly what he says. Poor Sheath just stands there completely intimidated, sweating under the intense pressure. Reed tries to handle things extremely diplomatically. She tells Henry that this is all moving way too fast, and they simply cannot decide right this second, desperately pleading with him to give them just a little time to think it over. But Henry shuts her down instantly, fiercely demanding they decide right now. He loudly repeats his threat that if they refuse him, right here, they can forget about ever having a future as adventurers. That absolutely pushes Sheath over the edge. She stammers for a split second before furiously slamming her hands on the desk, yelling that what he is asking is just too much. Henry is not fazed at all. He calmly questions her outburst, reminding the team that he is the entire guild's branch chief. He coldly explains the harsh reality of their position. Mere rookies like them can be crushed by him at any time. Sheath tries to protest again, but Diaz steps in and instantly cuts her off. The strict secretary says that is enough talk and slides the paperwork forward, ordering all of them to sign the document immediately. We aren't ready for Diaz's terrifying final detail. Let's dive right in. She explains this paper has binding magic, so lying is impossible. And if they break these terms, you and I both know the penalty is game over. Sheath just stands there, trembling, pen in her hand, totally frozen, unable to sign. The party watches in pure silence, but right as tension hits its peak, the door opens. A voice cuts through the room, sighing, "Good grief." That heavy tension instantly breaks. The door swings wide open, and Leo steps inside with a confident smirk, loudly announcing advice number 4 to the room. Never sign a contract you don't fully understand. Sheath panics, seeing him, instinctively yelling out, "Master," but she frantically corrects herself, calling him a stranger instead. Leo doesn't miss a beat, replying, "That is enough of this clumsy setup." Lowering her axe slightly, Sheath rushes right over to him. She practically begs her master to listen to the situation. Leo doesn't look worried at all. He just shoots her a quick, reassuring wink to let her know he has this completely under control. Henry is absolutely furious at this sudden interruption. He points an accusing finger right at the intruder. Stammering, he fiercely demands to know who this bastard is and who he thinks he's dealing with. Leo casually leans back. He greets Henry as the former branch manager, a totally deliberate insult. He sarcastically says it's nice to finally meet him, reducing himself as Artio. He casually adds that Henry doesn't even need to bother remembering his name. Well, that's the final straw for Henry. Falling back on his sofa, he screams at his secretary, ordering Diaz to throw this guy out right now. Diaz calmly adjusts her glasses. She asks Henry if he's entirely sure about that, pointing out this man is technically a John Doe, a total nobody. Henry is just confused by her sudden hesitation. While they talk, Leo totally makes himself at home. He strolls right past everyone, sitting comfortably on the couch between Sheath and Reed. He completely takes over the space while the party watches silently. Leo grabs the shady contract and starts reading it over. He hums disapprovingly, calling the terms terrible and completely awful. Then he looks up, exposing the actual plan. Henry was never helping them. He planned to use them as pawns, glorifying them as heroes who beat the demonkin just to boost his own sneaky political career. Leo looks over the shady document in his hand. He mentions that the fake name used is pretty terrible, but then he quickly brushes it off to focus on the actual harsh contract content. Now, here's where you and I need to pay attention. Sheath, Reed, Alos, and Irene gather around, waiting to see where he takes this intense interrogation. Leo stops reading and looks up with absolute disgust. He tells Henry, this plan is awful. He truly intended to use these adventurers as simple pawns, right? He exposes the entire shady scheme. Henry wanted to glorify them as legendary heroes who defeated the demonkin, but only to use that massive reputation boost for his political career. Henry completely snaps, admitting it without shame. He shouts that once adventurers finish being useful, they just get completely disposed of. He screams that this is exactly what a guild knight should be, nothing more than a convenient pawn for the guild's greedy interests. Leo instantly interrupts him by slamming his hand down onto the papers. He addresses Henry directly, straight up, telling him that saying the quiet part out loud right here was a massive mistake. Without hesitation, Leo activates his magic. His hand bursts into bright flames, instantly torching that shady contract he's holding. Henry completely loses it, jumping back and screaming at Leo. He demands to know what the heck he thinks he's doing destroying the document. Leo stays totally calm, just watching the ashes. He notes the counter magic isn't activating at all, which perfectly confirms his suspicion. The binding magic on that contract was completely fake and doesn't actually work. You and I knew he was prepared. Fake contract handled. Leo tosses a scroll tube across the room, telling the recipient, this is the real order from the scary lady. Diaz catches the flying scroll effortlessly with one hand, maintaining her strict, professional demeanor. She firmly states she will report this situation to Merzel-sama. Leo senses the heavy shift in atmosphere, breaking into a nervous sweat. He quickly clarifies he was just joking about the scary comment. Diaz drops her secretary act entirely. She looks cold and sharp, telling Henry he should really be careful now, because he's talking way too much. Henry tries regaining control, shouting at everyone not to make decisions without listening to him first, but then he freezes mid-sentence. The name Leo mentioned earlier finally sinks in. He stammers out the name Merzel. Pure terror washes over Henry's face. He panics, asking if they mean that Merzel, the head of the information department, also known as the Crimson Rose. Diaz completely ignores Henry's panic. She turns to Leo, addressing him formally as Artio McLaughlin, confirming she has officially received the warrant. She pushes up her glasses and coldly announces that they will now proceed with the operation. Henry realizes he's totally done for. He makes a desperate break for it, cursing repeatedly as he scrambles away. So what do you and I take from this? Don't mess with Leo. He takes charge, shouting for nobody to move a muscle, while Henry sprints away sweating buckets. He is totally panicking, screaming out and wondering exactly where his genius plan went horribly wrong. Stick with me here. His escape gets wrecked when an elite assassin squad in black masks suddenly appears, totally blocking him. They stand super quiet, but absolutely terrifying, weapons out. The entire room is instantly surrounded. Henry completely freezes, staring wildly around at this crazy ambush. He mutters that it is literally impossible, having absolutely zero clue how they even arrived. Totally defeated, Henry drops straight to his knees. Staring at their squad leader, he nervously stutters, asking why the legendary Black Blade unit came here. Dia steps right up behind him, saying his name coldly. Adjusting her glasses, she radiates pure boss energy. She formally introduces herself as Exiled, the head of the Information Strategy Department. Looking down at him, she declares his official arrest. The insane charge? He has been secretly making deals with demons. Dia stands tall over Henry, completely destroying his entire career right now. She drops the absolute hammer. As of this exact second, his branch manager title is gone. Plus, all his authority is officially, totally dead. Henry is sweating buckets now. He frantically stammers that this is a lie, refusing to accept it. But then, it finally clicks. He loudly accuses her of being a spy for Muracell. Diaz does not blink. She bluntly tells him she will absolutely not listen to his nonsense, instantly ordering her epic shadow team to secure him now. Now, pay close attention here. Henry desperately yells to wait, but gets cut off instantly when a sharp blade flashes right next to his head. A black blade assassin literally materializes right in his face, rocking a super cool mask marked with the truly epic rose symbol. Diaz quickly commands the rest of the elite shadow unit, ordering them to continue investigating. The other assassins instantly vanish right into thin air. Henry just stays on his knees, totally broken and crying nonsense, while one epic operative keeps a sharp dagger on his back. Das totally ignores his pathetic crying, ordering the operative to haul him straight to headquarters. Right before leaving, the female assassin pauses, staring silently at Sheath. Sheath totally catches that look and stands there super confused, wondering why this masked woman is staring. With the crazy drama finished, Leo leans back, casually talking to Diaz, walking right past. He points exactly to where Henry was, asking if a whole elite assassin squad was actually necessary for such a weak dude. Das keeps right on walking without even stopping once. She answers coldly, because Arto McLaughlin might have totally betrayed them. She honestly thinks the amount of backup she brought today was not nearly enough for this situation. You and I both know this is wild. Leo admits he never imagined this chaos. He turns his full attention to the boss woman, casually dropping that it has been a really long time since they last met. Das agrees with a simple yes. She looks him up and down, noting he is having way too much fun despite this incredibly serious drama. The rest of the crew, they are just completely and utterly lost right now. Super nervous, Reed speaks up, calling Leo her master. She admits having absolutely zero clue what is happening, begging for an explanation. Alios jumps in too, trying his best to show gratitude, but honestly, he is clearly just as incredibly confused as she is today. Irene has zero patience for polite chatter. She cuts right in, aggressively demanding to know their ultimate fate. Keeping his cool, Leo simply looks at them and says, "They are not done here yet." He promises to explain the whole wild thing later, telling them to just wait patiently longer. Das watches him easily manage his super confused team, a faint, knowing smile appearing on her face. Moving on, the crew grabs seats. Leo makes himself comfortable on the couch, getting straight back to business. He asks Das directly what happens here since they hauled that annoying scoundrel Henry away. Dia sits right across from him. All serious business. She clearly replies they cannot just halt operations today. So, for the time being, she is officially taking command here. Leo asks if she is the official branch chief now. Das confirms it with one word. Her expression gets super sharp, and she leans in. She tells him that first, she really wants his crazy story. She demands to know exactly how he somehow negotiated with Merzel at the Royal Capital headquarters. In just 3 days, Leo starts explaining the crazy logistics of his trip. He points out that standard travel is impossible for that timeline. even using a super fast dragon carriage from this town. A one-way trip alone takes half a month. He pauses, realizing they probably are not familiar with his insane techniques. He notes normal people would never use this method, then reveals exactly how he did it. He used a portal. Das immediately catches on, asking with total disbelief if he actually went into the ruined flame temple. Leo just shrugs it off, claiming passing through is super easy, even if reaching the deepest section takes about half a day. Trust me, he pulls out a map to explain everything. Alright, jump in with me here. Leo explains his insane shortcut, leaping from the flame temple straight to the giant's prison sphere transfer circle. From there, he popped up, gave Muracell the rundown, got the paperwork signed, and rushed right back the exact same way. Diaz accepts the crazy explanation with a simple nod. But she still has another question. She asks him point blank how he exposed Henry's dark connection to the demons in the first place. Leo just leans back confidently. He brags the trip only took 3 days, and seeing Muracell's absolutely stunned face made it completely worth it. Diaz ignores his flexing, muttering that leaving this guy unchecked is actually incredibly dangerous. Brushing off the casual threat, Leo finally answers her big question about Henry. He completely admits he didn't have it all figured out beforehand. He only discovered the dark connection on the actual day of the incident. He continues, adding that figuring out the real mastermind pulling the strings is a completely different headache entirely. Honestly, he states flat out that he doesn't really care about that part. Diaz looks at him, resigning herself to his wild attitude, remarking, he has always been like that. The scene shifts focus over to Reed, who is literally shaking in his boots. Leo casually explains that fighting demons wasn't his main concern. He only stepped in because it was incredibly obvious that Reed and the others were about to get caught up in something terrible. Now pay close attention. Leo explains his strategy, noting the absolute key was catching the Black Blade unit moving. He just tossed out some fake rumors to manipulate the whole area, easily tricking Muracell into signing off on the paperwork. He recounts his epic bluff, telling them it made perfect sense to find a squad like theirs out in such a remote place. He perfectly guessed they were sent there to investigate a massive scandal involving a manager. Diaz stares with total exasperation, telling him he is literally the only maniac with the guts to pull a bold negotiation stunt like that on Muracell. Leo suddenly drops his own hype, saying that story doesn't matter anymore. He asks Diaz what she plans to do with the rest of the rookie group. Diaz explains the harsh truth. Standard policy for anyone involved in a demon case is to take them into custody immediately. Plus, she highly doubts a rookie party could even take down a real demon anyway. But she offers a sweet compromise. If they claim they merely witnessed it, she can safely treat them as regular informants instead of prime suspects. Leo instantly shuts that down, saying just being witnesses isn't good enough. He strictly insists the official story needs to state that they actually drove the demon away. Otherwise, given the previous reports, these new guys will just look like liars. He points out Diaz bears responsibility too, since she let the info leak that the demon was already defeated. She accepts the logic, but demands a trade. She wants the combat data from the fight. She asks if he fought too, and Leo responds by dropping a bag on the table, asking if that counts. Sheath immediately spots the bag, realizing it is the monster Leo collected earlier. You and I both know he is playing chess. Leo confirms it, challenging Diaz to make the next move. Realizing she just got completely outplayed, Diaz crosses her arms and tells him to state his wish. Glancing back at the crew, Leo says his terms are super simple. He just wants to make sure these kids can keep working as adventurers. Leo makes his stance crystal clear to Diaz. He tells her he doesn't care about the fine print, as long as these rookies aren't dragged into her messy demon business. Diaz lists the benefits he is throwing away: rank ups, rewards, and major VIP treatment. She watches him closely. Despite those massive potential perks, he really doesn't care at all. She continues her thought process, noting that ranks and rewards beyond your means usually just end in a total disaster anyway. She adds that merely boosting their fame is a decent enough reward that makes the whole crazy effort completely worth it. Turning her attention to the nervous group of rookies, she asks if that arrangement is actually fine with all of them. Sheath chimes in first, completely loyal to whatever her master says. Reed happily nods in agreement, saying she is also perfectly fine with it. Irene, on the other hand, totally complains. She wants everything. Alo immediately shuts his sister down. He strictly tells Irene to know her place, insisting they should definitely know best about the deadly risks of unearned status. He concludes it is perfectly fine if things go the way that old man says, pointing at Leo. Leo totally catches the insult, muttering he isn't old, but he lets it slide, fully accepting. The deal is now locked. Diaz confirms they will settle on those exact terms. Addressing him as Ardo Laugh, she asks if he truly wants absolutely nothing for himself. He just waves it off. Getting a reward means owing a debt to scary people like her, which is a massive no. He casually explains he is deciding to look after this rookie squad for a bit, and as long as she stays out of his way, he is good. Diaz chuckles, and trust me, an S-rank legend training these rookies? You definitely want to see this. Let's jump into the madness. She winks, agreeing to cooperate. Meanwhile, the rookies completely lose it over Diaz's casual comment. Sheath, Alo, Leos, Reed, and Irene completely freeze. Their brains short-circuit as that S-rank title echoes around. They just stare blankly at Leo as he walks away. Someone whispers, asking if they actually heard S-rank. Meanwhile, Sheath trembles, trying to process that her master might truly sit at the very top. Getting back to business, Leo and Dia sit down to discuss that crazy encounter. Leo reports that the enemies turned straight into ashes and vanished completely. Dia notes those weren't their true bodies. If she faced their real forms, she wouldn't be safe either. Leo quickly emphasizes the threat level. He says those were definitely high-level demons and warns her to stay careful. This whole situation feels highly suspicious. Dia stands right up, taking his warning seriously. She understands and promises they will handle the ashes at their facility. Then, she grabs a small pouch on the table holding the leftover remains. Looking at the tiny amount, she sighs. There really isn't much left to work with. Holding the pouch, Dia explains, they will run magical analysis. However, she warns him not to expect major breakthroughs due to the tiny sample size. With the strategy session over, the conversation wraps up beneath the grand ornate chandelier. Dia declares that this discussion is over, thanking Leo for all his hard work. Now pay attention here. Her eyes narrow with intense focus. She declares they will completely wipe out these demons by any means necessary. Before parting ways, Dia shifts right back to a very formal tone. Placing a hand on her chest, she apologizes for the earlier trouble. As the Adventurers Guild representative, she deeply appreciates all of his help. Das continues her thought, really emphasizing the gravity of the situation. She states that demons are the absolute worst enemy for humanity. Stopping their dark plot is simply a massive, heroic achievement. Her expression intensifies, zooming in on the threat. With a cold, completely serious look in her eyes, she vows they will absolutely wipe out the demons by any means necessary. Switching back to a professional demeanor, Das places a hand firmly on her chest. Speaking as the Adventurers Guild representative, she formally apologizes for the trouble caused earlier. She then expresses huge appreciation for his massive help. The scene continues, perfectly reiterating her earlier statement about the massive demon threat. The scene pushes forward, reinforcing her absolute vow to eliminate the dangerous enemy. With the meeting done, Leo turns to his group. He suggests moving out, noting that the confused bystanders like Alo, Leos, and Irene are definitely going to need a massive explanation for everything that just happened. Sheath is immediately on board, giving a totally cheerful answer, while Reed smiles brightly. The squad starts heading out. Leo leads the way, with Sheath and Reed following close behind. Alo Leos walks silently, while Irene stretches her arms, looking surprisingly relaxed after that tense meeting. Let's pause for a second. Right before they leave, Dia speaks up again. She looks over her shoulder, calling out to verify the rookie's name, asking if it is Sheath. Sheath stops and turns back around to face the guild secretary, confirming that yes, that is her name. Diaz watches Sheath go, muttering about the girl's mentor. She admits he is hopeless and a total good for nothing, but heavily implies there is so much more to it. She gives Sheath some parting advice. If this rookie wants a master in adventuring, he is honestly the absolute best in the entire world. But she quickly warns Sheath not to use that as a crutch. She has to put in the effort and rise up herself. But Sheath doesn't look worried at all. She beams with a massive smile and agrees instantly, declaring her master is completely the best. The scene shifts entirely. We move away from the city to a rugged mountain range called Darrow's Mine. The dark entrance sits there forebodingly, eating deep into the earth. Deep inside, the hero's party is dealing with internal friction. Thane is busy chewing out Gustav, the massive armored knight. Meanwhile, Elena just stands quietly to the side, watching all this drama unfold. Gustav is not happy about these orders. He clenches his fist, demanding to know why he isn't allowed to swing his giant warhammer. Thane snaps back immediately, telling him that thing is way too dangerous. He loudly reminds Gustav about the earlier incident where he almost took Thane's head clean off while trying to attack a prick turtle. We both know that is a terrible excuse. Gustav shrinks back, muttering it only happened because the hero got way too close. Thane ignores the weak excuse and puts his foot firmly down. He tells Gustav to stop using that ridiculously oversized weapon immediately. Instead, let's jump straight into the most chaotic hero party ever. Thane pulls out a tiny backup dagger and forces his knight to use it. Gustav catches it, looking absolutely hilarious, holding that little toothpick. The massive tank immediately complains there is no way he can use that. Thane completely loses his temper, screaming at the knight to just get close and stab things. Meanwhile, Elena, their sweet healer, stands on the sideline sweating nervously while these two guys scream at each other non-stop today. She turns to Dill, their mage, asking if he will break it up. Dill does not care. He tells her to let the muscleheads fight, bragging that his epic magic can literally solve everything. Elena sighs and quietly accepts it, realizing she is completely alone here. Back in the argument, Thane plays his ultimate card. He loudly reminds Gustav that these are direct hero orders. He must use the dagger until they leave the dungeon, or he is fired. Facing unemployment, Gustav slumps and sadly accepts this ridiculous rule. Thane quickly tries to justify this crazy weapon, explaining it is a blessed silver dagger, perfectly crafted to slice right through dark wraiths. He admits there probably are not any wraiths down here, but asks Dill to confirm. Dill does not even try to help. He keeps his eyes shut and flatly says he has no clue. Thane grinds his teeth, annoyed by this awful teamwork. Thane refuses to let Dill slack off, angrily ordering him to scout the area for enemy threats. Dill flatly refuses, saying, "Scouting is the thief's job." Thane screams that the missing thief is no excuse. Poor Elena stands there nervously sweating as this ridiculous argument flies over her head. Thane yells that Dill should cover for their missing teammate, but Dill coldly replies, he never agreed to that and only does his own specific job. Gustav mutters a complaint about how mages are always annoying. He turns to Thane and tries to get moving, telling the brave hero to lead the way. Dill snaps right back, calling him a musclehead. Gustav refuses to back down, threatening the arrogant mage. Elena finally steps up to break it up, shouting that this is not the time to fight. Now, pay attention here, things get wild. Heavy footsteps shake the ground, and three-armed tortoise warriors suddenly block their path. Thane clicks his tongue, caught completely off guard by this. He admits he had no idea tortoise warriors lived in this dungeon, quickly ordering his team to attack the enemy. Dill steps forward with pure arrogance, announcing he will blast them all with one single spell. But the tortoise warriors do not wait. They roar loudly and charge straight ahead with weapons raised. Thane ignores Dill's magic plan. He lunges forward, slashing the first enemy with the massive sword. Strike! The battle just started and Gustav is already falling completely to pieces. He stands there shaking, complaining his giant weapon is way too hard to use. Meanwhile, the tortoise warrior does not wait. The enemy launches a heavy attack. Gustav barely blocks it, totally losing control of the front line. With their huge tank failing, the monsters push past. Elena spots the danger and screams for Dill to dodge, but the mage is too busy yelling at everyone else to actually notice the giant blade swinging right toward his face. Their formation completely shatters. You and I both know this is a total disaster. The enemy swing giant weapons at our support team, forcing them to scramble. Elena cannot escape in time. She screams loudly as she gets knocked down during the total chaos. Thane whips his head around. Seeing his sweet healer down, he yells her name in absolute panic and fury. He curses out loud, demanding to know what Gustav is doing while their backline is getting completely destroyed right now. Turns out Gustav is doing terrible. He switched to that tiny dagger, which is utterly useless against their thick armor. He cannot fight properly at all. Desperate to fix this, Thane yells at Dill to hurry up and cast some magic to clear the enemies. But Dill snaps right back, standing completely exposed and surrounded. He yells that this awful mess is exactly why they are trapped. He cannot cast a single spell with monsters right in his face. Gustav is still struggling painfully. He grunts with every heavy step, loudly complaining that his slow attacks cannot hit a single thing right now. The monster shows zero mercy. A massive tortoise warrior winds up and punches the struggling knight, sending him flying. "Trust me, this wild mess is just getting started here. Stick with me here," he screams, calling Gustav an absolute idiot as the knight stumbles. Things get critical, fast. Dill shouts to Thane that enemies are still coming. A massive army of turtle warriors is marching toward unchecked. Thane freezes, cold sweat dripping down his face. He stares from the overwhelming enemy force to his useless, bucket-helmeted knight, realizing their formation collapsed. The harsh reality of this disaster finally hits him. Thane grits his teeth in pure frustration, his face twisting with rage as he realizes they have zero options left. Elena is completely done for. She is slumped on the ground against the cave wall, entirely unable to continue. Running away is their only real choice. Dill scoops Elena up into his arms to carry her, making a shameful exit while Gustav clanks loudly behind them. Thane is absolutely losing his mind over this failure. He screams out loud, demanding to know why it ended like this. Trudging away from the dungeon in total defeat, Thane is absolutely fuming. He angrily thinks to himself that retreating in disgrace like this is completely, utterly unthinkable for a hero. Later on, safely behind the city walls, our party regroups, but the mood is incredibly tense. The dungeon failure fallout starts immediately. Gustav makes his choice crystal clear. He yells that he is out. Thane looks up, completely stunned. Gustav refuses to back down, shouting at the hero not to mess around, especially after all the trouble he caused. Gustav really lays into him. He tells Thane his party management is way too immature for someone claiming to be S rank. He loudly suggests Thane needs to seriously reflect on why they struggled so much in a minor dungeon. The knight is not done yet. He tells Thane that his hero title and S rank status are completely fake. That is his final judgment. And that completely snaps something inside Thane. Now watch closely here. He grabs his weapon, demanding Gustav draw his sword, declaring he won't tolerate being insulted. Gustav does not even flinch. He calmly replies that he will not be fighting. He explains that a kid as young as Thane trying to command a former senior member of the elite Crimson Knights was asking too much. Thane draws his shining blade anyway, pointing it right at his former armored tank. He mocks Gustav, asking if he plans to run away again, just like he left the Crimson Knights. Gustav simply gives him a reality check. He warns Thane that swinging his sword around like a petulant child will never make things go his way in the real adventuring world. He adds that with immature behavior like that, no one will ever stick with him. Thane is left seething, unable to form any comeback, just shouting in pure, fiery frustration. As Gustav walks out, Dill steps right between them to stop this fight. He tells Thane, the party leader, to knock it off, then faces Gustav. He tells Gustav to just shut his mouth, get out, and never show his armored face around them again. Gustav does not argue at all. He just scoffs, bids a short farewell, and walks out. The exact second he leaves, Thane loses his temper, violently kicking furniture and shouting curses in sheer frustration. Dill stays calm, stating what you and I are thinking. The dungeon raid was a complete failure. He notes they were super lucky everyone survived, but Elena took a bad hit and cannot move for a while. Thane replies that he knows. He tries to pivot, boldly suggesting maybe it would be better if just the two of them continued. Dill completely shuts that down, telling him that without a frontliner or Elena for support, he is absolutely not going anywhere. Thane turns with a sharp glare, asking if that means Dill does not trust him. Dill keeps his cool, clarifying it is not about trust. He simply points out they lack the raw physical strength to survive alone. Thane brushes it off, claiming it is perfectly fine. Dill notes that Thane remains as cowardly as ever and has not changed. Completely ignoring the jab, Thane proudly declares he will conquer the dungeon alone, telling Dill to leave. Dill ignores the solo threat, focusing on reality. While Elena rests in bed recovering, Dill suggests prioritizing finding new party members. Then he hits a super sore spot, pointing out that Thane hasn't even bothered to visit Elena yet. That really hits a nerve. Thane looks away, totally refusing to face him, and snaps at him. Dill pauses by the door like he is about to add something else, but stops, muttering to just never mind. He simply states he is heading out to visit Elena. Thane calls out, demanding to know his unspoken words. But Dill does not turn around. He tells Thane to just seriously reflect on his actions. Then he drops a harsh truth, telling Thane that if he cannot do that, he should give up on being a hero. Dill leaves the quiet room. Trust me. Seeing Thane left standing completely alone in that empty hall leaves us wanting more. Stick with me here. His hand grips that sword hilt so hard it actually shakes, cursing under his breath, muttering damn it, on repeat. Cian totally covers his face, looking absolutely shattered. He starts wondering why all this is happening, asking himself, what in the world just went wrong? He just cannot process his party falling apart. Shifting gears, we head over to the local clinic where Alina is healing up. Inside, she is sitting up in bed. She looks up, totally shocked to see a visitor walking right in. It is Dill. He is standing at the door, holding a bunch of flowers, gently asking how she feels today. Alina looks right at him, promising she is doing just fine. She even points out her injuries are fully healed, showing him she is recovering way faster than expected. She gives him a super warm smile, thanking him for the flowers and calling them gorgeous. Alina asks what is going on with Cian. Dill does not sugarcoat a thing. He says Cian is wasted, and worse, Gustav just announced he is quitting the team and vanished. He adds that Cian was super fired up, yelling he would clear the dungeon all alone. Dill sounds super skeptical about that, obviously. Looking incredibly worried, Alina tells Dill he absolutely must stop him. She warns that Cian is in a terrible state, totally prone to doing something wild and reckless right now. Dill refuses to meet her eyes, looking away with a freezing cold expression. He bluntly says it is not his job. Now watch this. Alina is not letting him dodge. She glares intensely, asking point blank, if it is not his job, then whose is it? Dill stays completely quiet. He just stands there sweating, looking incredibly awkward as her heavy question really hits him. The chat suddenly shifts to their massive past mistakes, bringing up that memory of kicking Leo out. Alina tries hard to justify it, swearing that back then it was their absolute best option, but Dill throws that excuse right back, reminding her he heavily opposed that choice. Yet she and Cian refuse to listen to a single word he actually said. Dill suddenly snaps, shouting loudly to shut it down. He says arguing is pointless because it is way too late to bring things like that up now. Alina just quietly apologizes to him. She admits he is totally right, owning up to their massive screw-up. But she is not giving up. Thinking about Cian, she tells Dill she simply refuses to believe things cannot be fixed. She really just wants Cian to open his eyes and face the actual reality. Dill sits hidden in the shadows, looking completely mentally drained. He tells her it is totally impossible. In his view, Cian is just a kid blinded by that shiny S-rank hero title, and there is honestly no way to fix that. Dill finally speaks the harsh truth about their party leader. He admits Cian ignores every single word he says, and completely tunes out Alina too. He realizes the only person Cian ever actually listens to is Arto, making him the absolute only guy who can calm the hero down and guide him right. Alina nods from her bed, openly confessing that every good thing they actually achieved was purely thanks to Arto. She admits Arto is the whole reason Cian ever became a hero to begin with. She keeps talking, letting all her regrets spill out. Alina admits Arto is why they even reached that S-rank status. You and I both saw this coming, right? She sadly realizes his immense value way too late, and without him, calling themselves S-rank feels like a total lie. This crushing reality completely shatters her confidence right now. Gripping her bed sheets tight, she confesses that adventuring in their current messy state is completely over. She clearly tells Dill that taking down the Demon King is impossible for them now. Alina begs Dill to give that brutal message straight to Cian. Looking away with a super heavy expression, Dill actually agrees to tell him. As we pull back outside the clinic, Dill is left wondering what in the world is going to happen to their fully shattered party right now. The scene jumps over to Leo, who is honestly having a much more relaxing time. Holding his drink, he tells his group that regarding his own situation, he basically explained the entire thing to Diaz a bit earlier today. Leo sits at this big table chilling with his new crew, Irene, Sheath, Reed, and Alo, just casually chatting. Irene is totally lost in this chat. She loudly yells she understands absolutely nothing, and fiercely demands to know who Leo really is. Alo, on the flip side, is actually putting pieces together. Rubbing his chin, he notes that the S-rank adventurer title rings a bell. Like he heard this before. Leo does not rush to answer him. He just sits completely quietly, looking super calm with his cigarette, closing his eyes and scratching his head. Leo clearly figures there is zero escape from this heavy talk. He finally knows he must come clean. He apologizes to everyone, explaining he never purposely tried hiding his true identity, but things just naturally ended up playing out exactly that way. And that is where we leave it. Sheath immediately defends him, clenching her fists, insisting there was good reason for his secret. Stick with me here. Reed just happily smiles, completely fine with his wild explanation now. Leo awkwardly scratches his neck and finally drops the ultimate truth. He casually admits to them that he was actually an amazing S-rank adventurer, or more accurately, he used to be one. Hearing that crazy reveal, Sheath's eyes absolutely light up. She eagerly leans in, asking which party he joined. Leo instantly shuts it down with the flat expression, firmly telling her to drop that specific question. Sheath instantly deflates. She looks completely crushed, quietly accepting his totally firm refusal. Seeing her look so deeply sad, Leo feels pretty bad. He gently pats her head, apologizing for shutting her exciting question down so hard. Irene watches them, but stays entirely focused on business. Resting her chin on her hands, she states she totally ignores the whole S-rank thing. She smoothly steers the conversation back to their real mission, directly asking what the actual deal was with that strange abandoned cemetery request. Looking at him sharply, she asks the absolute biggest question. She asks if the arrested former branch chief was secretly working directly alongside the demons. Leo seriously confirms it. He explains that the greedy guy was purely chasing money, receiving massive funding straight from the Demon King's loyal followers. In exchange for the massive payout, the corrupt chief totally rigged the system, ensuring investigations into that specific request stayed completely lenient and fake. Now watch closely. The scene shows their shadowy, corrupt dealings. Leo casually mentions that while the guild must fully investigate all this crazy corruption, that tricky setup was absolutely the greedy branch chief's own doing. Leo fully explains exactly how they pulled it off. He reveals they cleverly hid a fake request by shuffling it into normal paperwork, making it basically impossible to spot without looking super closely. Leo breaks down the mechanics of this scheme. He points out that by accepting these rigged requests, the guild indirectly handed adventurers straight to the demons. He continues, explaining this dark reality. This shady method let rookie adventurers just quietly disappear forever, leaving their entire fates completely shrouded in absolute mystery. Sheath quickly connects the dots, realizing their undead hunting job at that creepy abandoned cemetery was exactly one of those awful trap requests. Leo totally confirms she's right. Looking super regretful, he admits that if he had known the request was that dangerously suspicious, he never would have let them accept it initially. Looking super guilty, Irene quickly interrupts, asking him to totally drop it. Leo continues his thought process, clearly explaining that back then, he never even suspected it was totally fake, since they originally accepted the tricky request right through perfectly official channels. Reflecting on the logic, Leo notes that when he actually thought about it carefully, the whole spooky situation felt completely unnatural. It made zero sense for someone to suddenly request the magical purification of an abandoned cemetery. You saw that too, right? That is when it clicked. Leo explains that once he realized things were totally off, he immediately rushed out to follow Sheath and the others. He mentions that he managed to catch up right before they reached the creepy cemetery. But get this, he was not as stealthy as he originally thought, because brilliant Reed totally noticed him. Reed happily beams, confirming this. She definitely knew someone was trailing them, though she playfully admits being super surprised to find out it was just Arda. Leo shifts the tone, claiming their exploration skills were slacking. Since they should have found the key, he left right away. Sheath has a realization, finally understanding he was the mysterious one who placed that key on the table for them. Leo finally comes completely clean. He openly admits it was him the entire time, explaining he purposely made some noise and placed the key right where they missed it, just to secretly nudge them in the perfect direction. Reed chimes in with a clarification, playfully noting she probably never would have noticed him at all if he had not physically reacted to Irene's scream earlier. Leo looks extremely embarrassed hearing that, realizing that he, of all people, let his presence slip merely because he got terribly startled. Alo takes this information totally seriously, while Irene feels internally relieved their weird stalker was not a terrifying ghost. Al sharply points out the grim reality. If Ardo had actually been an enemy, they would have been completely defenseless. He bluntly tells the group they all could have been wiped out. Leo casually waves off the concern, telling them not to worry, since it just does not matter right now. He casually adds that not many people can even notice his stealthy tailing anyway, but then smoothly shifts the subject entirely. He suddenly reveals that while following them, he closely watched exactly how they fought. He begins his evaluation with a smile, proudly telling them, well done. He acknowledges that each of them made some genuinely good moves during the scuffle. He warmly singles out Reed first. Leo tells her that her magic was the totally perfect choice for the situation. So what do you and I make of this? Instead of trying to be a flashy hero and rushing in with offensive spells, she smartly protected her amazing allies' absolute brilliant judgment. Let us dive right in. Moving down the line, Leo evaluates the guys, calling Alo's perfectly passable. As for Sheath, he playfully notes, she is a total mixed bag, showing good and bad points in equal measure. Then he quickly shifts his attention over to the loud one, Irene. She snaps back instantly, getting super defensive and demanding to know exactly what he implies. But Leo actually gives her incredibly high praise. He tells her she is a total step ahead of the others, completely impressed by her bow technique and magic. He adds that after watching her frontliner movement, he can easily confirm she is definitely operating at a solid intermediate adventurer level. Irene totally does a 180. Beaming with absolute pride, she completely agrees, happily praising his great eye for talent. Meanwhile, Leo calmly crushes his cigarette right down into the ashtray. He notes their fight performance was decent, but everything completely changed the exact second he sensed a dark demon presence erupting from a massive, sudden magic surge. Looking over at Sheath, he confidently confirms his dark suspicions, rhetorically asking if that was actually real demon magic. But before anyone answers, he figures it out. It was totally a wild summoning spell. Leo breaks it down completely, explaining the summoned beast was a flame iron, which is a serious C-class threat. He actually admits that for what it was, the monster was incredibly strong. In fact, he bluntly tells them they were extremely lucky to win it at all. He points out the intense heat surrounding its body made close quarters combat an absolute nightmare for them. He definitely does not sugarcoat that harsh, brutal reality. Normal rookie adventurers would be wiped out. Now, watch closely. Here is the real dilemma Leo completely faced while everything fell into total chaos. He had exactly two choices: either jump in to help the party directly, or strike down the summoned demon immediately. He admits fighting multiple demons completely solo would be a fast track to ruin. So honestly, he really did not have much of a solid choice in the end. He totally took a huge gamble. He tells them he completely trusted the party could handle the monster. Then he fully breaks down his epic tactical read of the enemy team, finding one warrior and one dangerous mage. His plan was wonderfully simple. Take out the enemy warrior first, letting the party use their awesome numbers to completely overpower and utterly defeat the lone mage. Sitting back at the table, Leo confidently concludes his explanation. That is exactly why he went in alone, entirely focused on taking down the warrior demon first. Perfectly, leaving all the rest to them. Irene chimes in, cheerfully admitting that things honestly worked out nicely, since they actually managed to fully defeat those extremely crazy enemies. Still, she quickly adds, she never expected to get totally dragged into the guild's messy internal drama like this. Leo deeply reflects on the bigger picture. The major problem really troubling him was what happened afterward. He fully knew the Black Blade unit was involved, totally suspecting the shady branch chief was pulling all the strings. He explains that thanks to some solid old connections, he somehow completely resolved the messy immediate issue. But here's the catch we both knew was coming. Despite fixing things, he just exposed himself to some seriously troublesome people in the end. Specifically, that flashy branch chief Henry Arnaud. Sheath looks super worried, asking for clarification while reminding everyone the guild explicitly promised they would not lay a hand on them or her master. Right. Leo instantly shuts down that optimistic thinking, warning Sheath never to take those sweet statements completely at face value. He clarifies they will not attack directly, but that is their only solid guarantee. They will absolutely use shady, completely underhanded methods against them instead. Reed looks super anxious, completely asking what to do. Seeing the dropping mood, Leo switches gears in a flash. Slapping on a beautifully bright smile, he excitedly pats Diaz, telling everyone to drop the gloom, claiming Das is basically a completely solid ally of adventurers anyway. He totally forces a fun change of pace. Leo loudly announces the boring serious chat is officially over, totally yelling for everyone to drink up. He excitedly calls the tavern staff for 5 huge jugs, happily declaring they are massively celebrating their amazing joint request. He proudly declares it is all on him, telling them to eat and drink endlessly. Irene smirks right at him, deeply impressed by his real guts for treating all of them tonight. Beside her, Aloes looks completely calm but highly competitive, ready to show exactly how people from the Vale drink. But right before the awesome party starts, Aloes turns extremely serious. He addresses Leo by his awesome alias, Rosen, saying he actually has a massive request right before drinking. Leo completely pauses with his heavy mug in hand. Looking back at the warrior, he asks Aloes what is on his mind. He gets straight to the awesome point, practically begging Leo to fully train Irene. He is brutally honest, freely admitting he lacks the same insane level of talent she has. He admits he taught her everything, but she definitely needs Leo. And trust me, you and I are absolutely going to want to stick around to see exactly where this epic training goes next. Reed completely backs him up, happily chiming in right there. Stick with me here. After watching Leo easily handle Sheath and the others, she totally believes he is someone they can trust. She begs him to please teach Irene, just like he did for his own team. Meanwhile, Irene is absolutely not accepting any of her brother's sad self-deprecation. She yells right at Owls, telling him to stop talking like that. She insists she is only a strong warrior today because of his guidance. But Leo cuts through the sibling drama with a totally flat answer. He refuses. Sheath desperately tries getting a word in too. She awkwardly admits to Leo that she still does not know what kind of person he is quite yet, slowly trying to build up to her own plea. The conversation circles back. Reed fiercely reiterates her trust in him, emphasizing he is the perfect teacher for this job based on his epic track record. Irene keeps protesting her brother's humble attitude, while Leo stands totally firm on his refusal. His harsh rejection hits the entire group hard. Sheath immediately shouts out, begging her master to explain why he is saying no, and Reed joins right in. After demanding a reason, Leo starts explaining exactly why he is turning them down. Looking completely serious, he turns to Aloes. He tells him he really does not like how he phrased that request. He completely calls him out, saying it sounds like Owls is just sacrificing himself. He is acting fine being completely left behind as long as Irene gets trained. Now watch closely as Leo points a finger right at him and flips the script. Ignoring the sister, he asks Aloes point blank what he actually wants to do with his own life. Aloes totally freezes up, clearly rattled by Leo's intense questioning. The words seem to get stuck right in his throat as nervous sweat rolls down his face. He desperately tries finding his voice, looking incredibly frantic as he starts explaining the real reason behind his sad mindset. Aloes clutches his chest and looks down, sadly admitting the dark truth of his upbringing. He explains he was basically born for one single purpose: to protect Irene. He confesses that ever since he was a child, protecting her was the absolute only thing he was ever taught to do. Irene watches her brother with deep concern, but Leo is not letting him off the hook with some rehearsed answer. Leo leans in close and asks him point blank what that actually translates to for him personally. That finally pushes Aloes over the edge. He slams his hand against his chest and shouts out his true desire. He wants to become strong. He loudly declares he wants the strength to protect Irene forever, not just because he was told to, but because he actively chooses to do it. Leo breaks into a hugely satisfied grin, pointing a finger right at him. He tells Aloes he finally said it, warning him never to say something as pathetic as just train Irene ever again. Then, Leo makes the final call. I know what you are thinking right now. He tells Aloes he will look after both of them. He turns to Sheath and Reed, asking if they are cool with that arrangement. Irene is totally overcome with emotion, hearing she is included too, wiping away tears of sheer relief. She agrees with a quiet affirmation, while the other girls are absolutely beaming. Sheath starts laughing, already thinking ahead. and mentions they can decide on a cool team name later. The entire mood completely lifts, with Leo looking totally resolved and Irene winking playfully. Leo officially declares that their epic party of 4 is now perfectly formed. Back at the cozy tavern, the newly formed party wastes no time celebrating. Leo calls for a toast. Sheath, Reed, Owls, and Irene clink their massive mugs together with a loud cheer. Then, the scene suddenly shifts to a much darker setting. A mysterious woman in a tight black bodysuit, a Black Blade operative, stands at strict attention. She formally asks her captain what her next mission is going to be. The captain, a sharp blonde woman sitting behind a desk, gives her orders. She tells the loyal operative to continue gathering information, specifically, to closely monitor and guide that person. The operative acknowledges the command immediately, while the captain starts brainstorming strategy. Considering that person's insane skills in both swordsmanship and magic, she thinks he would be absolutely perfect to train their brand new recruits. She muses they could even give him a cool title, like versatile instructor. Looking out over her office, she reasons, having him as an instructor would be totally ideal. But there is a major catch. It actually only works as long as the recruits stay under their control. She fully admits that if he ends up creating a bunch of disciples just as powerful and independent as he is, it would actually become a huge, massive problem for them. The operative agrees with the captain's assessment, but adds one crucial detail. She tells her captain she believes the target has already realized her true identity. She explains this is likely exactly how he was able to easily confirm that the elite Black Blade unit was on the move in the first place. The captain instantly realizes what happened. She points out that the operative actually made him aware entirely on purpose, didn't she? But she concedes that since it helped thwart the evil demon's plan, it totally worked out in the end. She decides to pivot, saying if she had known he would figure it out, she would never have recklessly exposed her operative like that. They will use that connection for monitoring. The operative apologizes, but you and I must see what happens next. Let's dive right in. The captain smiles, assuring her she actually likes that bright personality. She dismisses the operative, mentioning her shift is starting soon. The skilled agent respectfully bows and quietly excuses herself. Sitting alone in the silent office, the captain looks deep in thought about this whole situation. Suddenly, we finally get the massive reveal of who this operative truly is. Meet Amelia Alsmer. She is considered a totally elite, incredibly talented prodigy within the Black Blade unit. The screen shows that Amelia is actually Emmy, the sweet tavern waitress our hero Leo visits. The captain cleverly reflects that while Amelia is under her watch, she definitely needs to figure out a smart way to completely win her loyalty. Leaving the office, her voice lightly echoes, musing on exactly how to effectively use Arto McLaughlin. The scene immediately cuts to the man himself. Leo and Sheath are super cheerful, completely oblivious to all these wild schemes hatching around them. The happy party stumbles out into the dark night after celebrating. It is one seriously heavy haul. Leo is actively carrying a passed-out Sheath on his back, while Owls safely hauls his sleepy sister Irene. Reed casually walks right between them, apparently the only team member sober enough to manage walking unassisted. Sheath is totally gone, breathing softly and drooling on Leo's tired shoulder. Irene is hardly doing any better over on Owl's back, quietly mumbling in her sleep that she absolutely cannot drink anymore. Walking down the quiet street, someone jokingly points out that despite all her big boasting earlier, she actually turned out to be a massive lightweight in the end. They finally arrive at an inn, and Leo handles all the room logistics. He tells the squad he'll book 2 rooms. Watch this hilarious disaster unfold. He puts Irene in Reed's care, innocently implying he'll take the second room and look after Sheath, all by himself. Reed instantly freaks out, loudly yelling that he absolutely cannot do that, leaving Leo stammering as super confused. What? Leo simply stands there with Sheath on his back, literal question marks floating around his head. He makes a very confused noise, totally unable to process this. Reed gets incredibly intense, shouting no. She glares in pure disbelief, desperately asking if he seriously still has not realized the massive, glaring issue. Leo, sweating nervously, just blankly asks her realized what exactly. Completely missing the point about modesty, Leo foolishly assumes this is interpersonal drama. He innocently asks if Reed is still feuding with Irene, pointing out that things definitely did not look that way while they were drinking earlier. Reed completely snaps at Leo, loudly yelling that he is entirely missing the point. She glares with pure frustration, asking if he seriously has not realized the screaming obvious. Leo just stares right back with the clueless, innocent look, asking what exactly he should be realizing. With Sheath heavily passed out on his back, Reed finally spells it out, screaming that this entire problem is about Sheath. Leo still absolutely does not get it. He glances back at the sleeping adventurer on his shoulder, innocently asking what is wrong with him. Witnessing Leo's unbelievable density firsthand, Owls, walking quietly nearby, directly asks Reed if this clueless guy is actually okay in the head. Reed looks incredibly awkward, admitting that while Leo's epic combat skills are undeniable, his everyday common sense is totally non-existent. Leo simply adjusts his grip on Sheath, cluelessly wondering what everyone is fussing about. You and I know what comes next. He feels something distinct pressing against his back, a distinct softness that should not exist if Sheath were actually a guy. He makes a confused noise as the shocking physical evidence registers. Leo suddenly freezes dead in his tracks. Panicking, he starts stammering, telling everyone to wait. As his brain finally catches up, Reed sighs in exhaustion, confirming that yes, he truly did not notice until this exact second. Reed loudly finishes the thought, stating clearly that Sheath is actually a girl. Leo's shocked mind instantly goes completely blank. He just stands there, completely vacant, while the universe hilariously expands behind him. His entire worldview is loudly shattering in silence. His brain rapidly rewinds the tape. He suddenly realizes there were actually plenty of glaring clues. He quickly justifies the massive mistake, thinking that upon first seeing Sheath, he just automatically assumed she was a boy because of those baggy clothes and athletic build. Still defending himself mentally, he happily figures even a girl could develop that epic muscle definition if she spent her entire life helping her father with heavy manual labor like blacksmithing. Leo's brain goes into utter overdrive, processing this massive information. He starts analyzing her physique mentally, telling himself that considering her age, she is probably just still in her awkward growth period. He continues this hilarious forensic analysis, noting her shoulder width is super narrow and her delicate fingers are definitely thinner than any boy's. The crazy signs were there all along. Memories start clicking into perfect place. Leo remembers how incredibly nervous Sheath acted upon first meeting Emmy and Reed. He finally realizes it was not just generic social anxiety. So what do you and I learn from this? She lacked female friends back home. He remembers her saying socializing actually got way easier after joining the group. Stick with me here, because watching our legendary mentor realize he totally missed the fact that Sheath gets super awkward around other young women. Hilarious. The absolute weight of his own cluelessness finally hits him. Smacking a hand over his face in total defeat, Leo admits he really messed up big time here. He glances back at Sheath, fast asleep on his back, desperately trying to clear his guilty conscience. He hopes she honestly does not care about the mistake. Honestly, knowing her wild personality, he seriously doubts she even notices how he treats her. Leo figures any normal girl would be super frustrated about not being treated like one. But Sheath, he can already hear her declaring that stuff like gender literally does not matter for a true swordmaster. Watching poor Leo completely spiral out, Reed decides to offer some practical advice. She agrees that with Sheath and her unique vibe, Leo should probably just keep treating her the exact same way. Turning away, Reed leaves him with one very important rule. She warns him to act normal, but he must treat Sheath like a lady when the situation actually calls for it. Leo just stands there staring at his boots, feeling the absolute crushing weight of his density. He calls himself a massive failure as a mentor. Shocked, he missed something so obvious for this long. Alo totally chimes in to comfort him while carrying his own sleeping sister. He tells Leo to relax, pointing out that they will all make plenty of mistakes going forward. Reed totally agrees, adding that it is perfectly okay if Leo messes up sometimes too. Watch closely here, because Alo finally feels a real connection. Seeing Leo panic over a simple mistake proves that even legendary S-rank heroes are actually just human. Meanwhile, Irene mumbles in her sleep on Alo's back, complaining about being treated like a monster. Leo, carrying the sleeping Sheath, looks incredibly relieved by their genuine support. He warmly thanks them, admitting he is just glad he realized his mistake before doing something totally fatal. The crew walks through the quiet streets, deciding to call it a night. They arrive at their grand, silent lodging. Safely inside the girls' room, Sheath and Irene are tucked into bed. Alo apologizes to Reed for dumping the responsibility, saying he will leave the girls in her care. Reed confidently accepts the duty. Outside, under the cool night sky, the guys finally part ways. They exchange good nights before heading to sleep. The next morning, however, is a hilariously rude awakening for Sheath. Waking up in a cold sweat, she instantly screams a frantic apology to her master for drinking into a massive stupor. She instantly panics, absolutely desperate to know if she said anything totally embarrassing while completely wasted. You and I saw this coming. Pranking her anxiety, Leo keeps a straight face and lies that she swore to defeat the Demon Lord. Sheath absolutely loses her mind, gripping her head in shame and groaning over such an embarrassing claim. A little later, the entire squad gathers around the table for breakfast. Leo gets straight to business, asking if their official party name is still Breath of the White Dragon for this upcoming operation. Irene happily chimes in, telling Leo they really are not picky at all about what they are called. Alo instantly backs her up, confirming he and his sister are perfectly satisfied with that choice. Leo takes a drink, nodding in approval. Since everyone is cool with it, the matter is officially settled. Keeping the momentum rolling while eating, he jumps straight to the next topic, asking what their actual master plan should be from here. Answering his own question, Leo shares the schedule. He tells them to focus purely on training and completing requests. He clearly specifies that mornings are reserved for intense combat training tailored perfectly to each member. In the afternoons, he wants them hitting the request board hard. He orders them to take numerous jobs without being picky, strongly emphasizing that variety is key here. He figures gaining real experience is way faster than boring theory lectures. Meanwhile, Sheath is busy stuffing her face with bread, but she is definitely listening closely. Agreeing his logic is sound, she asks if he means they should strictly be doing monster exterminations. Pulling his gloves on, Leo says monster hunting is fine, but wants them to cast a wider net. Handling all kinds of different requests is better. He then strongly emphasizes one specific point. It is a brilliantly good idea to actively hunt down requests coming from different guilds. Pausing with her drink, Reed looks genuinely confused by this instruction, asking what he means by other guilds. That is where we leave it. Leo explains, they must look for jobs through the merchant, mage, and blacksmith guilds, utilizing these major local organizations. Leo explains the genius logic behind targeting specific guilds. Stick with me here. He reveals that ranking up means more joint operations with these exact guilds, so building those solid relationships early is an absolute must-do. Sheath listens closely and nods, totally grasping the strategy. Strategy locked in, Leo quickly shifts gears to their daily schedule. He announces he will drill everyone on their frontline movements. Without missing a beat, he lays out the plan. Morning drills, lunch break, then tackling actual requests. He adds he will hit the guild first to grab their jobs while the team gets totally geared up. Breakfast begins, but Irene looks completely overwhelmed by their crazy fast eating pace. She points out everyone eats insanely fast compared to her. Leo gives her a total pass, saying she can absolutely take it easy for today. Still, he warns her to adapt fast. Time is a total luxury that busy adventurers just do not always have. Watch closely now. Before finishing up, Leo reaches into his jacket, announcing he actually has something for them. He places gorgeous jewelry on the table, a ring and 3 necklaces, each featuring a totally unique stone. The girls react instantly. Irene recognizes the gem, asking if it is aquamarine, while Reed and Sheath simply marvel at how incredibly gorgeous and pretty they are. Leo explains the awesome meaning, saying it serves as a lucky charm and a token of their official apprenticeship. He adds one practical detail. The gem stores light, which demons absolutely hate, proving useful in danger. Irene lifts the necklace to the light, checking it out with a practiced eye. She admits that for a simple charm is actually a surprisingly high-quality item. Reed puts hers on right away, her cheeks flushing. She thanks Ardo warmly, admitting this is actually the very first time she has ever received a gorgeous gift like this. Sheath takes it to another level entirely. Happy tears stream down her face. She thanks her master, dramatically declaring she is never, ever taking it off for the rest of her entire life. Sheath remains overwhelmed with pure emotion. So Leo playfully teases that she is just being a bit too dramatic. Turning to the others, he hands a heavy bracelet right to Alice, saying it is his. Irene looks at the unique item curiously and immediately asks what it actually is. Aos takes it, his interest totally piqued, and wants a closer look. Instantly, Aos realizes exactly what crazy power he is holding. The gem inside that metal is no simple pretty stone. It is an actual red dragon core. Irene chimes in with deep history, explaining that in the old days, parents from the famous Vale clan gave bracelets exactly like this to young men coming of age. Leos confirms it, adding that the intense custom specifically involved filling the bracelet with a powerful core, refined deep inside a red dragon. Leo smiles and tells Irene she certainly knows a ton about these rare things. Alo feels truly touched by the deep cultural significance of this gift. He starts thanking Ardo formally. Leo cuts him off before things get too serious, telling him to drop the stiff formalities for now, adding he will gladly hear that full history lesson some other time. Leo casually waves his hand, claiming it is just a simple gift, and he shouldn't overthink it. Alo nods, saying he understands, but makes it very clear he intends to cherish it anyway. With the gifts completely distributed, Leo calls to the group that it is time to get moving. You and I both know what is coming. As they walk, Irene pauses, touching her new necklace, suddenly realizing the hidden meaning behind the specific gem Leo chose. That stone is aquamarine. Legends claim it holds special powers protecting women, making it a traditional gift guys give strictly to their own daughters, beloved wives, or romantic lovers. Irene stares ahead at Leo, walking alongside Sheath and Reed, considering the heavy romantic and familial implications behind this stone. She glances over at Sheath, deciding it is probably best to just keep treating everyone totally normally rather than overthinking and reading way too deeply into it. She tells herself everything is totally fine, hurrying to catch the party. Meanwhile, Leo and Sheath are happily walking outside together. Full of energy, Sheath loudly asks her master what exact intense training they are doing today. Leo calmly answers he first needs to evaluate everyone's unique skills before anything else. They finally arrive at their destination, a massive building serving as the bustling local hub. As Leo opens the door, he is immediately greeted by Emmy, the waitress. She spots him instantly, calling his name loud, and exclaiming she was waiting for him. Despite her sweet smile, Leo immediately senses a seriously dangerous vibe radiating off her. He nervously asks what is wrong. Emmy keeps that super weird smile totally plastered on her face, insisting absolutely nothing is wrong, though her chilling tone screams otherwise. Suddenly dropping the act, she aggressively points at the bulletin board. She loudly complains that it smells like water, and that is where we leave it. She is furious. He treated them like distant strangers, yelling he should have honestly told everyone his crazy plans right from the very start. Leo and Sheath just stare blankly, while Sheath confusedly repeats Emmy's exact words. Come along with me. The room is absolutely buzzing. That quest board is totally packed, grabbing literally everyone's attention today. Leo spots two adventurers nearby. They are whispering and gossiping about the crazy board while shooting weird glances his way. Emmy turns around, looking totally exhausted, but also super suspicious. She claims he made everyone pull an all-nighter fixing his massive mess. Well, actually, he dumped it on the staff. Leo starts sweating, realizing what that means. He instantly panics and denies it, swearing he had absolutely nothing to do with it. Looking super confused, Sheath spots something totally bizarre on the board and points it out to her master, a huge flyer. It is promoting a special beginner class hosted by none other than S-rank adventurer Arto McLaughlin, Leo's secret alias. It claims he will teach secret tips for 1,000 dimes, sending everyone straight to the front reception desk. Leo and Sheath just stare at the paper, totally horrified. Leo realizes exactly who framed him. The whole building shakes as Leo screams, demanding to know what the heck is happening. He angrily storms right up to Diaz at the reception window. He shouts her name, demanding a real explanation for this unauthorized ad. Diaz stays completely calm while Leo fumes. She explains she just wanted his expert knowledge to help the rookies, casually adding that she will pay him well. She adjusts her hair, looking totally unbothered. She reminds him about their cooperation promise, claiming she gave the venue as her part. Leo is absolutely not buying it. He argues he never agreed to this madness. Plus, he is super busy training his own team starting right now. Diaz's expression suddenly sharpens. Now pay attention here. She leans in, whispering that there is serious suspicion floating around regarding his secret involvement in that recent demon incident. Leo completely freezes. The threat lands perfectly. Diaz drops the name Miracel, proving she sees the secret connection. Leo admits he figured she would eventually notice that. Diaz gets straight to the point. Addressing him as Ardo, she mentions his strong desire to keep the demon incident a total secret. While Leo nervously sweats, she lays down the rules. She will help cover things up, but he must become the new instructor. She crosses her arms, stating that is just reality. Leo clicks his tongue, super annoyed about being completely cornered. Beside him, Sheath just stands there looking completely clueless, totally lost in the conversation. Leo tries to set some firm boundaries. He tells Diaz he is prioritizing his own team every single morning, so he absolutely cannot babysit all these random newbies too. Diaz stays perfectly pleasant. She says that is fine. He can just drop by every afternoon and give a quick little lecture. Realizing he has zero choice, Leo grumbles and turns around. Sheath completely misses the blackmail and gets starry-eyed. She cheerfully cheers that it is amazing. He will be a certified instructor. She sparkles with pure admiration, while Leo just stares back, super stressed and sweating from the trap. Leo desperately needs some space. He waves Sheath away, telling her to forget him for now and go find her own requests. Sheath heads toward the quest board, happily humming while trying to pick out a good job. You saw that too, right? Beside her, Irene scans for jobs, while Leo literally bumps into Amelia, the secret operative. He sighs, commenting that this whole guild situation somehow turned into a massive, annoying ordeal. Emmy smirks and corrects him, saying it did not just escalate on its own. Leo angrily accuses her of setting him up, but she fakes innocence, acting completely clueless. Leo gives up and walks away. Left alone, he starts seriously considering his new forced role as an instructor. He begins rationalizing the new gig, telling himself that boosting rookie skills is actually a great thing, and giving them proper knowledge early on is super important. He starts mentally planning his class, deciding to cover the total basics of weapons and armor first. Sitting alone, a sudden thought hits him regarding his personal student. He realizes Sheath definitely needs proper upper body armor, but before he can plan, Sheath loudly yells out for him across the room. Sheath sprints over, holding 2 request papers and glowing with pure excitement, announcing she wants to tackle these 2 jobs. So what do you and I make of this? Standing with Reed, she reads 2 options: sorting boxes or hunting goblins. Leo nods, saying that sounds awesome, but he quickly advises her to tackle the warehouse quest first. Full of bright energy, Sheath happily marches right off, loudly cheering that she understands. Let us dive right in. As Irene turns to Leo, asking exactly where they are headed to do this epic combat training, Leo simply grins, replying he knows the perfect spot. Soon, they arrive at the huge gates of a massive castle. A very handsome guy in a crisp military uniform quickly steps right out. He immediately recognizes Leo, happily calling out his old alias, RTO, and cheering about the reunion. Leo warmly greets Harold, joking that the handsome guy seriously has not aged one bit. Shaking hands, Harold playfully scolds RTO, saying that since he returned to town, he definitely should have dropped by to say hello. Harold gestures toward the rest of the energetic group, asking who these kids are. Leo begins the introductions, proudly presenting Sheath as his apprentice. Moving along, he points out Reed and his sister, then cheerfully introduces Irene and Ows. Harold totally hooks onto the word apprentice. He laughs, guessing that if RTO has a student, he is finally joining their side. He then politely introduces himself to the trainees as Harold, the training unit commander for the amazing 3rd Garrison of Kyla Defense Force. Leo clarifies things for Sheath, explaining that Harold is an old buddy from his adventuring days. Sheath looks absolutely amazed that this powerful commander actually used to travel and fight alongside her awesome master. Harold smiles, confirming it. He tries addressing Sheath, but awkwardly fumbles between honorifics, stumbling over Sheath-kun and Sheath January. Sheath simply smiles warmly, telling him that just calling her Sheath is completely, perfectly fine here. The cheerful reunion pleasantries finally settle down briefly. Harold admits he honestly never knew RTO had returned to this town. Leo quickly fills Harold in, explaining that some crazy things happened recently, and he somehow got completely stuck with the huge job of training the guild rookies. Harold listens carefully, suddenly realizing this is exactly why his old friend magically appeared at his gates. But Leo is not just asking nicely, he completely corners his old buddy. Now watch closely. Leo flips the script, pointing and asking if Harold will really refuse. Since he was the exact guy who pushed to blend adventurer skills into their military operations anyway. Defeated by his own words, Harold caves instantly, throwing both hands up and loudly shouting that he understands completely. He quietly mutters that it actually sounds quite fun, earning a swift scolding from Leo, who reminds him not to say such casual things out loud, considering his very high military rank. With the permission completely secured, Owls gazes at their vast surroundings, asking for quick clarification to confirm this massive place is truly a formal educational facility for the Kyla army. Leo turns to the group, smiling, and confirms Owls is completely right. But he quickly notes this specific facility runs very differently compared to normal standard military bases. Taking the lead, Harold gestures for everyone to follow along. While walking, he casually drops to RTO that someone named Rinton has been feeling incredibly lonely lately, adding that the guy keeps complaining about his ungrateful apprentice never visiting him anymore. Leo totally scoffs hearing that name. He calls Rinton a stubborn bonehead, grumbling that he seriously has absolutely zero memory of ever agreeing to become that old guy's apprentice. The cheerful group explores the facility grounds. Passing by, busy soldiers and trainees stop working, standing at perfect attention to salute Harold, clearly proving just how much massive respect he commands here. Harold looks at his old friend. You and I know how big this is. He gets sentimental, noting Leo grew up and finally achieved S rank. He happily remarks on how super nostalgic it feels, since that was always the massive dream Leo chased back in the day. Leo's expression immediately darkens just slightly. He agrees with a quiet word, turning away to hide the deeply complicated feelings he currently struggles with regarding that incredibly heavy S-rank title. The group quickly arrives at a gigantic brick building on base. Harold confidently steps forward, pushing open the heavy double doors to let everyone inside. Harold gestures grandly inside, proudly welcoming them to the 3rd Garrison's absolute pride, the incredible all-environment training facility. He brilliantly explains that inside this massive space, they recreated simulated environments. We get a split view showing a harsh desert right on one side, and a beautiful flowing river on the other side. The simulation is mind-blowing, featuring gigantic, rugged rock formations that look completely real despite being indoors. Sheath looks around in total awe, calling it completely amazing. Irene, however, is much sharper on the uptake. She seriously asks what is actually happening here, noticing she can faintly sense strong magic power radiating all around them. Leo smoothly steps in to answer. He calmly explains it is a reproduction magic spell, and trust me here, by manipulating local magic, they can recreate literally any wild environment needed for training. You and I are jumping right in. To demonstrate, Leo snaps his fingers sharply, casting a crazy spell called Dream Reproduction. Boom! The empty floor in front of everyone instantly transforms. Wooden tables and benches pop up with a magic flash, leaving the whole party looking completely stunned. Reed walks right up to one of the new tables, running her gloved hand along the wooden surface. She is totally stunned by the insane detail, realizing it is an exact copy of the table from their usual tavern. Leo explains the one catch, pointing out that this epic conjuration magic can only hold together for about 3 hours. Saying this, he casually dismisses the magic, calling out end of the dream. Harold then continues his explanation, gesturing widely at the simulated forest around them. He tells the group they use this incredible environment to handle their intense combat training and education. Reed isn't just buying the visual spectacle, she is totally focused on the logistics. She starts questioning the reproduction magic, pointing out that it totally breaks away from all current magical theories. She desperately asks how on earth they are maintaining such a massive amount of magic power to keep everything running. Harold casually waves off the technical deep dive, saying he will not explain the detailed principles right now. He admits it is just a certain necromancer's wild work combined with their own efforts. Hearing this little detail, Sheath immediately jumps right in, asking if her master is involved in this too. Harold corrects her with a huge grin. He says it is not just that he is involved. Actually, Ardo came up with the entire thing. Sheath puffs up with pure pride, claiming that is exactly what she expected of her master. Reed awkwardly tries to get things back on track. She asks if this means they will be training right here in this facility. quickly following up to ask if Harold will be teaching them. Leo steps right in to answer that specific question. He tells her no, he is handling it. He starts mentioning someone else, but now pay attention. He gets cut off as a massive dark portal rips wide open right in the air. Someone notes the insanely intense magic power, just as a deep voice roars from the void, screaming that the bastard Arto has finally shown up. A terrifying figure comes charging out of the darkness. The group's reaction is instant. Irene yells out as she recognizes what is happening, while Sheath totally screams, asking what that thing is doing here. The rest of the party is just utterly confused. Alo turns right to Reed, asking if they seriously just heard that monster speak. Reed confirms it, saying she definitely heard it too. The massive figure lands with a heavy thud, kicking up a dust cloud. Everyone tenses up. Irene, Sheath, Leo, and Harold all brace themselves for combat. Sheath looks over at Leo nervously, stammering to her master as the situation suddenly gets extremely dangerous. The dust finally clears to reveal their enemy, and the entire party instantly freaks out. Someone screams that it is a skeleton, followed by another voice shouting that they must defeat this monster right now. You saw that too, right? The skeleton actually talks back, acting super arrogant as he realizes they are adventurers. He loudly scoffs, warning them not to think a bunch of weak pups like them can stop him. Harold desperately tries to stop the fight before it starts, stammering about that guy, clearly recognizing who this monster really is. But Leo is not listening. He tells Harold to forget it and charges straight in. Leo rushes the enemy, but the arrogant skeleton is not impressed. He taunts Leo right to his face, telling the kid he is lacking muscle. Sheath bravely jumps into the fray next to her master. She yells out, swinging her weapon with everything she has got. The skeleton weaves around her attack effortlessly, mocking her for being too slow. Then he starts roasting her combat technique, asking who on earth announces their attack by shouting about it like a total idiot. He does not just talk though, he immediately follows up with a brutal punch to the gut. Sheath gets the wind completely knocked out of her, coughing hard as the fierce blow lands. Reed bravely tries to follow up, thrusting her magical staff forward to catch him off guard. The skeleton casually leans back to dodge it, sarcastically muttering about how scary that was. Now, it is Irene's turn. She snaps, angrily yelling at the noisy skeleton as she comes charging in with a sword slash. But the skeleton just calmly reaches out, catching her blade with his bare hand, like it is nothing. He starts lecturing her too, annoyingly pointing out that if the first hit of a combo gets stopped, the whole attack becomes weak. Irene is desperately struggling, loudly yelling at the enemy to let go of her weapon. While she is distracted, Reed starts chanting, desperately calling on her inner light to cast a spell. The skeleton tosses Irene aside like she weighs nothing, sending her violently crashing to the dirt. Reed tries charging in with her staff, but the skeleton is way too fast, completely vanishing from her line of sight. Reed freezes up, looking totally shocked as her attack hits nothing but air. The skeleton brutally sweeps Reed's legs out from under her, yelling that her movements are way too obvious. He actually starts lecturing her mid-fight, screaming loudly that she should have applied a holy blessing the exact second she realized she was fighting an undead. He follows with a kick, sending Reed flying. Before more damage happens, Leo steps in, telling him to leave it at that, casually calling the monster Rinton. Trust me, you and I must see what happens next. Stick with me. That name definitely sparks a crazy reaction. The skeleton completely freezes, spins his head 180 degrees, calling Leo by his old name, Arto. Leo casually stands there saying long time no see, noting Rinton has not changed a bit. Rinton instantly fires back, calling Leo his foolish apprentice, but he is not done venting. He loudly complains. He thought Leo was finally returning, but instead, he shows up with random rookies who are not anywhere near ready for a real, epic fight. Leo quickly cuts to the chase. He introduces the girls as his apprentices, giving Rinton the plan. From this moment on, the two of them will train these girls here every single morning. Rinton completely freaks out, throwing his bony hands up, asking why he should. Leo counters, pointing out he wanted to train adventurer apprentices anyway. Leo confidently pitches the group to his old mentor, admitting that while they are newbies, they definitely have massive potential. Rinton just grunts loudly, looking grumpy about this whole setup. Rinton looks over Reed and Sheath, assessing them with a very critical eye. They lack skills, but he clearly admits there is raw potential to nurture here. Harold cheerfully jumps right in, pointing out to Rinton how incredibly rare it is for Arto to mentor. He playfully teases the skeleton. Since the girls rely on Rinton, that basically makes them his very cute grand apprentices now. Harold is having way too much fun here, beaming brightly, while Rinton just stands there looking entirely exhausted, with Harold and his attitude. Now watch this. Leo gives him total permission to go wild, telling him to train them hard. Rinton instantly snaps back, loudly yelling he does not need instructions. The bold skeleton straightens up, officially accepting the challenge. He grumbles that he ignores this grand apprentice nonsense, but he makes one thing incredibly clear. He is going to be strict. Rinton sighs, muttering good grief. Loudly, he complains these look like rookies who will just snap under pressure. The girls are utterly confused by this training. Sheath asks what that means, and Reed admits she does not understand the skeleton at all. Irene predictably gets aggressive, declaring she will take him down, but Leo quickly steps in, warning his sister that this is no ordinary skeleton. Leo steps in to clear things up. He explains the skeleton is actually an old friend, a true relic from their past. Rinton switches into full instructor mode. He loudly warns the group he will whip them into shape right now. Brace yourselves, because unlike Arto, he runs a strict ship. You probably wonder the same thing. Sheath stares blankly and asks the most obvious question. Why can a skeleton talk anyway? Rinton immediately yells back that it is purely because of his sheer willpower. He strictly demands she address him as Instructor Rinton. Irene jumps in with attitude, calling him Bones and complaining he is loud. Rinton instantly snaps at her, loudly asking what calling a skeleton Bones even accomplishes, pointing out that it absolutely fails as a real insult anyway. Watching this chaotic scene unfold, Harold asks his old friend if this feels nostalgic. Leo warmly agrees that it does. Leo gently closes his eyes, letting his mind drift back. He happily recalls days when they were younger. He lists the epic old squad: Harold, the necromancer Migaji, Archer Gora, and of course, Migaji's partner, Instructor Rinton. Leo narrates how the four of them formed a party, working as brave adventurers in this town. Back then, to get stronger, they would constantly hone their skills by sparring Rinton. Young Leo looks thoughtful. He warmly recalls they used to wonder if there was a better way to train than just standard practice. Leo explains Migaji eventually cracked the code, coming up with the brilliant idea of reproduction magic for their problem. Thanks to that innovation, Rinton's tough training became drastically more effective at drilling frontline combat skills into them. Leo notes that because of this magical system, the four incredibly ranked up at speeds unheard of for rookies. Leo emotionally reflects on how things were when they were just starting. It was tough back then, but they were hopeful enough to believe it would last forever. He feels like deep down he is walking that same path. Even though Migaji and Gora have vanished completely, he admits part of him still dreams of those old days. A bittersweet dream to finally wake up from. But even so, he warmly acknowledges that reuniting like this actually means something incredibly special to him. That is where we leave it. Harold heads out, mentioning the town has been getting pretty noisy lately. Alright, come along with me. Harold tells Arto he and Rinton need to borrow the training spot, and Arto gives the green light. Harold suggests hitting the guild tavern later on. He casually mentions he figured out a sneaky little way to squeeze money and secret info from the guild. Grinning widely, Harold brings up their classic old hustles, totally remembering how they used to craft and sell goods back in the day. He quickly points out that Arto was always a genius at that shady business. Arto gets totally defensive about his creations. He corrects Harold instantly, insisting it was not just random junk, but a proper guide and manual. Harold just teases him, playfully warning him not to overdo things or the guild might start watching. Arto loudly snaps back. He tells Harold to be grateful, since that is exactly how they scraped together their original adventure funds anyway. Then Harold gets super serious. He tells Arto he has a genuinely terrible feeling about this whole situation, begging his friend to be extra careful. Arto assures him that he already knows. They share a quick fist bump, and Harold says, "Catch you later." But the skeleton Rinton? He has absolutely zero patience. He pops right out of the dark portal, yelling at Arto to hurry up and finalize their training menu. So, Arto steps up to organize the entire squad. He decides to split the team, announcing that for today, he is personally taking full charge of Irene and Reed. As for the tough frontliners, Allos and Sheath, he tells them they are going to train directly under Rinton. Now, pay attention here, This gets funny. Irene questions this logic completely, shouting at the portal, asking if Rinton is not just a literal walking pile of ancient bones. Rinton totally hates the sass. He immediately snaps back, calling her a noisy little girl. Totally ignoring her attitude, Rinton accepts the job. As a veteran of the epic Dragon War, he declares he will absolutely drill the core frontline fundamentals straight into Allos and Sheath. Right now, with the other group completely sorted, Ardo turns his focus to the girls. He cheerfully tells them it is time to begin, even though they are technically backline support. He explains that today, they are focusing 100% on pure close quarters combat training. He begins by pinpointing their massive weaknesses right away. He looks right at Irene, telling her straight up that she relies way too heavily on her veil style, martial arts. Then he faces Reed. He bluntly points out how her decision-making completely shatters during sudden combat situations. Exactly like what happened just a bit earlier. Irene listens to his harsh feedback, throwing her hands on her hips with some serious attitude. She asks point blank what on earth they are supposed to do about it. Smiling, Ardo just flashes a peace sign and drops the challenge. He challenges both of them to attack him at the exact same time, but with one massive condition: absolutely no magic allowed. He tells them to drop all limits and come at him with everything they have. Hearing this, Reed looks visibly nervous about the idea. She asks if he means that even in a 2-against-1 fight, it will still be an easy win for him. You and I both saw this coming. Ardo confirms it, and as the ground rumbles, he uses dream reproduction magic to build their epic arena. Ardo lays down the ground rules for the girls. It is incredibly simple. They cannot leave the newly recreated area he just made. But on the bright side, the victory condition is crazy generous. If they land just one single hit on him, they instantly win. Irene is totally pumped and agrees to the terms right away. Gripping her heavy scythe, Reed adds a little warning of her own. She loudly warns Ardo that if her scythe actually connects, he is not getting off easy. Ardo just smiles, looking totally unfazed by the threat of getting taken down. He playfully repeats her words back, asking if she can even hit him at all. He waves them forward, telling them to bring it. Both girls coordinate their attack instantly. Irene takes point, quickly signaling Reed to follow her lead. Reed shouts a loud confirmation, and they both fiercely launch their attack. Irene rushes in fast, but Ardo literally starts his combat lecture before the first blow lands. While she charges across the rocks, he calmly explains that fighting on uneven ground is super tricky. Irene swings her sword, but Ardo effortlessly weaves right around it. He finishes his lesson while casually dodging, explaining that it is much harder than she realizes. She keeps wildly slashing, but only hits empty air. Ardo smoothly slips right past another one of Irene's frantic attacks. Spotting a perfect opening while he looks distracted, Reed jumps in from the side. She yells out that she has the reach, swinging her massive scythe to finally catch him. But Ardo reads it perfectly. He easily sidesteps the blade and instantly critiques her form. He warns her that while her reach is great, her wild movements are way too wide, making every single attack incredibly easy to predict. He literally keeps coaching her right in the middle of battle. He explains she desperately needs to add a pullback motion to her swing, or else she will never be able to land a proper cut. And that is where we leave it. He closes the distance instantly, jamming his weapon against her scythe to totally crush her momentum. Let's dive right into this intense sparring match. He drops the harsh truth. Her actual reach is way shorter than she thinks. The spar continues without breaking. Ardo effortlessly blocks her strikes, still casually lecturing her. He explains that a solid defensive stance is great for striking anyone entering her zone. But then, he quickly throws in a major warning to change the game entirely. He warns her directly, if she plays it too safe on defense, she will completely miss her golden windows of opportunity to actually land a strike. He pushes the lesson hard. She has to completely flip her mindset. Stop just waiting around, be super proactive, and absolutely seize the initiative in combat. Reed shouts loudly, taking his serious combat advice to heart. Picking up the incredible pace, she clashes near the rocky walls. Suddenly, Irene spots a perfect opening and fearlessly leaps right back into the epic fray. Screaming her presence, she launches a totally fearless strike while he deals with Reed. But honestly, Ardo casually handles the surprise interruption with absolute smoothness. He cheerfully admits her fearless energy is definitely her biggest weapon, but warns her not to get overly confident about it just yet. He effortlessly dodges her wild thrust, letting her huge momentum carry her straight past. Flying past, he bluntly states that such a simple, direct approach will completely fail against any opponent with vastly superior, legendary strength. Irene completely misses and stumbles, but Ardo is already looking away, loudly shouting his approval as he sees Reed making a brilliant move exactly as instructed, perfectly using the awesome distraction Irene created. Reed comes soaring in with a massive overhead swing. Watching her flawless combat form, Ardo smiles brightly, confirming this is exactly the epic growth he wanted. Now watch closely. She lands and flawlessly executes his tricky technique. Instead of a simple wide swing, she pulls the scythe back into a sharp hook, forcing him to actively block the crazy angle. The intense spar finally halts as her heavy weapon gets stopped completely cold against the solid, rocky terrain. A sharp sound of metal hitting stone echoes, marking the end of the exchange. Looking directly at Reed, Ardo calls it, clearly stating the match is completely decided and asking if she agrees. Staring down, fully realizing her defeat, she quietly confirms it is over. She just looks absolutely, completely drained. She admits she doesn't even know how to put it into words. She just feels like she basically has absolutely zero chance of ever actually winning against him. Ardo refuses to let her get too down about it though. He explains that flat ground would change things entirely, but warmly reminds her that real, dangerous clashes almost never actually happen under perfect, easy conditions. He clearly lays out her new training roadmap. Right now, they will keep pushing hard in practical, super messy environments like this. He promises once her skills reach a higher level, they will officially tackle magic training. Reed eagerly nods along. You and I both know how annoying critique is, right? Sitting on the ground looking totally pouty, Irene grudgingly admits to herself that his frustrating advice was actually right on the money. Catching her grumpy mood, he offers warm reassurance, cheerfully telling Irene not to worry about it. They will train specifically to conquer her weaknesses. With the mood settled, he suggests they start reviewing the awesome fight. Over with the second group, the funny skeleton instructor is wrapping things up. Dismissing his tired students, he tells Sheath and Ouz to return tomorrow. Those two are hilariously pumped up, screaming their loud thanks and acknowledging the cool instructor with way too much endless enthusiasm. Totally exhausted, Reed and Irene just watch them from the sidelines. They seriously cannot help but wonder where those guys are getting all that insane energy. Turning back to his own awesome squad, Ardo tells them they did fantastic too. He orders them to grab some food and rest up, prepping for a wild afternoon training session. Ready for a break, Reed nods. The cheerful group finally starts splitting up right after the tough training session. Ardo turns to head off alone in one direction, while Sheath, Irene, Reed, Ouz, and that funny skeleton instructor gather to go another way entirely. Realizing Ardo isn't coming with the group, Sheath quickly looks over, asking about his afternoon plans and genuinely wondering if he isn't going to join their fun lunch. Ardo smoothly explains that he has some other serious business. He mentions he is heading straight back to the guild right now to lock in arrangements for those big upcoming lectures. Sheath completely understands, brightly promising they will head back to the guild too, right after finishing their quest. Ardo warmly acknowledges this, but drops some crucial advice before leaving. Goblins might seem super easy to beat, but the team must always remain on extremely high alert. Sheath agrees with a confident nod. The scene shifts to the exterior of a large walled facility resting under a bright sky. Turns out, the squad came to the Huge Keys Trading Company, a massive warehouse complex, simply to handle some tough manual labor. Inside, the tough work is already taking a toll. Sheath sits on a crate and kindly asks how the others are doing. Looking visibly drained and sweaty, Irene complains that they are totally finished too, heavily emphasizing that warehouse sorting is absolutely exhausting. The whole exhausted team is taking a breather. So what do we learn? Manual labor is no joke. Sheath comments on the harsh reality while Irene practically melts onto a bench, groaning. Alright, let's dive back into the action. Ouz stands there completely unfazed, brushing it off as a decent workout. Right then, Wayne walks in carrying a huge tray loaded with wooden mugs. He tells the whole squad they did an awesome job, offering up cold beers as a reward. Sheath instantly sits straight up, politely greeting Wayne and apologizing for the trouble. Irene doesn't hesitate for a single second. She is super thrilled about the drinks and happily shouts thanks. Wayne continues chatting with the group, explaining that local shops actually stay afloat thanks to hardworking adventurers like them. He leans in with a wink, adding that for elite adventurers specifically, keeping good TIs is absolutely crucial for his tavern's business. Sheath looks totally caught off guard by the praise. She immediately questions the elite label, reminding him they are just iron rankers and still total rookies. But Wayne flashes a quick thumbs up, ignoring her modesty. He casually brings up how they bravely drove off those demonic enemies. The guild totally tried to cover it up, changing the report to say it was merely a sighting. But Wayne implies the locals know exactly what really went down there. The older guy finishes his pitch while looking right at Aloes, Irene, and Reed. He declares that after watching them work so hard today, he knows for a fact they're incredibly trustworthy people. The whole group happily thanks him for that. As the scene shifts out to the busy streets, Wayne's voice echoes, encouraging them to visit again since businesses everywhere absolutely love having regulars like them around. Sheath shouts back that they will definitely return. With the warehouse duty officially cleared, Sheath moves right on to their next big schedule item, hunting goblins. The scene cuts to Arto, giving strict orders back at the guild before they headed out. Now watch closely here. He explains the goblins built another massive nest, instructing the squad to thin their ranks out and report back to the guild immediately afterward. Deep in the dungeon, the party carefully navigates a dark stone corridor. One of the members actually remarks that Arto is acting a little too cold with his orders. Sheath leads the charge, simply replying that she is used to it. It actually seems like a pretty standard request for unranked rookies. Anyway, Sheath flips into leader mode. She hypes up the squad, telling everyone to get moving and reminding them to perfectly coordinate their attacks exactly like they had planned earlier. The team confirms they are fully ready. While walking forward, Irene gets lost in deep combat self-reflection. She admits to Reed she still isn't at her ideal skill level, heavily critiquing her own battle performance. She figures using a solid kick instead of swinging a sword would have been way more efficient. During that last clash, Reed walks right beside her and simply agrees with that. Their serious conversation about combat performance continues as they walk. Irene nods at the assessment, but Reed drops a harsh critique on herself too. She admits she totally failed to switch between her massive great scythe and her magic staff as smoothly as she wanted, adding that she honestly wished she could hunt about 50 more enemies just to lock her rhythm down. But Sheath ignores all of this negativity. She jumps in, telling them that despite all the self-criticism, both girls were actually absolutely amazing out there. Aloes nods right beside her, fully backing her up and agreeing they did an awesome job. With the debriefing finished, the squad decides to head straight back to the guild and file their mission report. Making their way down the busy street toward the guild building, Sheath spots something really unusual. She points ahead. You and I are probably wondering about that huge crowd too, right? Walking closer, they spot a female guild staff worker nervously addressing a giant mob of adventurers. She announces that today's big lecture has already hit full capacity, so registration is officially closed. She frantically tries calming the disappointed crowd, promising another open session will happen tomorrow. Sheath never even hesitates. She shouts an apology while shoving her way through the bystanders to get a better look, leaving poor Reed trailing behind her in pure surprise. Inside, things are even more chaotic. A massive group of seasoned adventurers is completely seated, listening intently to the speaker. Sheath stares blankly at the packed room, noting she has literally never seen this many people inside the guild together. She's totally confused, pointing out that since it is just the first day of the program, this crazy turnout is insane. Up at the front, the mystery instructor turns around. It's Arto. He spots his party members standing at the back and looks genuinely, totally surprised to see them there. He recovers instantly, flashing a cool, confident thumbs up to acknowledge his squad without breaking his professional stride as instructor. Sheath completely loses her mind, eyes literally sparkling as she praises her master for drawing such a massive crowd. Reed keeps things practical, suggesting they just quietly wait until he finishes, and Aloes agrees to hang back safely. Meanwhile, back inside the lecture hall, the session hits full swing. Arto commands the packed room, delivering his lesson to the crowd while Sheath's squad settles in. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Stick with me here. Let us rewind a few days back to the guild headquarters. Cian is absolutely furious, screaming at the staff to get out of his way as he forces his path. Completely losing his mind, he demands they hand over the demon intel immediately. But two black blade guards step up, totally blocking his way. The masked woman on the right coldly states Muracell is busy, while her partner straight up tells Cian to turn around and get lost. Realizing he is not getting through those heavy doors, Cian turns around and angrily stomps off. Later on, in the city streets, Cian is just loudly venting his absolute frustration. He screams at the sky, cursing everyone who crossed him, his mind completely stuck on those recent betrayals. He bitterly remembers Alina rejecting him, and then recalls Dill making excuses that a magician cannot function without a proper frontline. Tank and cleric, walking entirely alone. Cian keeps ranting, muttering that none of those fools realize how truly amazing he is. He questions what an S-rank hero even means to them. Deeply insulted, they would abandon someone of his elite status. Suddenly, a voice from behind completely agrees with his rant, respectfully calling him a hero. A cloaked figure stands quietly in the shadows. Now watch closely. This stranger drops a massive bombshell, claiming that even the guild itself has been infiltrated by demons. Cian spots the shadowy figure waiting for him and instantly throws an insult, calling him a pathetic rat. Staring with pure contempt, he orders the guy to hide his absolutely disgusting face. The hooded figure just chuckles, noting the hero is as harsh as ever. Getting right down to business, he tells Cian there is only one way to fix his current mess. He needs to eliminate the demons with his own hands. He continues his pitch, telling Cian that if he defeats the demons and returns triumphant as a hero, his companions and the guild must acknowledge him again. Cian takes the bait instantly, his eyes sharpen, demanding to know where the enemies are. Smiling beneath his cowl, the hooded man reveals the targets are already lurking inside Gaddis. Aggressively confident, Cian claims he knew it all along, declaring he must set out immediately to handle things. The figure quickly slows him down, explaining this event will likely happen within a month. He adds that despite the long carriage journey, a hero could arrive fast, just like that man did. Cian pauses, his eye twitching at the reference. He sharply demands who this guy is talking about. The figure clarifies he means the guy who left Cian's party. Bristling at the mere mention of Leo, Cian furiously demands why he even brought him up. The hooded figure just keeps taunting him, asking if he seriously has not heard the news. I know what you are thinking. Yep, Leo is actually in Gaddis right now, and rumors say he is already plotting something big. Cian reacts instantly, his jaw clenches so hard his teeth grind, veins popping as pure. Absolute rage takes total control. Completely losing his composure, he screams out Leo's name with enough raw force to shake the whole area. Moving away from all that intense drama, the story shifts back to the peaceful village. A full month has passed. Leo and his team have been super busy training and crushing their daily requests. With all the sweet rewards piled up from their hard work, they finally decide to upgrade their gear and get new equipment. Inside the shop, Sheath tries on a brand new set of armor. Someone compliments her, but Sheath still seems unsure, asking if the shiny gear is a little too flashy. Reed steps in to boost her confidence, telling Sheath she is naturally beautiful and absolutely should not worry. She points out Sheath's hair has grown out nicely, and the whole look really brings out her cute feminine side. Meanwhile, Luge is handling the weapons. She presents the giant axe sword, explaining she completely finished the maintenance. She admits it took way longer than expected, but completely guarantees the overall quality is top-tier solid. Leo sincerely thanks her for the hard work. He walks into the room carrying a large shield, announcing that he is completely finished up on his side as well. He pauses, seeing the girls huddled together, asking, "What is wrong?" Back over to the funny armor fitting. Luge explains the technical side. Because the chest piece uses magic forged steel, she can adjust the size whenever needed. She specifically asks Sheath if her chest feels tight at all. Sheath presses her hands against the completely flat armor and deadpans that she feels absolutely nothing right now. We get another look at the entire squad regrouping, with Leo standing totally ready in his brand new gear. While the girls finish up their moment, Sheath looks over at Leo with a huge smile. Clasping her hands together, she asks if the new gear feels pretty amazing to wear. Leo tests out his new shield and armor. "Trust me, you and I are not ready for what happens next. Come along with me." He grabs the new spear and shield, amazed by how light they feel. He is definitely a bit skeptical though. For the super low price they paid, this high-tier quality feels almost too good. Kirka smiles, promising it is totally fine. Her apprentice Luge learned a ton from crafting this, so the huge discount is completely fair. She goes on, explaining they actually scored the crafting materials during a completely separate blacksmith guild request anyway. Since they never had to spend their own coins on raw metal, the overall cost stayed incredibly low. Hearing that awesome news, Sheath bows deeply, completely grateful to Kirka and Luge for the epic upgrade. With their brand new gear locked in, Reed jumps in. Since they are properly equipped, it is time for tougher requests. She excitedly suggests hitting up the Eastern Forest for their very next mission. Reed bluntly adds that she is absolutely 100% done fighting lame goblins. Leo nods. The Eastern Forest sounds like a perfect plan. Later on, the scene shifts straight to the city streets. Looks like Leo is totally back in strict instructor mode. Holding his notebook, he officially wraps up today's lecture for everyone. Watch closely. Tomorrow, he is finally breaking down the secrets of magic. He wraps up, warning that even physical frontline fighters must understand magic, since plenty of crazy monsters actually use it. He dismisses the entire class for the day. While leaving, Helmet Guy wonders out loud if they should test out crossbows. Another hyped student agrees. They seriously need to catch tomorrow's big magic lesson. Right then, Sheath spots Leo in the crowd and happily calls out. Her awesome master turns around. Leo immediately spots their total glow-up and points right at their brand new, shiny armor and weapons. Sheath happily confirms it, bragging that the blacksmith custom-made everything. Leo completely nods, remembering her talking about that exact plan earlier. He completely agrees. This calls for a big celebration. Turning to the counter, he quickly orders 5 cold beers. Checking out Sheath's armor, he praises how perfect the circlet looks, but his eyes lock straight onto the shiny gem set inside. Sheath beams at his compliment and thanks him. She explains it is a rare interference gem, blocking physical and magical hits. Reed jumps in, showing off matching earrings from the same material. Another excited recruit steps right up, showing off his epic new spear combo. He proudly says he followed Leo's advice, totally prioritizing high physical defense for his fresh loadout. Leo checks the entire squad, completely agreeing. Their new gear is incredibly solid. You and I both know what this means. It is finally time to crank up the quest difficulty. Sheath happily updates Leo, revealing they want to challenge the Eastern Forest next. Plus, Wayne has been sending them some incredibly awesome requests. Leo smiles, remarking that the Keys Trading Company is clearly treating them super well. He wisely advises that even if tools are pricey, buying gear from a highly reliable source like that is always the best. Reed happily agrees, explaining that thanks to their amazing partnership, they have truly saved up some serious gold. She cheerfully mentions the super cheap lodging and free dinners. Leo brings their cold drinks over, warning them to keep saving up hard. You literally never know when emergency gold is needed. He explains that ranking up means way higher mission expenses. The confident girls reply that they completely understand. Leo suddenly gets super serious, proudly admitting he can definitely see how much everyone is growing. He mentions even Rinton was totally shocked by Sheath's progress, but he quickly drops a warning. The most dangerous moment is when things finally feel calm, so they must stay humble. The girls listen closely. Leo reminds them they cannot ignore the chance of another abandoned graveyard disaster happening out of nowhere. The fun chat slowly winds down as the group hangs out in the crowded tavern. Later, Leo leaves. Sheath peeks around a corner, asking Rosen if he is heading home. Leo waves back, explaining Das called him in, so he will see them tomorrow. Arriving at a private room, he boldly announces himself. Inside the quiet room, Guild Secretary Diaz waits on a sofa. She happily welcomes him, thanking him for the awesome lecture. Sitting under a fancy chandelier, Dia promises things will improve. She calmly mentions getting angry complaints from several shops because of Leo, but promises she easily silenced them. Leo instantly guesses she is talking about the annoying Merchants Guild. That is where we leave it. Our guy completely annoyed, getting nagged every single day. Stick with me, we're jumping right in. Das sighs, mixing thanks with total exasperation. She told him to just do his thing, but man, he really pushed it too far. She immediately points out the problem. Giant shops are literally pushing armor with his brand. A grinning merchant happily advertises the gear as personally recommended by S-rank adventurer Arto McLaughlin. Leo honestly couldn't care less about it. Holding a tiny box, he looks super smug. He casually mentions everything is totally fine since he gets his cut. Thanks to those sweet royalties, his wallet is insanely thick. Das just stares right at him, muttering that he literally hasn't changed a single bit. Leo confidently crosses his legs, completely standing his ground. Here, he claims the guild totally dropped the ball on these basic marketing tricks. Das pivots. She basically admits his crazy tactics actually paid off. Over the past few weeks, adventurer casualties have plummeted massively, and their overall quest success rate has absolutely skyrocketed right off the charts. But suddenly, her eyes go totally dark behind those glasses. Sure, the casualty numbers are way down, but new trouble emerged. Bizarre incidents are happening everywhere. She drops an absolutely chilling fact. 10 people inexplicably burst into flames just this week. Leo actually frowns at this, admitting he caught some whispers about it. And 10 spontaneous burnings is a wildly high number. A genuinely horrifying shot shows a completely scorched figure resting on the dirt. Das explains that the city guard wrapped up their investigation, officially calling every single incident a spontaneous combustion. Every tragedy happened at completely random times and places, leaving them practically zero clues and absolutely no reliable eyewitnesses to track down. She keeps reading off the spooky details of victims. Their ages and genders were totally random, making it look like there were zero connections between them. Leo quickly knows a massive twist is coming, so he urges her to continue. Now pay attention. Here's the twist. Every single victim had a terrifying hole ripped right through their chest, almost like something was violently scooped out, and they shared one more dark secret. Leo immediately connects the dots. He cuts her off, guessing they all worshipped the flame. He totally nailed it. Gaddis usually lets different faiths chill together, but this one specific religion was completely outlawed and heavily restricted across the board. They call it the Blazing Flame Sect. It's an ancient group heavily hunted down through history for pure heresy. The reason is obvious. The blazing god they bow to is humanity's ultimate enemy, representing the terrifying power of the demons. Back inside, Das confirms his genius guess, but then she ties these creepy cult incidents to a massive incoming political disaster. Because of these attacks, the top brass of the defense force are openly pushing to trigger a massive emergency military draft. Leo absolutely hates where this conversation is going now. He calls it incredibly shady, basically labeling it the ultimate nightmare scenario. Let's see what this decree means. If officials declare a crisis, this rule lets the military literally force every single adventurer to fight on the front lines. You and I both know it's mandatory. Anyone in the Adventurers Guild has zero right to decline. Saying no means getting permanently banished from the city, or worse, getting locked up for good. Das warns the whole city will burn, reminding him the FOs he previously crushed were merely low-level scouts. Leo cuts the fancy talk, demanding she get straight to the point. She instantly turns totally professional. Acting as the Gaddis Guild branch leader, she formally drops a major quest right into S-rank adventurer Arto McLaughlin's lap. She makes the target totally clear. She needs him to annihilate the demons, causing these terrifying fire casualties across the city. Leo quietly stares down at the heavy request paper. He deeply weighs his options, knowing his solo power has strict limits. His apprentices got stronger, sure, but a massive threat like this is still way above their level. Diaz tosses in another twist. She admits this next detail might be amazing or terrible, but rumors say the legendary hero Sane just rolled into the city completely solo. Leo naturally doesn't even flinch when she drops the hero's name. He shuts his eyes briefly, then tells Das to recruit Sane immediately. He knows an epic battle requires all the heavy hitters they can possibly gather. She smirks, already a step ahead. She knew he'd suggest that, so a messenger is already rushing an official request straight to the powerful hero. Leo quickly signs the document, locking the mission. He admits the city really matters now, since they protected his apprentices. So trust me, you and I are about to watch him absolutely obliterate these demons. Stick with me here. Das tells Leo to name his price, ready to provide instantly. Leo just glances over, calmly calling her a truly top-tier subordinate. Since she's so helpful, Leo reveals he already has his own backup ready. Das just nods, dropping her offer to send her own people. She promises her crew will drop off the intel while she personally kicks off the immediate investigation. Leo just shuts his eyes, calculating the messy collateral damage of this new schedule. He realizes he absolutely has to put his normal classes on hold. Das crosses her arms, trusting Ardo, but deep down, she is totally shaking off a seriously awful feeling about how this might end. Taking the mission, Leo heads straight for the exit, warning her to stay sharp out there. Zero time wasted. He hits the ground running in a full sprint, his worried thoughts instantly jumping straight back to the hero. Pure frustration. He mentally calls Sean a total idiot for recklessly running off completely all alone. The scene flips to a creepy abandoned lighthouse on the coast. Grim, the female demon, stands ready alongside her single-horned partner named Ri. She calmly tells him the dark fire awakening ceremony is starting now. Ri stammers, but agrees he is ready. Grim flashes a totally sinister glare, explaining this festival has one very twisted requirement. It requires eyeballs. She quickly explains exactly what she is hunting. Now pay attention here. They need someone powerful, but mainly a target who gets absolutely consumed by the flames of jealousy. Back at that creepy lighthouse, Grim tries clarifying their actual mission with the boss. Calling him Bime, she double-checks the plan, asking if they are really just carving out the eyes of the local human population. Bime's eerie voice echoes out from the void, actually correcting Ri this time, completely shutting down the male demon's huge misunderstanding. Bime clarifies that the required eyeballs are absolutely not literal ones. He was speaking purely metaphorically about this entire dark festival's focus. Grim processes this, wondering if she and Ri are not the main stars. She quickly accepts it, telling Bijim she completely understands. The echoing voice continues lecturing, aggressively drilling the point into Ri. Bijim makes it super clear. The main event is, and always will be, completely about the humans. Ri grins like a maniac while Bijim reveals his master plan. Humans fighting, insulting, and utterly destroying each other. The voice declares that after the chaos, they just burn. Absolutely everything needs to burn. Grim completely loves this twisted philosophy. She tells Bijim she gets it, agreeing burning is brilliant. Smiling serenely, she chants that fire forgives all, fully bowing to her master's dark will. Bijim praises Ri's wicked reaction. Completely hyped up, Ri loudly declares it is time to finally begin. He officially announces the fire awakening, shouting that humanity will be reborn in the flames. Now watch this twist. Leo finally meets the subordinate Das actually promised him. It turns out to be Emmy the waitress, bringing some seriously insane energy. She calls him Ardo-san, asking for the master plan, brightly suggesting they tackle basic detective work by visiting the crime scene. Leo completely crushes her hype, asking why a random adventurer like him should even bother playing detective at a crime scene. He pauses, hitting her with a deadpan stare, legitimately asking if she is seriously his assigned backup assistant. Emmy strikes a peace sign pose, winking, and introduces herself as Amelia, claiming to be the famous tavern waitress, Emmy's identical twin sister. Leo absolutely rejects the silly twin sister act, accusing her of making that ridiculous backstory up instantly. Emmy does not even deny it, laughing that since her name is Amelia, calling her Emmy still totally works out. She instantly flips the script, brutally teasing him for dropping a casual nickname like Ardo-san, despite only just meeting her. She laughs out loud, calling him a bold, classic ladies' man as expected. Leo looks completely exhausted by her wild attitude, mentally calling her a pain. Changing the subject, he points out her outfit, asking if that super formal black and white maid gear is official. Emmy admits it technically is her uniform, but casually complains it looks pretty lame. She explains she skips it unless she wants the dramatic anime appeal of revealing the legendary Black Blade was secretly waiting there all along. Leo flatly promises he is absolutely reporting her nonsense to Muracell. Emmy pouts, but Leo suddenly freezes. And trust me, what he senses next changes absolutely everything. Stick with me. Suddenly, throwing knives ambush them from the dark shadows. Emmy reacts instantly, swinging her arm and deflecting those blades with terrifying precision. Before impact, right then, a hooded shadow attacker steps from the gloom, gripping even more daggers. The guy is totally impressed she caught the ambush. He casually mentions that is exactly what he expects from an S-rank Black Blade member. Leo simply draws his sword, groaning out loud about this super annoying situation. He asks Emmy if he can totally trust her to cover his back. She just flashes a cheerful smile and happily says, "No problem." She will simply betray him to save herself if things get too dangerous. Leo lunges right into action, shouting back that her promise is not reassuring at all. He skips the polite small talk and moves incredibly fast. Going straight on the offensive, he yells out his signature Gaia Ridge and swings his blade. The earth instantly reacts right to his powerful command. Massive jagged rock spikes violently burst upward through the pavement, completely tearing the street apart trying to skewer that sneaky hooded attacker. Leo gets caught off guard by the enemy reaction time, suddenly realizing this guy is incredibly fast. The enemy manages to dodge the rocky upheaval effortlessly, his feet lightly touching down on the debris. Now pay attention. The attacker closes the distance in a flash, claiming the fight was already completely over the moment Leo chose not to retreat. The shadow tries to unleash his own technique, shouting "Cry gravel," but the attack turns totally catastrophic for him. Sharp stone spikes violently erupt, but instead of hitting Leo, they pierce right through the attacker instead. Red mist sprays as the attacker groans in pain. Realizing his massive mistake, he asks if Leo uses earth magic. Leo stands there completely unbothered. He calmly confirms that earth magic happens to be his specialty. Fighting on his element meant he just took total control of the situation. Realizing he is hopelessly outmatched, the enemy leaps back onto a broken wall. He says he will gladly take that incredibly valuable magic info with him. Leo chases him down, promising the guy will fall before escaping with that precious intel. But the shadow attacker does not look scared at all. A super creepy smile spreads across his face as he claims they are just puppets controlled by a spider. He adds that technically he is already gone anyway. Leo simply clicks his tongue, shouting out in serious frustration as he finally realizes what this guy is doing. Too late. The enemy explodes into a massive fire column, totally blowing away the evidence and blocking Leo right there with a giant wall of flames. Leo just stands there amidst the heavy smoke and debris, staring exactly at the spot where the enemy completely exploded. Emmy comes running to the scene, quickly calling out to check if Leo is absolutely okay. Leo clicks his tongue, cursing in pure frustration that the enemy took the easy way out. Leo wonders out loud if he messed up by not dragging more info out of the guy first. But looking at those burnt remains, he decides it probably would not matter. He figures these guys were likely just empty puppets or pawns from the very start. You see the tension, right? Emmy looks really worried, pointing out that direct attacks mean they are totally out of time. She asks Leo for the plan, and he does not hesitate. He tells her they absolutely need the defense force for cooperation, because they just do not have the needed manpower to handle this insanity alone. He knows those demons are hiding somewhere inside the city, making finding them the absolute priority. Moving forward, Leo quickly runs through the whole situation mentally, even with Black Blade members and high-ranking adventurers completely combing the area. They have still come up with absolutely nothing so far. He intensely analyzes the surroundings. The city is massive and packed with people, making searching a total nightmare. Usually, demons look distinct and easy to spot, but they are staying completely off the radar. Despite that, he is absolutely certain the Blazing Flame sect followers are gathering right here in town. Leo's thoughts grow darker as he considers the enemy nature. He figures while human followers might sneak around, those demons usually do not hide like this unless they are planning something huge. Realizing the danger, he knows these demons are likely waiting to show themselves openly only when their plan is fully ready. And by the time they step out into the light, it will already be way too late for anyone to stop them. Leo touches his chin, deep in thought. He realizes this whole situation feels completely different from the last time. These are not just random monsters targeting rookie adventurers. This is highly organized. Leo is deep in thought, looking seriously intense. He realizes that this time around, they are dealing with something far more evil than usual. He can tell it will be something absolutely terrible. He keeps analyzing the situation, constantly wondering why they targeted Gaddis in the first place. He figures the enemy is not just trying to destroy the city. It is more like they would be happy if the city simply got destroyed as a side effect. Makes you think, right? He realizes they might have to consider that other countries are actually involved. Come along with me, making their big decision. Leo points a finger up high and tells everyone to climb. Down in the alley, Leo, Sheath, and the cloaked Ron finally gather together. Leo admits they have way too much to consider and zero real information. So, he suggests heading straight to the Defense Corps' headquarters for the time being. Harold steps right in and shuts that down. He says no way, explaining that he actually knows some people at the 3rd Garrison instead. Hearing that, the plan flips instantly. The group agrees, asking if they should sprint there, before making their way up to the high rooftops to travel fast. Sheath climbs up onto the tiled roof, looking absolutely thrilled, saying this feels totally adventurer-like. Leo just stares, asking if she seriously feels that way. Back to running, Leo sticks a perfect landing on a lower roof. Keeping up his route toward the garrison, he pauses for a quick second, looking over the townscape stretching right toward the ocean. Tempting fate entirely, he mutters how he really hopes nothing bad happens. Meanwhile, the scene shifts far away into the mysterious Elsia ancient forest. A group of ugly goblins lounges around a forest clearing. Watch closely now. Someone hiding. Counting the target spots, 6 total, including 2 dangerous goblin mages. Yep, it is Sheath's awesome party doing the recon. Reed turns to Sheath, who is currently stepping up as leader, and asks for direct instructions on how to handle them. Sheath weighs the situation. She tells the team that even though these guys aren't their main mission, fighting them later on would be a massive, annoying hassle. She decides it is way better to take them out right now while they strike first. The entire party eyes the enemies, specifically those holding the staffs. They agree those goblin mages are super troublesome. The plan? Drop them before they can cast any magic, taking total advantage of a clean surprise attack. Sheath lays out the epic battle plan. She says open with a fire spell, and during that quick gap, she and Owls will rush in, closing the distance. She tells Reed to hold off on support magic for now, and just focus entirely on backing Irene up. Alo nods, tightly gripping his spear. He agrees with the strategy, noting Irene's magic archery will be absolutely perfect in this setup. But right before breaking cover, Irene raises a hand to interrupt. She tells them she has one suggestion. Irene suggests using freezing ice magic over fire. She explains that while fire packs a serious punch, the heavy smoke and noise will make them stand out. It simply wouldn't be smart to attract even more monsters to their current location. Sheath quickly realizes Irene makes a solid point about noise and smoke. She admits that is totally true, apologizing to the group and confessing she had not thought that far ahead when suggesting the fire plan. Alo steps in to be super supportive, telling Sheath her idea wasn't actually wrong. She only chose fire because it is typically the most reliable method, so she shouldn't feel bad. Reed chimes in, adding that she totally agrees with Irene's smart assessment of the situation too. You and I know what comes next. Alos turns to the archer, asking Irene if she's ready to strike. Irene doesn't even need words. She just flashes a confident, sharp grin that proves she is more than capable. She immediately starts her chant, calling on the solitary moon to descend and scatter its magic feathers. She unleashes the spell Iceps, sending a massive wave of freezing magic forward. The goblin mages notice something is wrong, but react way too late. The absolute second the magic FLIs, Owls, and Sheath burst from the bushes, sprinting at full speed right toward the panicked enemies. Irene's magic aim is flawless. The ice magic instantly freezes the goblins' feet to the ground, rooting them completely in place while the 2 fast warriors close the distance. The ugly goblins scream as the bitter cold hits, totally panicked and unable to move or cast their spells. Sheath reaches them first, and it is absolute destruction. She spins her massive axe with terrifying speed, slicing through the immobilized goblins like butter before they can even raise a guard. Owls is right there beside her, thrusting his sharp spear with precision. He drives the weapon straight through a goblin, taking full advantage of the awesome fact that the frozen enemy is completely stuck and cannot dodge. It isn't just the frontliners doing work. Reed bravely stands her ground as an angry goblin rushes her with a club. She does not even flinch. She simply swings her staff like a scythe in a clean horizontal arc, striking the attacker down before he can even reach her. Irene is totally showing off her skills. She dances across the battlefield, defeating one goblin with a swift strike, immediately leaping toward the next target using incredible, high-speed acrobatics. Further back, a goblin mage tries to get a spell off, raising its staff and screaming loudly. But Sheath is already sprinting at him full tilt. She brings her massive axe down in a heavy overhead smash, crushing the mage completely. That's where we leave it. With enemies defeated, she exhales, relieved. This wild skirmish is done. Stick with me here, you and I are jumping right back in. Alos confirms the area is completely clear. Meanwhile, Irene warmly analyzes her performance, realizing her ice magic is fantastic for slowing enemies, but sadly lacks that big Flashy, raw, destructive power. Reed cheerfully steps in to reassure her. She brightly mentions that Leo told her doing heavy damage with ice magic is notoriously tough, even for high-aptitude mages. So, there is absolutely zero reason for her to feel ashamed. Irene happily nods, accepting it. With the threat gone, Aloes enthusiastically calls for them to keep moving. Sheath excitedly checks her map and announces the ancient ruins they need should be right up ahead. The party cheerfully gets back into formation, trekking forward along the scenic forest path. Finally, they break through the beautiful trees and find it, a stunning set of ancient, crumbling stone pillars, warmly bathing in the bright sunlight. Sheath points eagerly at the ruins, announcing they made it. Reed agrees, but her curious focus shifts to the vegetation. She spots specific flowers blooming around the stones. Sheath confirms they found the exact fire-absorbing flowers needed for their request. Someone cleverly suggests splitting into two groups to gather things way faster, and the upbeat team happily agrees to the plan. They get straight to work. Reed, Sheath, and Irene kneel peacefully in the grass by the ancient pillars, happily harvesting bright red flowers growing around the ruins. While working, Sheath curiously takes a much closer look at a plant, mentioning how incredibly strange it is for a pretty flower to absorb pure fire. Reed shares some mysterious lore while picking. She says she learned these specific magical flowers only bloom in places where a terrible, devastating fire disaster occurred in the deep past. Sheath curiously asks what a fire disaster is supposed to be. Reed gently explains it is actually a mysterious legend from the Golden Church. She continues her fascinating story, describing how back when demons lived above and fought human ancestors, the epic battlefields were left completely and utterly scorched. According to the legend, the land soaked up all that fire and lost life force, eventually causing these flowers to sprout. That is exactly how they got their name. The bright red petals are colored by the fallen warriors and fire they totally absorbed. Irene mentions she has never heard that story before. Reed nods, smiling, adding that similar legends exist in other regions, though she isn't really sure if they are common in Vale. Sheath stares thoughtfully at the flower in her hand, wondering deeply about the part where they sprout from fallen heroes. With 4 massive bags stuffed full of flowers, Irene happily calls it a day. She tells everyone they gathered plenty, and the smiling group finally starts heading right back. Sheath cheerfully asks if they are finally leaving now, and Reed happily lays out the plan, saying they need to visit the Keys Trading Company first to quickly drop off their delivery. Watch closely, because you and I are about to see everything flip. She spots something bizarre ahead that stops her entirely dead in her tracks. The cheerful vibe shifts instantly. Sheath completely freaks out, loudly asking what on earth is happening. Meanwhile, the rest of the stunned group just stares forward, totally mesmerized by whatever they are seeing. Irene wastes zero time stating the obvious, loudly shouting that the situation looks bad. Aloes perfectly snaps into strong leader mode, telling everyone they must hurry and move. They do not argue. The brave squad takes off, sprinting down the path toward the town. Back in the city, things are getting super weird. An incredibly mysterious phrase begins echoing around the Great Lighthouse. When the Great Lighthouse lights up, the fire awakens. You hear that too, right? People in the streets are saying it. A man stands completely alone in an alley's blank, mysteriously repeating the eerie chant about the fiery lighthouse. High up in a stone building, Diaz, the guild secretary, looks out his window. He watches the city with the deeply serious expression as those strange words magically spread. Down on street level, normal citizens are getting really creeped out. A couple stops to stare at another entranced man walking around, blankly reciting that exact line about the fire awakening. More curious people gather, looking up at the hill, their attention drawn to the tower, as the mysterious chant perfectly echoes through the town. Suddenly, a dramatic woman on the street points and yells for everyone to look. Just then, the top of the Great Lighthouse violently erupts, totally engulfed in a massive, epic pillar of roaring flames. This bizarre phenomenon is rapidly spreading through the lively streets. A man looks up, chanting that the fire is awakening, and a woman nearby identically repeats the exact same phrase, like she's in a deep trance. Things get creepier. One guy is tightly clutching a really weird, dark, seed-like object. He intensely repeats the chant, physically shaking as he presses the strange object right against his pounding chest. High up on the rooftops, Emmy calls out to Leo. He looks down at the wild chaos unfolding below and grimaces. Realizing they were too slow to stop whatever this mystery is. Strong and decisive, Leo absolutely does not hesitate. He tells Emmy to follow him. Trust me, you and I want to see what happens next. As she stays right on his heels, sprinting across the roof tiles. Come along with me into the market square where absolute panic hits. People are screaming, scrambling away because a guy stands right there, completely wrapped in mysterious dark flames. The burning guy drops straight to his knees, groaning in sheer agony. Just a few feet away, someone else didn't make it out. They are lying face down on the hard pavement, completely scorched and smoking. Leo watches the chaotic scene grimly, asking if this is the spontaneous burning incident they have been hearing rumors about. Emmy just shakes her head, saying, "This is completely different. It is way too wild and flashy compared to previous cases." Before they can analyze it further, the burning man starts reacting in a shocking way. His muscles bulge and expand so incredibly fast that his clothes violently rip right off his back. The terrifying transformation finishes in a split second. The guy is gone, totally replaced by a massive dark monster with pointed ears and a bizarre seed stuck right inside his chest. It unleashes a deafening roar. Emmy spots the giant beast and knows instantly that things just went south. Leo leaps boldly off the roof, shouting for Emmy to focus on getting civilians to safety while he takes down this massive beast. She quickly acknowledges his brave order. Leo jumps straight into action, chanting a high-level incantation about a fierce lord tearing the sky and carving branches. He bravely unleashes the spell Chronos, summoning wild lightning. Now watch this closely. The electricity slams the target, but Leo lands with his sword drawn, entirely ready. He gives the beast 0 seconds to even breathe. While lunging right forward, he chants for a white pillar to raise fangs. He casts frostbite, making massive jagged ice crystals erupt from the ground to trap the beast. It absolutely does not hold, though. The monster shatters the ice, throwing a punch. Leo weaves smoothly under the attack and slashes back with his sword, engaging in a high-speed exchange. The monster opens its mouth, unleashing a torrent of fire breath. Leo is forced to break away and swiftly dodge the intense flames. As the giant creature roars, they gain distance, and Leo notices the deep cuts on the monster are actually already closing up. He clicks his tongue, clearly annoyed that he must deal with an insane regeneration ability on top of everything else. Leo looks legitimately rattled for a quick second. He thinks to himself that a normal human transforming into a beast like this is completely unheard of. He analyzes the enemy as it charges him down. He perfectly notes the flaming horns and the distorted core embedded right in its chest. Even though it is confusing, he figures this is likely a case of a human fully transforming into a literal demon. As the giant monster swings at him again, Leo admits that he honestly doesn't want to be stuck in close combat with this terrifying thing. He dodges another fast strike and immediately follows up with 2 powerful earth spells, Stone, Vine, and Cry Gravel. The ground answers instantly. Multiple sharp stone spikes shoot up from below, skewering the massive monster directly through its chest and shoulders. Leo instantly starts barking out orders. He yells at Emmy to relay their scary situation to both the guild and the defense force right now. He quickly shares the tactical details, shouting that the beast's main weak point is the core inside its chest, but she desperately needs to know about its regeneration abilities too. Emmy acknowledges his command instantly. She shouts back that she's rushing toward the lighthouse and completely understands the mission. Before going, she tells Leo she will catch up as soon as she can, so he strictly isn't allowed to fall until then. With a super quick goodbye, Emmy beautifully blurs completely out of sight. Leo watches her go, playfully yelling after her not to say reckless things, just move quickly. We both feel the crazy tension here, right? Sprinting across the rooftops, Leo curses those tricky demons, finally realizing the real gravity of this situation. If they actually have power that can force any human to transform into a monster, this is absolutely a total nightmare scenario. He smartly keeps running the logic while he moves. If the strength of these vicious abominations depends on how strong the original human was, then the people with the highest potential are actually the absolute biggest threats right now. It suddenly clicks for him. Leo realizes that's exactly why they chose the city of Gaddis. The city is entirely known for housing high-ranking adventurers with serious abilities, people operating out in the outskirts, away from the main capital's oversight. It is basically an all-you-can-eat buffet of completely powerful heroic hosts. Meanwhile, Sane, the hero who has been having a seriously rough time lately, arrives at a desolate spot outside. He looks around, wondering if he found the exact right place. He looks straight up and sees the lighthouse completely engulfed in ominous dark flames. He recognizes it instantly as real demon fire. Inside the structure, demons Ri and Grim stand directly before a mysterious, swirling dark portal. Ri addresses the entity on the other side, telling Bime that they've successfully located their main target, the eyeball. Sane spots the two figures near the lighthouse and loudly yells at them immediately. Grim gently floats down, wondering what the wild commotion is, but she very quickly dismisses it. She tells Sane it is fine. Trust me, he becomes the eyeball anyway. Stick with me here. Cian skips the chatter, refusing to talk to demons, and charges straight into the intense fight. Ri just smiles at the angry hero, deciding he looks like absolutely perfect test material. Grim does not hesitate, ordering Ri to drop a flame curtain. Explosive fireballs rain down from above, exploding everywhere. Cian keeps weaving perfectly through the massive impacts as bright flames light the area. Annoyed, Cian clicks his tongue and swings his mighty sword, effortlessly slicing through fire and smoke. Honestly, Ri watches and actually looks totally impressed. Ri strolls casually toward the action while Sane stays super alert. The villain happily notes that running into someone of this top-tier caliber feels amazing. Despite expecting some minor pushback, Ri praises his insane speed while Grim floats nearby, casually summoning menacing dark chains. She notes that despite his speed, his movements are just way too predictable. Instantly launching her chains, Cian shows off serious skills, wildly twisting and flipping through the air to dodge those heavy metal links smashing into his previous spot. Cian decides to get totally serious, unleashing his technique, Deathwind Liberation. Ri closely watches the blade surge with wind power, figuring it out. Confirming he is the rumored hero, Sane charges in, tells the villain to fall, and strikes down. It utterly fails. You have got to see this. Ri casually stops the massive strike with one finger. He smirks, lecturing Sane that villains view the concept of an end completely differently than humans do, playfully telling the hero to study a bit more. Sane clicks his tongue in deep frustration and leaps back, annoyed his ultimate attack failed. Ri openly mocks him, explaining he isn't dumb enough to leave a weak point right on his chest for anybody to hit. Before Cian can even react, dark chains tightly wrap his armor. He curses, caught. Grim smirks at him, sarcastically mentioning that his earlier strike actually hurt a lot. She stares at him like an inanimate object, cruelly calling him eyeball once again. Grim violently yanks the chain, completely freezing Sane in place. While he struggles uselessly, Ri just calmly watches. He wonders aloud how bright Sane can burn, stating he is looking forward to the wild results. Grim wastes zero time, hauling the chain back with insane power and dragging Sane violently toward her. As he FLIs right into range, Grim brutally drives her heavy fist directly into his solid breastplate. His sturdy armor shatters instantly under the absolutely massive force. He groans in pure agony as metal cracks apart. Cian collapses, totally writhing in pain. Grim looms right over him, looking totally satisfied with their handiwork, as Ri crosses his arms, looking completely pleased. You and I know this is bad. Ri loudly announces the epic fire awakening begins. He aggressively jams a dark, jagged crystal right into the shattered opening of Sane's chest. Sane's eyes widen in pure panic as it digs deep. A huge scream echoes through the crumbling tower as wild energy erupts. Ri and Grim watch with twisted smiles, clearly enjoying the wild light show. Down below, Sane is completely transformed. His skin turns pitch dark, and a huge horn bursts out while he clutches his face. The surrounding soldiers are left totally and utterly confused. One guy shouts out, asking what the heck is happening, while aiming crossbows at the new threat. A female soldier turns to Harold, totally confused. Harold immediately cuts her off, apologizing but saying explanations will happen later. Focused on the threat, the soldiers openly fire, turning transformed Sane into a pincushion. Someone yells in absolute fear, asking what monster this is, because Cian just stands there, ignoring all the arrows piercing his chest. Changing scenes, Sheath runs up to the group, relieved, shouting that she finally found them. Sheath stands near Reed, telling Leo and Emmy she is glad they survived. Reed just stands quietly beside her, looking pretty shaken. Sheath laughs super nervously, scratching her cheek while calling the town complete chaos. Trying hard to keep things light despite the destruction, Sheath is actually in total panic mode, demanding to know what happened and where her master went. The cool guild secretary, Diaz, steps in to manage things. She tells Sheath she understands, but demands calm, announcing a huge emergency request has just been issued to all local adventurers. Emmy explains the monster situation. Trust me, you and I are just getting started here. Come along with me. Here, the guild officially named this the Fire Incarnation, and they are rushing to safely evacuate everyone. Emmy points her finger upward, stressing that the port district is the absolute most dangerous area. She notes that tons of tourists are still stuck there, and they are desperately lacking enough strong people to help out. Hearing this, Sheath figures it out and asks if they should rush to the port immediately. Emmy clearly looks super conflicted. She honestly wishes she could just tell Sheath to run away, but admits that heading to the port is the right move. Then she drops a massive hint. Arto is already there. Suddenly getting super serious, Emmy makes a personal request. She warns Sheath to run if things get too risky. She insists Sheath must survive no matter what happens, reminding her that knowing when to retreat takes real courage. Sheath completely agrees, remembering her own master taught them the exact same lesson. A quick memory of Leo flashes by, telling her to get moving. Emmy instantly switches back to her cheerful self, giving a playful wink and a wave, praying for her safe return. Fired up by the support, Sheath gives a solid yes and gets ready. Now watch this part closely. While everyone else frantically runs away, a full squad of geared adventurers marches straight toward the dangerous ocean zone. Meanwhile, the Port District Lighthouse Plaza is absolute, pure chaos. People are screaming for everyone to hurry up, frantically guiding the panicked crowds away from the danger, pushing right against the massive fleeing crowd. Leo, currently acting as Arto, dodges past the rushing civilians, sprinting straight for the source of the trouble. He suddenly spots a guy in white holding a strange leaf. The man gasps, totally caught off guard as Leo charges into range with pure lightning speed. Leo drops down low, sliding in incredibly fast before the guy can even react. The furious man in white completely loses his mind, wildly waving a dagger and screaming at Leo to stop getting in his way, totally frenzied. But he is way too slow. Leo dodges the sloppy attack in a blur, instantly moving right behind the guy and trapping him entirely. With one rapid strike and a bind command, Leo drops him. The spell works instantly, completely knocking out the frantic cultist on the solid ground. Leo quickly grabs the mysterious leaf from his hand. He realizes this strange item is causing the whole disturbance. Wasting zero time, he casts Petrify on it, turning the leaf to solid stone and smashing it to solve the issue at its source. Tossing the dust away, Leo keeps pushing through the park. He notes with a serious glare that other cultists are still lurking around. Nearby, the epic battle already rages. A tough squad of adventurers with heavy crossbows are firing bolts straight into the horned demon, trying to take the beast down from afar. The rest of the team jumps in. A warrior swings a huge blade while a powerful mage fires explosive magic from the back. Everyone is ganging up on the shadowy figure at once. Meanwhile, Leo finally reaches the edge. He stares up at the massive tower blasting magical energy, totally confirming his suspicion that the Great Lighthouse is the absolute center of this wild chaos. He sprints toward the tower to jump in, but suddenly stops cold when something up ahead catches his attention. In the clearing, he spots the horned figure kneeling down, completely still, and holding a massive sword planted right into the solid ground. Leo zeroes his focus on the weapon, specifically looking at the unique hilt gripped tightly in the demon's hand. I know what you are thinking. That is the Windblade. Karen, realizing who is actually holding it, makes him completely freeze. He simply cannot believe his eyes. Panicking, he screams Sane's name. Leo instantly breaks into a sprint, rushing toward his old friend and asking if he is okay, totally ignoring the monstrous look for a second. He slides to a quick stop right beside the kneeling demon. Leo stares down at his friend, sweat pouring down his panicked face. He stutters out Sane's name again, totally confused by this dark transformation, and asks what the heck happened to him. Leo stands right beside Say, but things look incredibly bad. Sane, or whatever dark demon he just became, it's simply kneeling there, his chest heavily gasping for any fresh air. It really looks like Sei is fighting a massive mental battle. He starts muttering about intense heat, totally delirious. He asks about some fire and a woman, clearly hallucinating or trapped inside a painful memory. He starts mentally spiraling, loudly repeating that it is hateful and unbearable. Then he completely snaps. With a wild scream, Seiun swings his giant sword at Leo. Leo barely reacts in time, throwing his weapons up to block the sudden powerful strike. He quickly realizes he cannot just stand there and take these heavy hits. So, he leaps backward in a fast flip, trying to gain some much-needed distance from that massive, dangerous blade. Seiun does not stop. He slams his sword down, unleashing Gaia Ridge. Trust me, watch what happens next. Alright, you and I are jumping right into an epic high-speed clash as Leo lands, sending debris flying everywhere. Seiun swings wildly with pure chaotic strength. Leo manages to deflect the massive blow with his dual blades, muttering under his breath. The impact rattles his arms. Seiun is completely gone now, going totally berserk. He lunges forward for another strike, screaming at Leo to just vanish. Leo barely catches the blade. He mutters again, struggling to hold back the overwhelming power of his former friend. Seiun spins, unleashing a massive shockwave that carves the air. Leo has to keep moving to avoid getting totally wrecked. While Leo is busy trying to survive, some nearby adventurers notice the wild commotion. They spot Seiun's new demonic form and absolutely freak out, wondering what kind of crazy monster that is. Leo hears them and yells at the guys to stop. But honestly, Seiun is not slowing down for anyone. He screams at an adventurer to dodge. The guy barely has time to panic about Seiun's insane speed before he is in range. And just like that, Seiun lands a brutal, unforgiving slash on the guy. Not hesitating for a single second, Lita watches the chaos unfold, sweat pouring down his face. He realizes this situation has officially hit worst-case scenario. Now pay attention here. The transformed Seiun is actually tapping into a dark blessing called the Ultimate Wind. That insane power boost makes him the most dangerous enemy Leo could ever possibly face. Leo thinks back to their history. It was never smooth sailing. Their team breakup was super messy. They argued constantly, clashing over literally everything. Ultimately, Leo even got kicked right out of the party. But looking at him now, Leo refuses to just see an enemy. He quietly calls his former leader a total idiot. Leo slides to a stop in the rubble. Despite all their past drama, he could never truly hate Seiun. Gripping his sword, he gets totally furious. He decides this whole chaotic mess is absolutely the fault of those awful demons. But that also means he is the only one who can stop Seiun's wild rampage. With a look of pure, inspiring determination, Leo vows to save him. Not a single second wasted. Leo digs his boots in and fiercely launches back into the epic fray. Sheath spots Leo rushing past and calls out to her master. Reed yells Tu's name in pure shock, while Leo lets out a massive, frustrated battle cry. He screams at Seiun to stop, but the transformed hero just looks completely cold. Sensing the immense danger, Leo frantically shouts at the group, ordering them to run far away immediately. Seiun completely ignores him and attacks, shouting for them to fall. The shield warrior Alios blocks it just in time, quickly checking on Sheath. The wild attacks keep coming. Seiun leaps for a heavy downward smash. Alios catches it right on his shield, struggling under the immense pressure. Irene steps up beside Reed, declaring she will never let him win. As Seiun swings, she bravely intercepts the attack, clashing swords with the corrupted hero. But Seiun is just way too strong, easily kicking Irene away. Sheath tries to use the distraction, swinging her axe down hard. But Seiun is incredibly fast and cleanly dodges the strike. Moving at insane speeds, Seiun circles behind Sheath before she can even recover. You and I both know what happens next. She freezes, totally terrified. Sheath is in really bad shape. Her head spins, her body feels impossibly heavy, and she cannot even lift her arms. It feels like she is losing control of her limbs. Her vision blurs as she starts fading out. Suddenly, a warm memory cuts through the fog. She recalls Leo teaching her to never look away from enemies. He explained that if she stays focused, no matter what happens, she will always find a chance to strike. Sheath remembers the inspiring advice and instantly snaps back. Her eyes sharpen. Just as Sein's blade comes crashing down, she raises her weapon and beautifully blocks the strike. But hey, she does not have to fight alone. Leo charges right in, powerfully slamming his sword against Sein's to intercept the attack with. Massive impact. Leo forces the monster back, sliding into a cool stance between the enemy and his student. He glances over his shoulder with a proud smirk. He tells Sheath she has really grown, adding it is exactly what he expects from his disciple. Turning his attention back to the corrupted hero, Leo gets serious. He calls out Scene's name, declaring he will be fighting him now. And trust me, you and I will love watching him order everyone away to handle this monster himself. Totally ignoring the order to run, Alios and Reed rush over to Sheath instead, asking if she is okay. Reed immediately gets to work, chanting a magical incantation for intermediate healing to patch Sheath right up. Stick with me here. Leo is desperately fighting back against the monster's absolutely relentless, heavy assault. Leo's is totally panicking, shouting about what that creature even is. He quickly turns to Sheath, frantically asking what they should do. He thinks they cannot win against such insane power. But Sheath, no longer scared, wiping her face, she looks totally focused, boldly declaring she will support her master. Suddenly, Sane drops in with a massive, shadowy energy strike, yelling at everyone to stay completely out of his way. Leo blocks the blade with his own sword, but the impact is incredibly heavy. You can see the intense strain on his face holding back the fallen hero's power. Right then, Sheath makes a quick, decisive call. She tells the crew that retreating is the smartest move, ordering them to escape immediately and report everything directly back to the guild's headquarters. Al stares at her like she is completely crazy, asking what her own plan is. Meanwhile, Sheath stays totally, absolutely locked in. She proudly says she will support her master, adding that she can already perfectly read through the enemy's fast movements. Irene totally panics, shouting about what she is even saying. Sheath admits she feels unqualified to lead or give orders, but that absolutely does not change her stubborn mind. Looking incredibly serious, she proudly declares that is exactly why she must be the one going in. Watch closely now. Sheath explains everything while Leo struggles. She knows if nobody stops Sane right here, things will become a total, massive disaster, and her brave master just cannot handle this whole fight alone. Alo, Irene, and Reed stand there completely silent, stunned by the rookie's brave resolve. Sheath does not wait for permission. Tossing a quick apology over her shoulder, she sprints past them, diving right into the fight. Irene is simply not having it, calling Sheath a total fool for trying to leave them behind. She boldly declares there is absolutely no way they are just running away now. Owls is absolutely fed up with just watching from the sidelines. He groans, openly admitting that stalling the tough enemy was supposed to be his own job anyway. Deciding they are jumping in too, Reed totally backs him up, excitedly explaining that if they disrupt just one of the enemy's big moves, they might actually carve out a path to victory. Leo is still desperately playing the hero protector, loudly yelling that he told them all to escape. But Sane is absolutely not having any of it. He harshly calls them annoying small fries for digging around where they do not belong, ordering them to get lost immediately. Ignoring his insults, Sheath totally locks in, beautifully catching a massive strike with her weapon. You can see the pure effort lighting up her face, bravely holding the line while keeping this fierce beast trapped in a weapon lock. Leo spots his window, quickly dashing in from the blind side, dual blades fully ready to strike, while Sane is totally distracted. Leo bravely drives his attack home, slamming into the enemy with an incredibly heavy impact. Sane completely snaps, focusing all his intense fury directly onto Leo. He screams out while unleashing a vicious, sweeping dark slash. Leo barely has enough time to react to the wild speed of that counter. Sheath watches in total shock as the attack connects, loudly screaming for her master. But then, she quickly snaps herself out of it. You and I know she cannot just stand there worrying about him. Forcing herself into motion, she boldly swings her massive weapon with a loud battle cry, keeping the heavy pressure going. Sane jumps back to create distance, but this amazing team refuses to let him breathe. Reed steps up immediately, her staff brightly glowing, shouting she will not let him get away with anything else. Alo bravely steps up to take the heat, shouting that he will be the one to stop this enemy today. He quickly orders Sheath to fall back right away so she avoids getting hit. Reed leaps straight into the fray, providing crucial cover. She fires a magical arrow to distract the fighter, yelling for the others to step back. Sane casually brushes off the attack, but clever Reed instantly notices something incredibly important. She warns the team that basic slashing attacks are simply not going to work on this guy. Sane gets visibly annoyed by their coordination. He snarls at them, angrily telling everyone to stop acting so smart. Reed beautifully pinpoints the main weakness. She tells Sheath, Alo, and Leos they must find a clever way aimed directly for his chest, exactly where that glowing core is. Sheath and Owls hear the plan and instantly lock in, gripping their weapons super tight as they prepare to make a move. Sane is not waiting around though. He swings his massive blade down with terrifying speed, and the team barely manages to react. Leos safely catches the heavy impact on his huge shield, while Sheath quickly scrambles out of the way to avoid getting crushed. Sane raises his sword high, gathering a truly massive amount of dark energy for an epic finishing blow. He screams that every single one of them is going to be defeated. Real panic sets in. Reed yells that the situation looks super bad, and Alo shouts for everyone to get behind him so he can tank the hit. But Sheath totally realizes that is a big mistake. She urgently yells back that blocking will not be enough, and they have to actually stop him before he swings. Leo easily spots what Sane is doing and screams out, calling him an idiot for unleashing something like that right in the middle of the city. Trust me on this one, it is Sane's absolute ultimate technique, Dragon Gale Blade. Leo knows exactly what its power does. Let's jump into this epic showdown. A massive wind blade forms, and Leo knows if that hits, Sheath and the team are totally finished. Desperation kicking in, he sprints forward and slams his hand down. He casts Earth Surge, desperately trying to throw up a defense in time. The wind blade smashes into the earth wall with a huge explosion. Debris flies everywhere, while Sane just watches with a twisted, manic grin. Inside Sane's mind, the scene shifts to his own view. He remembers this exact feeling. The jealousy, the anger, and the crushing frustration of losing so badly to those monsters. All those heavy emotions sparked and ignited, turning into a raging flame that scorched his spirit. He literally describes it as a wildfire, reducing his entire heart completely to ashes. He totally admits a part of him wanted to put out that dark flame, but it consumed him. From then on, he completely lost control, attacking anything in sight. It was like he became a puppet, totally manipulated by that dark fire. That exact moment, he realized he could never go back to being a normal guy. Standing right in front of him was Sheath, the brave adventurer, calling Ardo her master. Before he even knew what was happening, his body automatically shifted into an attacking stance. But the fight definitely did not go as easily as planned. They were way tougher than expected. And then Ardo jumped right into the fray too. Now, watch this part closely. Frustration kept building inside him, making that dark flame in his heart flare up instantly. He decided everything was just way too much trouble and wanted to burn it all down entirely. But despite putting his absolute everything into it, nothing landed. Sane completely loses his cool and screams right in Leo's face, fiercely blaming him for always being the one standing in his way. But even amidst that emotional outburst, Sane notices something strange. He realizes that the intense, consuming flame inside him actually feels like it's starting to fade. He totally ignores it though and keeps screaming, letting out all his frustration onto Leo. He glares at Leo with pure venom, shouting that he totally hates him for always acting so effortlessly cool and composed. Seeing this sudden change in Sane's demeanor, Leo looks at him with genuine concern, asking if he finally regained his senses. Sane snaps right back, shouting that he's been completely aware this entire time, and calls Leo a total idiot. He furiously declares that all of them just need to disappear. Realizing that reasoning simply isn't working, Leo readies his dual swords, telling Sheath they must find a way to stop him. The intense fight explodes right back. Leo clashes with Sane, sparks flying everywhere as they trade heavy blows. Meanwhile, Sheath grips her weapon super tightly, finds her perfect opening, and lunges forward. She swings her axe with absolutely everything she has, letting out a massive battle cry to finally take Sane down. Sheath doesn't back down for a single second. Her eyes are locked in deep focus as her axe crashes against Sane's sword, forcing a tense deadlock. You feel that shift? Sane rushes forward, finally admitting the honest truth. He says he just wanted to be stronger, but deep down, he really envied Leo for being someone who could do anything. He throws a desperate punch, tears streaming down his face, yelling that he just wanted to be acknowledged by Leo while shouting his name. Leo watches him charge in, plainly telling Sane he really is a fool. Then, Leo smoothly counters, slamming a super heavy punch right into his face. The solid hit connects hard, sending Sane reeling back, completely stunned. He crashes down, totally defeated. He looks up at Leo and begs him to just finish it. He says he isn't qualified to be a hero anymore after hurting so many people. Leo just looks down at his friend and mutters that he's an idiot again. Then Leo suddenly raises his voice, demanding to know if Sane still has something to do. He shouts loudly at him, asking why he came here in the first place, and demanding him to say it. Lying on the ground, Sane answers weakly he came here to defeat the monsters. Leo stands over him and absolutely agrees, yelling that he's a foolish idiot, because instead of defeating them, he ended up being used by the enemies. Leo passionately points a finger at Sane, yelling that even after every single mistake, Sane is still a true hero. Tears well up in Sane's eyes as he admits Leo is totally right. A sweet memory flashes of him as a hopeful kid holding a toy sword. He explains he went through brutal training just to become the amazing hero he admired since he was a child. The scene pans out over the totally destroyed plaza. Sane acknowledges his past actions are completely unforgivable, but he genuinely starts wondering about real atonement. Looking up at the bright sky over the city, he asks aloud if someone like him can ever become a true hero again. Then, Sane looks right down at his body. He notices the dark corruption lingering on his chest, and plainly states that this thing is just in his way. Without a second thought, he jams his fingers directly into his chest, tearing right into the corrupted flesh to rip it all out. What a wild redemption, right? Leo quickly shouts for Reed to use her healing magic. Alright, stick with me here. Reed hesitates, looking super nervous about helping him out, but Leo just flashes a confident smile, saying, "It's totally fine." He promises Sei is no longer the enemy. Reed activates her staff, and warm healing light wraps around Sean's torso, closing up the damage he took. Sean stands tall, that dark corruption totally wiped out. He firmly tells them he's fine, and declares he can still fight like this. Sheath looks at Leo with deep worry, starting to call him master, but Leo cuts her right off. He tells her to drop the complicated stuff for now, promising they'll deal with those titles once this crazy battle is finally over. Sheath nods, snapping right back into focus and agreeing. Meanwhile, Ree watches this whole little interaction with dark curiosity. He analyzes it out loud, murmuring how emotional swings and jealousy change compatibility with demon cores. Stepping forward, Ree looks genuinely impressed by this. He honestly never imagined that Sign would snap back to his senses and rip that evil demon core right out of his very own chest. Flashing a twisted grin, he remarks that the hero is amazing. Sane spots the demon and instantly alerts Leo, calling him Ardo. He points out that Ree and the female demon orchestrated this entire chaotic incident. Leo takes it right in stride, noting this actually saves them the massive trouble of hunting these bad guys down. Rallying Cian to move out, they charge forward. Leo calls back to Sheath, letting her know he absolutely needs her help on this fight too. Sheath doesn't hesitate at all. Drawing her weapon with a fierce look, she shouts out a loud confirmation. The three lead the way. Sane and Sheath square up in the courtyard, facing down Ree, who casually stands amidst the total destruction. Ree finds this highly entertaining. He laughs, telling them their little drama earlier was quite something to watch. Now watch closely. His face twists into a manic glare, asking if they are ready to play, calling every single one an ideal vessel. Getting right into the tactical details, Sei warns Leo that this guy blocks sword strikes using some invisible force. Leo adds his analysis. He notes Ree is likely hiding his fire core somewhere else, which is exactly the sneaky trick a demon would pull. Turning to the hero, he asks if he can handle this. Sei looks pretty beat up, heavily sweating and covered in dark soot. He grimaces, admitting he would truly love to confidently say, "Leave it to me," but he is clearly running on empty fumes. Since he isn't at full strength, Sane turns his attention toward Sheath. He calls out to the girl with short hair, ordering her to the front lines. Since they need all the hands they can get, Sheath looks right at Leo for guidance, calling him master again. But Leo doesn't waste a single second on titles. He tells her to move however she wants during the fight, promising he'll provide backup. With the plan totally set, the massive offense begins. Sane, shirtless and battered, charges forward alongside Sheath. They rush the enemy with weapons drawn, totally ready to engage. "You see that?" Sheath gives a loud, confident shout, all her hesitation completely gone. While the vanguards charge, Irene turns to Leo, asking what her group should be doing. Leo instructs her to hang back and provide heavy cover fire alongside him. He explains that getting way too close means the demon might wipe out the entire party in one strike. Leo then gives Irene a very specific job suited to her skills. He tells her that since she has sharp eyes, she must watch the demon's every move and immediately report anything odd she spots. He continues issuing rapid-fire orders to the rest of the squad. He tells Reed to focus purely on healing and support magic, ordering all Leos to stand guard and protect the vulnerable backline members. Crouching low and readying his daggers, Leo drops 2 final warnings. First, he bluntly tells everyone not to fall in battle. Second, he reminds everyone to stay incredibly sharp, because there is still one more unaccounted demon lurking around. Up front, Sane and Sheath unleash a barrage on Ree. The demon doesn't even flinch. Laughing, he finds humans interesting, commenting on how they suddenly get way stronger when grouping up like this. Ree activates a defensive ability called Inviable. A dark energy barrier manifests instantly, completely blocking the fierce sword strikes from Cian and Sheath without removing a single muscle. Despite being blocked, Cian isn't discouraged at all. He shouts, declaring this coordination is the true power of a party. Ree just scoffs at that bold sentiment with a dismissive grunt. Sheath strikes hard with her blade, but it slams uselessly against the invisible wall protecting the demon. Then, from above, Leo dives into the fray. He shouts a dramatic incantation about falling winds blowing with absolute fury, making it sound like a massive magic attack is crashing down. He lands, no, magic unleashed. Grinning, he tells Ree he was kidding. You and I know this fight is just beginning. Let's dive in. The demon braces himself, admitting that pulling a clever fake out like that was pure genius. Cian instantly capitalizes on that split-second distraction. He swings his giant sword with everything he's got, forcing Ree to block the heavy hit one-handed. Watching nearby, Sheath is totally floored by Cian's awesome combat instincts. She's absolutely amazed that he instantly realized Leo's spell was a total bluff, and perfectly coordinated his epic attack to match it. Plus, she points out, he's fighting at this insane level while only using one hand. Further back, Irene watches the wild clash sharply, murmuring that she sees a real opening. She bravely decides she's going to give it a try herself. Without warning, she dashes past everyone. Sheath, Cian, and Leo look over, completely shocked as Irene rushes the enemy with absolute blinding speed. She boldly tests his defenses, making a wild energy swirl around the demon. Seeing exactly what she needed, she immediately backs off. It went perfectly as expected, and she knows she has to tell Leo the good news right away. Alo yells his sister's name in total confusion as she suddenly disengages, sprinting right back toward their party. Leo reaches the exact same conclusion instantly. He states, it's just as he thought all along. He suspected a major fundamental difference between the demon dodging attacks and actually blocking them with that invisible barrier. Sheath lands near Leo, totally ready to back him up. She offers her support, and Leo confidently gives her the clear go-ahead. As they quickly regroup, Sheath shouts out to Arto to grab his attention. She drops the crucial intel gathered from Irene's bold charge. The demon's invisible barrier only blocks physical swords, not magical energy. Leo flashes a confident grin, confirming her theory, exactly as expected. Pay attention here. He had a huge hunch there was a tricky reason the demon blocked some attacks, but dodged others. With their clever plan set, they move back into formation to exploit his weakness. The awesome team instantly coordinates their major assault. Swords clash loudly against invisible walls as they pressure the demon. But this time, they are fighting with serious purpose. That dark voice from the portal notices our humans have finally figured out the trick. Ree looks super annoyed by the whole thing, complaining. This has become a huge hassle. Deciding to wrap things up, he unleashes a spell called Flame Curtain. Massive explosions rip the area. Leo must break off his attack, sprinting sideways to avoid getting totally scorched by the sudden and wild magic eruption. Ree stands totally calm amid the destruction while our brave adventurers desperately scramble for safety. The voice from the darkness just sighs, commenting on what a total bother this has become. The shadowy voice speaks directly to Ree now, sounding completely cold and dismissive. It tells the demon that while he wasn't the absolute smartest tool in the box, he made a decent vessel. With a final sigh, the entity casts a technique called Grey Ashdoll. The wild spell takes effect instantly. The demon's form seems to vanish, replaced by 2 weird figures bound in chains. A regular-looking guy with dark hair, and the female demon Grim. The gray ash doll spell takes full, terrifying effect. Right in front of Leo and Sheath, the bound man and female demon Grim are pulled together by heavy chains, acting as raw materials for whatever crazy thing is about to be born. Are you seeing this? Leo watches the crazy fusion happen and just mutters that there is no way this nightmare is actually real. From inside the swirling darkness, a brand new voice tests its lungs, letting out a soft, eerie sigh. The dark smoke clears to reveal a sophisticated-looking demon wearing a sharp, formal suit. He flexes his brand new body, casually commenting it's been a while since he took this form. He smoothly critiques his predecessor, noting that letting someone run totally wild with greed was a terrible strategic move. He turns to the group with a polite but super sinister smile. He formally asks to introduce himself. His name is Bijim Ri. He continues smoothly, stating that he proudly ranks 5th in the fire seed hierarchy. He casually adds that in the realm of logical fire, he is quite well known, wondering if they've ever heard of him. Cian totally doesn't care about the resume. He charges in immediately, sword raised high, shouting that he doesn't have a single clue who this guy is. Bijim Ri watches the wild attack without even flinching. He simply glares at the charging attacker, calling him a completely rude hero. Cian brings his sword down, but it slams into Bijim's dark chains and shatters instantly. Cian stares at his broken weapon in shock, screaming that it's impossible. Bijim re-counters in the blink of an eye. He summons a dark blade and drives it right into Cian, taking the hero completely out before he can even react. Cian gets dropped by the heavy hit and hits the floor hard. Leo and Sheath don't even hesitate. They immediately rush in from opposite sides to catch the tricky demon in a pincer attack. They perfectly coordinate the strike. Trust me, you'll love this. Sheath swings her massive axe from the left, while Leo dagger strikes from the right, perfectly aiming to sandwich Bijim Ri between their awesome blows. Let's jump into the action. The demon isn't rattled at all. He coldly smirks, calling their teamwork nice, but totally useless. In a flash, he fires off a spell called Flame Hammer, blasting dark energy forward to crush them. Leo slams into the ground, completely knocked out. He struggles to call out, terrified for his friends, but Bijim Ri just glares down. The villain actually laughs, asking if Leo really has the energy to worry about anyone else. Then the monstrous villain chants his next spell Maxwell. A massive tornado of jagged energy explodes from the cast, slamming into Sheath and launching her backward across the room. She drags her boots hard just to avoid flying away, but Bijim Ri simply stands there. Instead, he conjures a roaring wall of black fire, forming a huge barrier that blocks off the exhausted heroes completely. Sheath shakes uncontrollably as she watches the dark inferno. She totally panics on the inside, realizing this magic fire is unstoppable. How is she supposed to rescue her friends from a total disaster? One desperate look around confirms it. Things are absolutely hopeless. Irene is totally missing with her cover arrows. Plus, Leo and Sane are stuck on the floor unable to stand. Sheath frantically scrambles through every single idea in her head. She considers blasting cold air or water to extinguish the dark blaze, but quickly realizes she doesn't have a single magic item like that on her right now. But suddenly, it totally clicks. She is actually wrong. She screams out that she actually has the perfect counter. Digging into her pouch, she snatches a handful of special flowers and chucks them straight into the blazing fire. Bijim Ri simply stares at the tiny petals fluttering down everywhere. He actually looks impressed. But I know what you are thinking. This guy won't stay nice for long. That praise ends incredibly fast. He stomps his boot down hard, smashing those magical petals into the ground and calling the whole trick absolutely annoying. Leo gets furious at the massive disrespect. He yells at the villain, shouting that looking away from opponents mid-battle takes some serious, over-the-top arrogance. Sheath screams out a frantic warning, but their enemy is fast. But Bijim Ri swings an enormous sword made of dark fire, forcing Leo and Sane to frantically dive away. Sane lands safely, carefully studying this terrifying villain. He figures out the enemy, casts silent magic, swings a heavy sword, and has unbelievable physical speed. Every single one of those is terrible news. To make things even worse, Sane admits he still cannot locate the hidden flame core. Leo refuses to give up after hearing that. He clenches his teeth, declaring they literally have zero options left. They just have to strike. Suddenly, a brilliant idea strikes Leo. He screams that he figured it out and urgently shouts Sane's name. Sheath looks on, totally confused, asking what is going on. Leo spins toward the hero, asking if he can still summon wind magic. Sane confirms he can, but stays doubtful, telling Leo an attack like that has absolutely zero chance of hitting the enemy. You and I know this setup. Leo looks completely serious, pitching a wild idea, but the enemy absolutely refuses to let them talk. But Jim re-teleports instantly, flashing right behind Leo and delivering a massive slash across his back. The villain coldly jokes that it would be much better if Leo just disappeared before trying whatever silly plan he invented. Sane and Sheath freeze completely, gasping in horror as Leo takes that enormous strike. But the monster is not finished yet. Dark energy spins out of control and explodes outward, blasting Sane before he can even blink. The powerful hero groans in agony as that dark magic directly crushes him. Jim Reese towers above the crushed hero, totally bored. He laughs, calling their struggling a completely pointless and wasted effort, while Sane fights to move on the floor, groaning in absolute agony. The enemy lifts his heavy weapon with a freezing, evil grin. Sane stares up from the ground, realizing another brutal strike is coming, and he has absolutely no way to roll out. But Jim Ree says super casually that he has zero use for Sane anymore. He triggers Flame Hammer again, obliterating the poor guy with a gigantic wave of crushing dark magic. Sheath screams out Sane's name in pure panic as he violently hits the floor, but Sane, completely exhausted and stuck on the metal floor, yells a frantic command at her. He orders her to grab his sword. Sheath blinks, totally lost by this weird command, but Sane literally has zero time to explain. He just screams at her to hurry and grab it. Jim Ree smoothly fixes his suit, acting like he just wrapped up an office meeting instead of an all-out magical war. He casually mentions he collected enough info on the core, meaning it is finally time to end this little game for good. Sheath stops asking questions. She launches herself straight forward, sliding desperately across the floor to grab that fallen magical blade. The monster steps forward with scary confidence, literally walking downstairs while launching a massive, dark energy slash right into her only path. Jim Ree lifts his chained weapon into the air, dark aura exploding everywhere. He demands they listen closely to the sound of burning fire buried deep under ash, before chanting his ultimate attack Sky Ash Blaze Flare. Chains rattle violently in the dark. A massive magic circle lights up the room, and trust me, you are going to want to see what this guy unleashes next. You and I are watching the air rumble as that magic circle activates. Wild lightning and dark energy crackle around Ree. The spell is growing insanely powerful every second. Leo is totally unfazed by this. He loudly shouts urgent instructions, telling Sheath she absolutely does not need to approach the demon. She simply needs to swing that sword with all her might right from where she stands. Sheath instantly shouts she understands. She puts her whole back into it, swinging the heavy blade through empty air, but nervously sweating while doing it. She secretly thinks to herself that just wildly swinging at empty air is not going to work. Leo watches the swing and cheerfully assures her this is absolutely perfect. Jim Ree, however, is not convinced. The demon stands there looking completely unimpressed, loudly mocking their resistance as a useless effort, feeling like a breeze. Leo steps forward with a smirk, holding his dagger. He promises to teach the demon a lesson. He smartly explains he scattered fire-absorbing flower petals, now perfectly dried out by Sheath's brilliant flame and his own magic. They are ready to blow. He loudly utters the command torch. He says they burst beautifully. Right on cue, the space ahead totally lights up with an epic chain of explosions as those hidden petals detonate mid-air, but Jim Ree just stands amidst the thick smoke, looking annoyed but unharmed. The demon furiously yells at Leo, calling him a fool, reminding him fire attacks cannot hurt demons. Now pay attention here. Unfazed, Leo points his dagger downward, admitting the fire was a distraction, and urgently shouts for Sheath to look at the real target. Leo spots the epic opening he patiently awaited. The demon's shirt is completely torn, leaving the flame core exposed. He shouts to Sheath that this is their golden chance, demanding they charge in right now. Sheath instantly shouts confirmation as they lock onto the target. Ree is not just standing around though. Calling them lowly humans, he furiously fires off a dark magic blast named Flame Hammer. Leo and Sheath quickly dodge the attack, and Leo shouts for Sheath to use petals as cover. Ree completely loses his cool, shouting they are wretched fools. As his strike fails, Leo rushes in, mocking him. He points out Ri relies way too heavily on fire, meaning it is his own fault. He cannot use anything else now. Then Leo brilliantly casts Petrify. The amazing magic hits. Ri furiously reacts as his arm literally turns to stone, totally freezing him wide open. Sheath sees the gap and wins up, pouring her entire strength into one decisive strike. She delivers a massive blow right into the exposed stomach core. It cracks and shatters from the impact. You and I love that hit. Ri bitterly curses them, warning humanity is doomed. But he is already totally fading away, claiming demons will always return. The epic attack connects perfectly. Ri's imposing form completely disintegrates into light particles. Meanwhile, Leo and Sheath safely land on the tiled roof, their powerful weapons still totally drawn. Sheath nervously hesitates for a second, looking back at where the demon stood, cheerfully asking if they actually managed to defeat it. Leo is breathing hard, looking exhausted, but he manages a proud smirk and tells her job well done. Leo sways on his feet, vision swimming. He murmurs this is exactly what he expected from his amazing disciple, but his body gives out. Sheath screams for her master as he tips over. Leo hits the roof tiles, completely out of stamina. Seeing him safe, or simply relieved the battle ended, Sheath breaks down, sobbing. Pure relief. Cheerfully saying, she is so glad. The happy tears keep falling, but she is beautifully laughing. Tension finally leaves her body. Nearby, Reed and Irene rush over to check the duo since danger has passed. They definitely do not leave Leo on the roof. The shielded warrior grabs one side of Leo while Sheath takes the other. Together, they help the incredibly exhausted commander walk away safely. With Leo secure, Sheath quickly turns her attention to the other injured. She looks at Reed with a deeply serious expression, demanding a status report. Reed is sadly standing over Sane, the hero who had transformed. He is lying completely unconscious and shirtless, showing off a truly nasty dark wound right in the center of his chest. Reed grips her staff tight, sweat rolling down her face. She looks absolutely devastated, telling Sheath it is sadly no use. Explaining the grim reality, she reveals she cannot heal him. The awful wound on Sane's chest completely resists her magic. She says she is barely managing to stop the dark corruption from spreading any further. Yet despite Reed's highly grim prognosis, Sane sits up, appearing coherent. He waves off Reed's concern, telling her he is fine and definitely isn't going to fall from this. And that's where we leave it. Before she can fuss, he redirects her to check on Artio. Reed just hesitates, tightly clutching her staff. Alright, let's jump right back into the drama. She tries protesting, because that dark wound on his chest, definitely not fine. But Sane flashes a warm smile, totally playing it cool. He completely changes the subject, asking Reed for a quick favor. He wants to chat with the rookie, confirming her name is Sheath. Reed just stays totally quiet, realizing there is absolutely zero point in arguing with the stubborn hero right now. Or maybe she just respects his wishes despite the crazy situation. Sheath immediately sprints over to the resting hero, still clutching his sacred blade. She stares down at him, totally nervous, calling him Mr. Sane and instantly apologizing for borrowing his weapon without asking first. Sane leans against the wall, looking super exhausted but calm. He assures her it's totally fine, praising her for an amazing job. Sheath just quietly takes it all in. With a super gentle expression, he gives her a completely honest and real evaluation. He explains that while her raw ability still needs work, she has serious strength where it actually matters. Sheath is absolutely stunned, getting acknowledged by a real, legendary hero. She stammers, completely clueless on how to respond to the compliment. Sane just shifts his gaze down to the weapon. He explains the sword holds the power of wind, but that is definitely not its only trick. The blade's nature actually changes based on the user's hidden potential. Then, he drops a massive surprise about himself. He confesses that he was actually totally hopeless when it came to using magic. So ultimately, wind was the one and only power he could ever manage to unlock. Sane doesn't waste a single second here. He tells Sheath he is straight up giving the sword to her. He admits he dragged her into this crazy mess, so she completely deserves to have it. Sheath completely freaks out. She yells that there is absolutely no way she can accept something so epic, totally panicking at the thought of claiming a hero's weapon. Sane cuts right through the freak out, telling her to just reforge the blade however she wants. He calmly states he simply doesn't need the blade anymore. Watch closely, things are shifting. He trails off, sensing someone nearby. A voice calls out his name, and Sheath completely freezes in surprise. It's Diaz, the cool guild secretary rocking sunglasses. She tells Sane she has tons of questions and strictly demands he comes with her immediately. She adds he shouldn't stress, claiming he'll be free to go later. But the vibe? Oh, it is incredibly serious. Sheath is absolutely not buying it. She bravely jumps in front of injured Sane, spreading her arms to block Diaz. She yells that Diaz has it all completely wrong about Sane, desperately trying to protect the hero from getting taken. Sheath brings up the dark, creepy rumors about Diaz's unit, asking if anyone has ever actually returned from the Information Command Division. Diaz just stands there, completely cold and professional. Diaz totally ignores the wild accusation, firmly warning Sheath to stay out of it. But then she completely shifts gears, praising the rookie for doing an awesome job stopping those monsters and defeating the demon tribe. She assures Sheath that those epic accomplishments will totally be officially recognized. Diaz just keeps talking strict business, mentioning they'll negotiate the big reward after all post-mission procedures finish. But right now just is not the time. Sheath immediately snaps back, loudly yelling that it's just not true. She completely refuses the credit, insisting Sane and her master were the ones who actually stopped the rampage, not her. Diaz completely shuts poor Sheath down. We both know the truth, but Diaz coldly ignores every single word about refusing the credit. She flat out states she will accept the facts exactly as reported, completely overruling the rookie. Then, Sane gently pushes right past Sheath. He says he hasn't fallen low enough to need a kid's protection. As Sheath murmurs his name in concern, Sane looks at Diaz and tells her to just take him away. Without putting up any fight, Sane confidently steps forward. Glowing magic restraints materialize around his torso as he completely surrenders to Diaz. But before leaving, Sane drops a harsh final message. He asks Sheath to pass Ardo a specific message, saying Ardo is absolutely no longer a comrade or anything else. He adds that Ardo is now permanently banished from his party. Sheath is left standing there, totally stunned by this cold dismissal. She just softly whispers Sane's name, when heartbroken. She watches helplessly as Diaz escorts the bound hero away down the street. Right then, Irene walks up to check on the rookie. She gently tells Sheath to let the medics heal her, pointing out that the rookie actually got burned during the fight too. The adrenaline finally wears off and the heavy emotions hit. Sheath raises a hand, rubbing her eyes, completely unable to hold it back anymore. Tears well up and spill over as she stands there openly crying. The camera pans out over the ruined buildings and clearing smoke. And that is where you and I leave the epic Gaddis raid. The scene shifts away from the city, straight into a dark hideout, where Jim Rhee is completely sprawled on the floor, pounding the ground in total frustration. He curses out loud, absolutely losing his mind over a lower life form actually beating him. Crawling forward, he realizes his situation is getting super critical. Let's see what happens next as he desperately seeks a new host. But Jim stares at his cracking hand in pure disgust. This vessel? Yeah, it is literally just a cheap, temporary construct thrown together with ash and dark magic. Completely inferior to those high-quality ash dolls the high nobility always use. He thinks back to his grand plan. The whole point of that great lighthouse was an experiment to transplant a flame core. He targeted Gaddis just to capture fighters with elite combat skills, mutating them into twisted abominations and forcing them to be his loyal allies. But there was an even bigger purpose beyond that. None of it matters now. The entire operation completely failed. But Jim stands up, focusing his fury on the people who ruined everything. He declares they are in his way, and he will definitely eliminate those adventurers. But wait, he changes his mind. No, simply eliminating them is too kind. He decides he will make them hosts, giving them eternal pain instead. But suddenly, voice cuts through, asking what exactly he plans to do with them. Now watch closely. But Jim freezes, his eyes going wide. Looking up, he totally loses his mind seeing her. He yells, "No way," demanding to know why she is even here. A female demon with horns stands right there, casually pressing a finger to her lips. She casually scolds him, calling him Bimcan. She reminds him that father explicitly said not to touch that specific place yet. But Jim starts fully panicking, wondering if he should just make a run for it. But he tries smoothing it out, claiming he only did this for the demon lord. Grim cuts him off instantly, saying it is pointless. She does not waste another second. She shoves her hand straight through his chest, completely shattering his form. Bijim stares down in pure shock, stammering, while Grim just smiles, saying bye-bye. A massive explosion rips through the area, completely wiping him off the map. Guard steps right up, asking Grim if she actually finished it. Grim just gives a vague maybe, mentioning how the feel of that flame core was totally different from before. She figures that massive explosion was probably part of their prepped main plan. Plus, she adds that she was planning to check this place later anyway. Looking up at the massive structure, Grim admits, things have just gotten super troublesome. She corrects herself, calling the lighthouse the activation tower. She literally cannot believe those guys actually knew all about it. But then she just smiles, admitting those kids really did an incredibly good job. She tells Guard they actually handled the most annoying fire seed, so now, their own mission should be quite a bit easier. Guard points out the others will target this place seriously now. Grim agrees it is a hassle, and Guard notes things will get super busy. You see that too? Grim looks completely satisfied. With everything happening, she mentions, the ancient dragons will probably start making their big moves on the main stage very soon. She wonders if the Twilight era is finally starting. Guard says there is really only one thing they must do next. Grim immediately agrees. She declares it is finally time to get serious, heading straight toward Gaddis without holding anything back. Without another word, those two demons turn and walk away into the light, leaving the epic battle scene completely behind them. Jumping forward in time, the scene finally shifts to the city. Thanks to the adventurers and defense teams working together, Gaddis started recovering almost instantly from the damage. 1 month passes. The city has completely bounced back, looking super lively again. Over in a quiet park, Leo and Sheath sit together. Leo is smoking a cigarette while Sheath looks down, feeling clearly upset. She calls out to her master, admitting she simply cannot accept how everything just turned out. Sheath argues that while sane, definitely hurt people, he was being totally manipulated by demons the entire time. To her, that makes a huge difference. Leo takes a drag, giving her a harsh reality check. He explains that logic only works for them because they actually knew him. He asks if she thinks families of the fallen adventurers and defense members would ever actually accept that kind of excuse. Sheath struggles to find a good response, but insists that Sane should at least be remembered as someone who really helped defeat the powerful demon tribe. In the end, she trails off, realizing she and Leo are the only ones who will ever know his truth. The heavy situation becomes clear. A demon attack had not happened here in over 100 years. This was not some local skirmish. It shocked the whole world. Trust me, you'll want to see what's next. Let us dive right in. Official records show a brand new hero rising up. Meet the E-rank adventurer party, Breath of the White Dragon, led by the cheerful and decisive Sheath Israel. The story reveals the exciting aftermath. The Adventurers Guild did not just officially record the epic event. They proudly broadcasted the heroic demon slayers' names worldwide. But wait, there is a massive catch. The official report totally omits Ardo and the fallen hero, Sane. The guild intentionally decided to completely hide any trace of Sane and his former teammate Ardo forever. Instead, they spun a brilliant cover-up for everyone. They announced those brave E-rank adventurers defeated the monster all by themselves. This wild news does way more than simply excite Gaddis locals. It absolutely ignites passionate adventurers on fire across the entire globe. It is exactly the ultimate underdog tale everyone desperately craved. A purely inspiring, heroic story that low-ranking rookies can truly idolize forever. Back on the park bench, Leo tries helping the cheerful Sheath grasp the bigger picture. He explains that this wild situation is completely different from their previous little incident. He points out that since she landed the final epic strike, it totally makes sense for the guild to completely hide his actual name. And Sane's name too. Leo gazes away, revealing that some incredibly deep, overly complicated reasons actually force them to handle it this way. Sheath softly agrees, but she stares down sadly at the weapon in her lap. She tells Leo that even accepting this huge fame, she truly wants to properly return the sword. Leo gently refuses that noble idea. He reminds her that Sane specifically stated he was gifting that incredible blade directly to her. Honor his wishes and simply keep it. Leo drops a harsh reality on Sheath, noting that Sane cannot ever swing that incredible sword again. Sheath looks miserable, whispering that demons entirely caused this tragedy. The story reveals the heavy price Sane actually paid. Sane tragically had both his Grand Hero title and his Elite S rank status permanently revoked. Worse yet, his Mighty S rank party, Holy Wolf Dragon, was forced to dissolve entirely. Sane heroically took the massive blame for absolutely everything. He heroically shielded his teammates by claiming he permanently expelled them all himself. Watch closely now. The punishment simply disbanded them without completely ruining their careers. Back on the bench, Leo gets serious with Sheath. He tells her the time for playing rookie adventurer is completely over. People now expect the incredible actions and pure strength of a real hero. She absolutely must keep her naive sense of justice deeply hidden. Sheath looks totally overwhelmed, nervously sweating. She stammers that she is no hero at all. The scene then shifts briefly to show Reed and her cat near a city fountain. Leo's voiceover continues, telling Sheath that while she feels totally weak, the whole world absolutely sees her much differently now. He freely admits this burden feels heavy now, but promises she will definitely gain enough strength to carry it. Leo warmly places a comforting hand onto Sheath's head. He tells her to proudly bring the sword to blacksmiths Takura and Rue for custom upgrades. He says that is the single best thing she can do for Sane right now. Sheath quietly accepts this, saying she understands. Seeing her gloomy expression, Leo playfully snaps at her not to make that face. He tells her she has grown more than she knows and strongly encourages her to use this incredible chance to improve. Sheath's expression hardens into pure anger. She clearly declares she absolutely hates demons and simply cannot forgive them. Leo sighs and agrees. You and I both thought calling them humanity's enemy was an exaggeration, right? Well, after this latest crazy incident, his entire way of thinking has most definitely changed. Leo starts clearly explaining the highly dangerous object from the incident. He vividly describes a crazy demon court capable of transforming people into abominations. He openly admits that his deep analysis of the mysterious item has not made any progress. But one thing remains clear. If this thing spreads, it becomes a truly massive threat to all humanity. The scene suddenly shifts to an abstract visual of Leo's thoughts. He mentions diligently researching demons constantly ever since that intense incident. But the more he furiously investigates, the deeper this crazy mystery becomes. A visual of the demon group, including Grim Guard, rapidly flashes by. Leo reflects on how little they actually know, wildly wondering where these mysterious creatures came from, and where they are now. He sadly realizes that humanity has been far too ignorant regarding the true nature of demons. Leo focuses on their specific enemy, the suited demon named Bime. He explains, this aggressive guy actively works incredibly hard to completely wipe out all humanity forever. He recalls the demon claiming to hold the 5th rank in the Fire Seed hierarchy, noting that if that crazy ranking is actually true, they truly managed to take down a massive big shot. Sheath looks totally conflicted. She agrees, but hesitantly asks if they truly defeated him, given absolutely everything that just happened to them today. Leo leans back on the bench. Wild, right? Stick with me here. Leo advises them not to get too optimistic about their situation, but he does admit the demons have been strangely quiet since that last massive battle. So for now, they can officially consider that specific threat completely defeated. Sheath still looks visibly worried, though. She points out that similar enemies are definitely out there, and then asks the one massive question constantly weighing on her mind. Is the Demon King even stronger than the enemy they fought? Leo explains it is not just about raw power. As a shadowy demon silhouette appears, he lectures her that a true leader needs more than just brute military strength. He states the demons clearly possess magic and technology far superior to humans, meaning their leaders are undoubtedly highly skilled in deep intelligence and complex strategy as well. Leo holds up a cigarette, calmly watching the smoke drift into the sky. He warns Sheath not to narrow her focus too much. He tells her, the unknown always strikes in totally unexpected ways, so she must never let assumptions completely cloud her clear vision. Sheath looks down, really taking his advice to heart. She quietly repeats the words, Demon King, clearly feeling the heavy weight of that massive potential threat. Leo gets totally serious with her. He promises that if she genuinely desires it, someday she will be the one to defeat that threat. He reflects that they were ultimately left just halfway along that incredibly difficult path. Now pay attention here, he says. Together they will end the Demon King. Sheath stares wide-eyed as Leo lays out these massive, heavy expectations. He tells Sheath that she must become the ultimate hero, inheriting Scene's legendary sword and his powerful iron will. Sheath looks totally unsure about taking on such a massive role. She quietly asks if he truly believes she can actually do it. Leo gives her a confident wink and a warm smile. He guarantees she absolutely can. After all, she has a remarkably good mentor looking out for her. Later, the scene shifts to the town streets. Reed cheerfully greets Sheath, saying she is glad to see her doing well. Irene stands right beside her, tossing in a quick, friendly agreement. They visit the local blacksmith, where Luge takes Sheath's weapon. Luge confirms it is her sword and tells her to leave it be. Sheath politely asks her to take great care of it. Reed explains their new plan to the group. There are specific monsters inside the mine that drop rare materials they can use to completely upgrade the sword. Alo steps up and says that totally settles it. They should go defeat them. Leo casually stands back by himself, just watching the group get organized. He looks totally content with how things are shaking out. As they all split up, Leo mentions he is heading right back to the guild. Sheath acknowledges his plan and announces she is heading off on her mission now. Leo arrives at the guild building, but before he can even settle down, someone suddenly calls out his secret alias, Ardo. A giant group of eager adventurers surrounds him immediately. One guy asks if he actually quit since he has not held lectures lately, while the others desperately beg for his class. Leo looks totally overwhelmed and awkwardly tries to brush them all off, promising he will do it soon. Right then, Harold kicks the door wide open and storms in. Let us pause for a second. Harold shouts Leo's name, claiming his group turned everything into a massive mess. Leo just stares back, totally confused by this wild, sudden accusation. Harold explains the whole problem because he lent that special training facility to Sheath. Other rookie adventurers are now demanding he open it up for them too, completely flooding the place. Leo just covers his face and groans, fully realizing what a massive headache this has become. They sit down, and Harold actually proposes a solid solution. He suggests setting strict conditions, turning it into a practical training session where these new guys can train right alongside Sheath and her whole party. Leo completely agrees that it sounds like a plan. Leo walks off, letting out a deep sigh, while muttering about the serious grief this is causing him. Moving on, the scene shifts to a rugged, rocky landscape where Sheath's group handles their epic business. We get a close-up of Sheath standing over a defeated monster, her grip tight on her dagger after landing the final finishing blow. Sheath wipes the sweat off her forehead and casually asks if they managed to gather enough materials by now. Reed stands nearby with her staff and happily confirms they are all set. Out in the field, Sheath and her male teammate are finally wrapping things up. Sheath suggests they hurry straight back to town, and her teammate adds that they really need Takura to check out the rare materials they just gathered. Sheath gives him a huge, bright smile, and happily agrees to the new plan. The scene suddenly shifts to the city streets, bustling with lively activity as people go about their day. It turns out Sheath's famous party, Breath of the White Dragon, has become a pretty huge deal. There is even an entire display sign set up specifically about them and the legendary battles. Aftermath. Their fame has totally reached the point where shops sell custom merchandise of them. There are massive bins full of plush dolls resembling Reed, Sheath, and even Leo sitting right next to cool replica weapon displays. And here is what leaves you smiling. As they walk down the street, a little girl spots them and runs straight towards Sheath, looking absolutely hyped to meet a real-life hero in person. Let's jump in. Sheath, Reed, and their awesome warrior teammate happily stroll through town together. Sheath totally zones out, getting completely dreamy as she pictures a wild scenario with her dad. If I were asked, she ponders. Suddenly, she imagines this super edgy, dramatic version of Leo, casually smoking a cigarette and striking an epic pose. She pictures him dropping a totally epic quote like, "Why did I actually crush the Demon King?" Wait, we also spot Reed's official merch. A flawless portrait card is sitting on full display. It just proves how insanely famous this whole crew has really gotten lately. Sheath stays completely zoned out. Stick with me here. Standing beside her teammate, she knows exactly how she reached this level. She firmly believes she only made it because of her absolutely amazing mentors. Walking ahead, flashes of her legendary teachers appear, the skeleton instructor Rinton, Commander Harold, and of course, the brilliant blacksmith duo, Kirka and Luge. Staring at that classic tavern exterior now, her heart swells for her master and loyal friends. This tavern is where it all began. She fondly remembers Emmy cheerfully bringing drinks over to her and Leo. Back when this wild journey first started. Snapping to reality, Sheath kicks the door open with a massive grin, shouting for her master. Surprise! Leo quickly spins around to see her standing there. The whole gang is chilling inside. Reed and their warrior friend watch as Sheath joyfully announces she has finally made it back home. Leo is sitting right there with everyone, and Sheath suddenly realizes that from this starting point, you and I know her master bond will only grow stronger.